Chapter 697. The savage battlefield was in the north of the Tianwu domain, and the Haotian province was in the south. The north and south were separated by tens of millions of kilometers. Although there were transportation formations that could shorten the distance, the transportation formations could not send them directly to the savage battlefield. Hence, the group rode on Shui Lingling's Profound Sun Bird. With the Profound Sun Bird speed of Mach 10, they could save a lot of time. After Junsi heard that, she felt suspicious. She asked, "First senior sister, based on what you said, doesn't that mean that there will be young experts of other races in the savage battlefield?" Xiao Chen and the others could not help but look over curiously. They were more concerned about this as well. If there were experts of other races, then the competition would be even more intense. Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "That won't happen. Back then, if not for the 4 sovereign martial emperors of our human race fighting against the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world alone, all the martial emperors of the other races would have died. The savage battlefield is a land of experiential training that the human sages fought for us juniors. Other races are not allowed to enter." The group all heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. However, Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, "However, nothing is absolute. The large clans and sects of the fiend race can manage their disciples well. However, it is like our Tianwu domain. They cannot manage the loose cultivators of the fiend domain." Chan Xiao interjected, "First senior sister, based on what you said, we will definitely run into fiend race cultivators. Tell us, how do the fiend race cultivators compare to us humans?" "They are very strong. They are one of the 5 major races." Shui Lingling thought for a while before muttering, "Since the ancient era, several races have disappeared in the long river of time, hard to find traces of them. Now the 5 major races are still glorious, with their inheritances not extinguished. Every one of them has their own strengths and cannot be underestimated. They are not weaker than us humans. Roughly speaking, the fiend race cultivators' comprehension abilities are not as good as humans. However, their physical bodies and bloodlines are much stronger than humans. There is no way to say who is stronger or weaker. It still depends on the individual." Shui Lingling continued, "However, the demon clan experts with the spirit demon bloodline cannot be underestimated. In terms of talent, they are not inferior to us humans, and even a little stronger. Spirit demons were the most ancient demon race. The current spirit beasts were all their descendants. It was just that their bloodline had thinned countless times. The current spirit beasts had already lost their innate demonic nature. They needed to cultivate to become demonic again." Xiao. Just at this moment, a white jade warship that looked like a pavilion flew over from behind. Even before the warship arrived, Xiao Chun could already feel a terrifying aura. Hu Hai looked back and frowned. "It's the Full Moon Pavilion's white jade ship. The leader is the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingsheng. They are here as well." Xiao Chun looked up and saw Feng Xingsheng, whom Xiao Chun had met once before, standing upright with his left hand on the saber hanging at his waist. His gaze was as sharp as a blade piercing through the air. Even from 10,000 meters away, one would feel a slight pain in the eyes when looking into his eyes. Junsi and the others could not stand Feng Xingsheng's gaze. They exclaimed in shock, "What a strong saber intent! It looks like Feng Xingsheng's strength increased again." Shui Lingling nodded gently and said, "The strength of a bladesman is extremely terrifying. They have the calmness of a swordsman, but they also have a sense of pride and tyranny. There are not many true bladesmen in the world. They are just cultivators who use the saber. Among the younger generation, Feng Xingsheng is undoubtedly a true bladesman." When Junsi heard this, she sneaked a glance at Xiao Chun, who still did not withdraw his gaze. She thought to herself, "First senior sister has such a high evaluation of Feng Xingsheng. I wonder what she thinks of Xiao Chan. Is he a true bladesman as well?" Shui Lingling, it's been a long time. The white jade warship caught up to the Profound Sun Bird. When Feng Xingsheng saw Shui Lingling, he greeted her. Shui Lingling nodded slightly and smiled gently. "It has indeed been a long time. Your improvement is truly astonishing. In less than a year, you will probably start challenging us 7 giants." Feng Xingsheng revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said seriously, "Don't worry. I will definitely be the last one to challenge you. I will take my leave first." We will meet again in the savage battlefield. Of the 18 southern provinces, only Shui Lingling obtained the title of 7 giants. Although the two did not have any grudges, due to this relationship, the competition between them was intense. Hence, while Feng Xingxing's tone seemed calm, there was actually an intense confrontation hidden within. Shui Lingling faintly smiled. There wasn't the slightest trace of fear on her elegant and refined face. Just as the warship was about to speed up and overtake the profound sunbird, Feng Xingxing suddenly stopped the white jade warship with a wave of his hand. Then he looked at Xiao Chun with surprise. Feng Xingxing's pupils constricted as he imprinted the simple and unassuming white-robed Xiao Chun in his mind. Then he got the warship to take off again. First senior brother, what happened earlier? A female disciple on the white jade warship asked out of curiosity. Feng Xingxing replied casually, nothing much. I just met someone with a saber intent no weaker than mine. I was somewhat surprised. When the other true inheritors of the Full Moon Pavilion heard this, they were greatly startled. Feng Xingxing's casual words stunned them. Others might not know how strong Feng Xingxing's saber intent was, but they knew it very well. That was a great perfection saber intent. Even several of the older generation bladesmen could not achieve that. Furthermore, it was a perfect great perfection saber intent. He could release and withdraw it as he pleased. That person from the Haotian sect was unknown. How could he be like their talented first senior brother, grasping a great perfection saber intent at such a young age? I remember now. He is the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. He is the madman who challenged Bai Wuxue. The female disciple who spoke first said. A bright light flashed in Feng Xingxing's eyes. He said softly, so it is him. It looks like I have to go and take a look at the battle at the Extremine sect. The other 5 people on the profound sunbird looked at Xiao Chun with interest. Clearly they were astonished as well. Feng Xingxing stopped the warship and looked at Xiao Chun. Bladesmen were usually extremely calm. They could face life and death calmly. Very few things would cause their emotions to fluctuate so intensely. Shui Lingling smiled and said, Junior brother Xiao Chun is really unfathomable. I wonder what Feng Xingxing saw to make him so shocked? Xiao Chun's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew that it would be too difficult to hide his saber intent from a true bladesman. This should be what Feng Xingxing saw. Xiao Chun smiled gently and shrugged his shoulders. Then he said casually, who knows? Since Xiao Chun did not want to expose his trump card, the others could not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. They were no different. Just at this moment, a floral fragrance wafted over. A magnificent warship flew silently above everyone's heads. Hu Hai said somewhat angrily, it's the Thousand Mystery Sect's flying fragrance ship. That fellow Hua Dao is really bold. Unexpectedly, he dares to fly above us. Even Feng Xingxing does not dare to be so arrogant. Hua Dao was the top true inheritor of the Thousand Mystery Sect. They were both from the 18 southern provinces. Long ago, he suffered greatly at the hands of Shui Lingling. Hence there was a deep grudge between them. Shui Lingling's lips curled up in a casual smile. She said, let him be. I want to see if he still dares to be so arrogant in the savage battlefield. Xiao. A sharp killing intent tore through space and encased Xiao Chun. His body immediately tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. However, that killing intent disappeared in a flash. Before Shui Lingling could sense it, it quickly withdrew. Xiao Chun looked up and saw an elegant man in flowery robes on the warship looking at him coldly. The sharp Shui Lingling could still sense that killing intent. She said sullenly, Xiao Chun, I forgot to tell you. Xue Ping, whose nose you smashed crooked, is this person's fiancé. It looks like he has his eyes on you. Hua Dao is a ruthless person. He will do anything to achieve his goals. He will do all sorts of despicable things. You absolutely cannot separate from us on this trip. Jun Si giggled. She covered her mouth and said, Junior brother Xiao Chun, you really do not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. You even smashed this pretty lady's nose crooked. Jun Si's bright eyes were like 2 crescent moons when she smiled. Coupled with that pretty face, Jun Si looked extremely adorable. She infected the others. This was originally a serious matter, but now they could not help laughing. Hu Hai laughed loudly and could not help but pat Xiao Chen's shoulder. He said, "It's fine. That woman is not a good person. Big brother who supports you. If that fellow Hua Dao tries to harm you, I will be the first to help you." Within the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao, who was currently taking care of the netherworld flower, also giggled. "So what if I smashed her nose crooked? The next time that bitch sneak attacks you, I will help you smack her mouth crooked." Xiao Chun was speechless. These people really wished for the world to be in chaos. As the top true inheritor of the Thousand Mystery Sect, even if Hua Dao was not as strong as Feng Xingsheng, he would not be easy to deal with. Furthermore, according to what Shui Lingling said, this person was definitely a vile character. The methods that some people of the righteous Dao disdain to use might very well be used by this person. Shui Lingling smiled warmly. Her fluttering purple robes made her look like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. "Xiao Chan, you don't have to worry too much about Hua Dao. If he dares to make a move, I will directly smack him to death. The savage battlefield is not some other place." Xiao Chen's tone was indifferent, but it contained an unquestionable confidence and tyranny that gave one a sense of security. When one looked into the distance, one could discover a faint black screen in the distant horizon. It connected the sky and the ground. However, one could not see it clearly because it was very far away. As the group advanced, they met more and more outstanding talents from all over the Tianwu domain. All of them had powerful techniques and were filled with anticipation as they flew excitedly towards the savage battlefield. Occasionally, people would greet Xiao Chen's group. Of course, they were all doing so out of respect for Shui Lingling. Xiao Chen was the only female among the 7 giants of the younger generation. Furthermore, she was a girl as pretty as a flower. Shui Lingling's popularity was not limited to the 18 southern provinces, but throughout the entire Tianwu domain. 3 days later, the group could already see that faint black screen very clearly. It was a wall made of dense black qi. It was unknown how thick it was. It connected the sky to the ground, forming a demonic barrier that locked down this space. The black demonic qi gave off a heart-palpitating aura. If one looked at it for a long time, they would feel an unbearable pressure. Chapter 698. Many cultivators of various sects stood on a small mound not far from the black barrier. There was a hubbub of voices as they chatted with each other. When friends met, they chatted happily. When enemies met, they immediately started fighting without saying anything. Before Xiao Chen and the others landed on the mound, they heard the sounds of intense fighting. Quintessence surged, and the wind howled like thunder. Several cultivators gathered around the fight to watch the excitement. Occasionally, they nodded their heads. Clearly, this fight was of high quality. This was not a fight of an ordinary minor character. Otherwise, it would not have attracted such praise. On the profound sunbird, Hu Hai's eyes lit up. He shouted, "It's Feng Xingsheng. He is dueling with someone." Xiao Chan had noticed long ago that the bladesman fighting was Feng Xingsheng, whom he met 3 days ago. As for the other person, Xiao Chan did not recognize the stout man holding a black wooden staff. However, based on the way he fought, he could easily tell that he was a Battle Realm cultivator. Feng Xingsheng's moves were large and powerful. As he swept his staff, a strong wind blew as he shouted continuously. There was also the image of an ancient giant behind him, also brandishing a wooden staff. With the activation of the ancient giant's bloodline, the stout man's strength was extremely ferocious. He forced Feng Xingsheng to dodge. "Feng Xingsheng, with your level, you dare to challenge my big brother? You are too naive. Haha." The stout man laughed loudly, appearing very pleased with himself. 9 Battle Realm cultivators with vast auras stood behind the stout man. They were the famous 10 great Battle Realm geniuses. The stout man that Feng Xingsheng defeated with 1 saber strike previously still had a scar on his face. He laughed loudly and said, "Second brother, beat him up ruthlessly. Later, I will carve a tortoise on his face and show him how powerful the Battle Realm cultivators are." When Xiao Chan heard this, he understood the grudges. The Battle Realm cultivators always worked together. Previously, Feng Xingsheng had beaten the 10th brother badly. Now that they met again, of course, he wanted to take revenge. However, in Xiao Chen's opinion, it would be difficult. The second-ranked Battle Realm genius would not be a match for Feng Xingsheng. He would also suffer a miserable defeat. With the support of Saber Intent, A bladesman did not fear clashing head-on. Even though Feng Xingxing possessed a great perfection saber intent, he still dodged. Clearly, he was looking for a weak point and wanted to kill it in one strike, not wasting any of his strength or trump cards. On one hand, he was guarding against the top genius of the battle realm, who had yet to make his move. Furthermore, when he entered the savage battlefield later, he would face even more intense competition. This was just an appetizer. If he could conserve his quintessence, he would. If he could not expose his trump cards, he would. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. The stout man fought to his heart's content, forcing Feng Xingxing to retreat. When Xiao Chen saw himself forcing the famous Feng Xingxing into such a sorry state in front of so many outstanding talents, he could not help getting carried away. Amidst the continuous attacks, an insignificant flaw appeared. It was almost negligible because the flaw was too small, and the time it appeared was too short. As soon as he appeared, the burly man reacted and hurriedly changed his move to make up for it. He was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Although he looked bold and unrestrained, he was not reckless in battle. However, it was too late. Feng Xingxing narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. His defensive saber move suddenly burst forth with an unparalleled sharpness. The ordinary saber blade gave off a bright light. Feng Xingxing's aura instantly changed. It was like he was a completely different person. A strong wind blew and Feng Xingxing's clothes fluttered. He ferociously swung his saber forward and instantly grasped that opening, catching the burly man, who was preparing to change his move to make up for it, off guard. Dang! 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 The saber clashed with the metal staff, creating sparks. The burly man's move immediately became messed up. Feng Xingxing did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He took 7 steps forward, forcefully expanding the small opening that he originally had into something that would affect victory or defeat. Furthermore, Feng Xingxing's saber intent and quintessence did not increase. He still relied on his original strength and exquisite saber techniques. Everything happened very quickly. By the time the other Battle Realm geniuses reacted, the metal staff in the burly man's hand had already been knocked away. The situation was dire. Boom! A strong aura burst forth, and a person leaped out from behind. Then this person leaped to the front of the burly man, and used his gloved right hand to block Feng Xingxing's saber strike. This person caught Feng Xingxing's heavy saber strike with one hand. However, he did not move back at all. The energy on his saber surged out, kicking up a ferocious strong wind. "Big brother," the burly man said with lingering fear after dodging a calamity. The person who came was the top genius of the 10 great battle realms, Niu Deng. In less than half a year since he arrived in the Kunlun realm, he had already defeated several famous young experts. This had allowed Niu Deng's reputation to soar rapidly. His reputation as the top genius of the battle realms was not exaggerated at all. Feng Xingxing and Niu Deng both feared each other's strength. After exchanging blows for a while, they tacitly withdrew their moves at the same time. Niu Deng smiled coldly and said, "You'd best not let me meet you in the savage battlefield. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." Feng Xingxing sheathed his saber and said calmly, "Do you think I fear you?" The two of them looked at each other in an extremely unfriendly manner before returning to their own teams. Hu Hai clicked his tongue and said, "This is really intense." Before entering the savage battlefield, it has already reached the point where one side lives or the other dies. This trip to the savage battlefield will probably be even more intense than the previous ones. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That is natural. This is the age of geniuses, where many outstanding talents gather. It would be impossible for it not to be intense. Let's go in first." Feeling suspicious, Junxi asked, "Can we go in? The demonic barrier does not seem to have weakened completely. I see that the others are waiting." Shui Lingling smiled faintly and did not say anything. The profound sun bird under her suddenly accelerated, turning into a beam of green light heading for the demonic barrier that connected the sky and the ground. When Shui Lingling approached the demonic barrier, her expression sank slightly. She sent out a palm strike, and her purple robes fluttered in the wind. The dense and surging veritable essence energy surged out, immediately tearing a large hole in the demonic barrier that others did not dare to look at directly. A green light flickered, and before the hole closed, The profound sunbird quickly entered. Shui Lingling did not wait for the demonic barrier to weaken. She directly shattered the black wall of demonic chi with a palm strike and forced her way in. Although the outstanding talents outside were startled, they were not too surprised. However, there weren't too many surprises, because the 7 great powerhouses who had arrived earlier had all forcefully broken in. The 7 giants truly live up to their name. Only they are half-sages and have the ability to force their way in. In this experiential training of the savage battlefield, the 3 holy masters all went to the outer region to adventure. These 7 will probably gain the most. They can't do anything about it. Half-sages can already comprehend the laws of the world. Their quintessence is very different from ours. The difference is too great. The various outstanding talents discussed the situation. As they watched the 7 giants enter one by one, they could not do anything about it. Even experts like Feng Xingxing, Niu Deng, and Hua Dao could not do anything about the demonic barrier that had not weakened yet. The demonic barrier needed strong quintessence to break through. There was no shortcut. The 7 giants' combat prowess was similar to the 7 giants. However, in terms of quintessence, they were much weaker. After a while, the black wall formed by the demonic chi began to weaken at a rate visible to the naked eye. The eyes of Feng Xingxing and the others lit up. They could not wait to force their way in. Some of the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time could no longer wait, and wanted to take this opportunity to charge in as well. Unfortunately, these cultivators did not have enough quintessence. They were weaker than Feng Xingxing and the others. The moment they entered, they heard blood-curdling screams. This made some of the restless cultivators immediately turn obedient. Only when the sky turned dark and the demonic barrier weakened completely did everyone enter the savage battlefield in a single file. At the same time, some sneaky figures took the opportunity to barge in from some of the more desolate areas of the demonic barrier that spanned 500 kilometers. These were all loose cultivators who came because of the fame of the savage battlefield. They were all very old and had deep cultivations. Most of them were at least as strong as Feng Xingxing. There were also some whose cultivation bases were comparable to the 7 powerhouses of the younger generation. The savage battlefield, which was held once every 3 years, officially opened. The various factions gathered here, as well as many loose cultivators who came to try their luck. Under the calm surface, undercurrents surged. No one knew what kind of sparks would erupt. Dark clouds lingered in the blood-dyed sky. The sky was dark and gloomy, devoid of light. When one looked up, the sky looked like it would fall at any moment, inspiring a strange pressure in one's heart. A strong wind howled for thousands of kilometers. The ground was covered in scarlet soil. It looked like the soil and blood were mixed together. This place was the famous savage battlefield of the Tianwu domain. The profound sunbird, which had the bloodline of an immortal beast, felt extremely frustrated here. It was very sensitive to the aura in the air. Shui Lingling did not force the profound sunbird. She let it shrink to the size of a palm and perch on her shoulder. Then the group walked on the ground of the savage battlefield. When Xiao Chan felt the ancient aura of the savage battlefield, he suddenly thought of the mysterious map he obtained when he killed Lone Wolf. The aura on that map was no different from the aura of this place. The terrain was similar as well. Could this be the map of the savage battlefield? Xiao Qin's heart pounded heavily. Not only could the mysterious map imprint all the images into one's mind, but it also accurately marked out the danger level of the various forbidden lands. If one could follow the map, not only would they be able to reduce the time spent exploring, but they would also be able to avoid some of the dangerous forbidden lands. Their survivability would increase significantly. First Senior Sister, where are we going now? Chapter 699. When Hu Hai and the others felt the strange atmosphere, they all calmed down. Then they looked at Shui Lingling, who had been here before. Shui Lingling looked around and said, "We are now in the northern part of the savage battlefield, the bloody ground wasteland. This is a rather peripheral area, so it is not very dangerous. However, we still need to be careful." Hu Hai's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "I've heard of the bloody ground wasteland before. This place produces blood crystals. It is a treasure land." Blood crystals were rare ores that could only be formed in ancient battlefields filled with endless massacres. Naturally, the savage battlefield was of a higher standard than the other ancient battlefields. According to legend, This was the battlefield of emperors. Blood crystals could temper a cultivator's mental energy. In the martial epoch, secret manuals and cultivation techniques that could directly cultivate mental energy only existed in legends. Mental energy could only be strengthened by external objects. Blood crystals were the peak of such external objects. One inferior-grade blood crystal could sell for 30 to 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's right. This place does indeed produce blood crystals. However, blood crystals are not that easy to obtain. We have to find a blood crystal mine first and kill the twin-headed demonic blood wolves that feed on blood crystals." Mental energy was very useful to martial monarchs. The most direct manifestation of this was the expansion of one's perception, aura, and mental state. As for pure mental energy martial techniques, they were extremely rare. However, there were many geniuses in the Kunlun realm. Just because they were rare did not mean that they did not exist. If one really met a cultivator who knew mental energy martial techniques, having a stronger mental energy would increase one's ability to protect themselves. Come, let's go to the inferior grade blood crystal mines to take a look. After 3 years they should have recovered significantly. Shui Lingling led the 5 of them through the vast bloody ground wasteland. Along the way they encountered some low-grade demonic beasts that blocked their way. However, Shui Lingling killed them all. It had to be said that following such an experienced and strong first senior sister made things much easier for Hu Hai and the others. Otherwise, Hu Hai and the others would not even know where to go on this bloody ground wasteland, which had almost the same terrain. Not to mention, there were countless demonic beasts harassing him. Under the constant disturbance, it would be very difficult for his mind to remain calm. With Shui Lingling here, these small things were not a problem. They just needed to follow behind her. Stop! There is a group of high-level demonic beasts flying over. Shui Lingling, who had been rushing ahead, suddenly stopped. She waved her hand, and the profound sun bird on her shoulder immediately enlarged, spreading its huge wings. Shui Lingling entered the wings and called Xiao Chan and the others to come in as well. Then the profound sun bird's wings quickly closed, covering them tightly. Every single feather on the profound sun bird's body burst into flames, turning its entire body into a green fireball. Sizzling sounds came from the air. The flames on the profound sunbird seemed to have a strong suppressive effect on the aura of the savage battlefield. Under the burning of the profound yang true fire, the turbid and unpleasant-smelling air was unexpectedly purified into a large area of fresh and clean air. When the high-ranked demonic beasts in the sky saw the clump of flames on the ground, they all felt a natural fear and quickly avoided it. After a long time, the profound sunbird retracted its wings and shrank back to its original size, landing on Shui Lingling's shoulder. Everyone looked up and saw more than 100 flying demonic beasts in the sky ahead slowly vanishing from sight. Hu Hai said with some fear on his face, "Those are flying demonic eagles, rank 8 demonic beasts. There are actually more than 100 of them. If they discover us, the consequences will be dire." Shui Lingling corrected Hu Hai. "Those are not ordinary flying demonic eagles. They are mutated flying demonic eagles. Their feathers and bones have all crystallized, and they are extremely horrifying. They are the most difficult demonic beasts to deal with in the bloody ground wasteland." Fortunately, there was no mishap. Under Shui Lingling's lead, the group continued forward. After 1 hour, they arrived at a crack in the bloody ground wasteland. After making many turns and turns in the dark underground, they finally arrived at an inferior-grade blood crystal origin. Unfortunately, aside from a pile of twin-headed demonic blood wolf corpses, there was nothing else on the ground. The ground was full of potholes, and the inferior-grade blood crystals had all been picked clean. However, there was nothing to be found. Clearly, someone had arrived first. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and left without saying a word. After that, they searched for a few more inferior-grade blood crystal origins. However, without exception, someone else had arrived before them. Strange, Bai Wuxue and the others would not be so ruthless. Furthermore, inferior-grade blood crystals are not worth them doing this. "It looks like loose cultivators sneaked in ahead of us," Shui Lingling said softly. Shui Lingling said softly. After thinking for a while, she immediately made a decision. "Ordinary blood crystals are useless to me. However, they are very useful to you. Since we are passing through the bloody ground wasteland, We should take some blood crystals with us. 6 hours later, Shui Lingling led the group to a crack in the depths of the bloody ground wasteland. The scarlet crack burst open, and liquid flowed out of the soil on both sides. It looked like blood, looking very strange. This is a medial-grade blood crystal origin. The guardian beasts here are even stronger. Regular loose cultivators would not dare to take risks here. Be careful. When the group heard this, they raised their guard, not daring to relax. The scarlet liquid flowed down the sides of the crack, giving off a heavy stench. As Xiao Chen and the others slowly descended, they experienced a long ordeal. This crack truly lived up to its name as the path to a medial-grade blood crystal origin. Compared to the previous times, it took them several times longer to descend. Only then did the group find their footing stable. The front was pitch black. Shui Lingling sent out a floating clump of light, illuminating the surroundings and guiding the group. After a few steps, the group discovered the remains of several demonic beast corpses. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and continued to lead the way without saying a word. At the end of the path, a cave appeared before the group's eyes. Shui Lingling extinguished the clump of light and took out the purple bow on her back. When the people behind him saw this scene, they all tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. They looked very nervous. At such a close distance, Xiao Chen and the others could sense a few strong auras hiding in the cave. However, to their surprise, the group entered the cave smoothly and did not suffer any attacks. TSK, another group of people came. Gu Mu, you old fogey, are you still thinking of monopolizing the medial-grade blood crystals here? A hoarse voice came from the darkness. The group looked in the direction of the voice and discovered that the one who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s. This middle-aged man wore black robes and had withdrawn his aura. He hid in a crack in the cave. If he had not spoken, no one would have discovered him. There was a red mound about a kilometer in front of the cave. It gave off an alluring red light in the dark night. This was the medial-grade blood crystal source that the middle-aged man mentioned. The eyes of Hu Hai and the others lit up. However, when they looked carefully, they saw a four-headed demonic blood wolf crouching beside the red mound. The wolf lay on the ground, and its four-head's eyes were all tightly shut. It was in a deep sleep. However, even in its sleep, the aura that the four-headed demonic blood wolf gave off still inspired fear in everyone, not daring to underestimate it. When the group looked carefully, they discovered a faint scarlet halo on the ground. This halo happened to surround the area within 500 meters of the blood crystal source. What a crafty four-headed demonic blood wolf! Even in its sleep, it did not forget to be vigilant. As long as it went past that halo, it would probably startle awake. However, no matter how powerful the four-headed demonic blood wolf was, it was only a medial grade rank 8 demonic beast. A half-sage would have trouble dealing with it. With so many people working together, they could deal with it easily. Clearly, the four-headed demonic blood wolf was not the problem now. The girl with the bow, you can stay. The rest of you can scram. Another voice came from above the cave. When the group looked up, they discovered a skinny old man standing upside down above the cave. This old man looked like he had taken root on an old tree. As he stood there, he looked extremely strange. This was probably the Gu Mu that the middle-aged man mentioned. This person had a deep aura and a horrifying cultivation, no weaker than Shui Lingling's. Originally, he wanted to monopolize this medial grade blood crystal source. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man interfered. Now that another group of people had arrived, naturally, the middle-aged man was even more displeased. While this blood crystal source looked like a lot, the yield of medial grade blood crystals was too low. With so many people, there was simply not enough to go around. Furthermore, the middle-aged man's initial plan was not to share it with anyone. Suddenly, the middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. Gu Mu, I feel that you and I can work together. Not only can we split this raw ore, but these people will also not have to leave this place. This person looked rather kind-hearted. However, his thoughts were even more sinister than Gu Mu's. Gu Mu was somewhat stunned. Then he smiled strangely and said, "Ha, I did not expect that. That is a pretty good idea." Shui Lingling smiled faintly and said, "In that case, feel free to make a move and see who it is. There is no need to leave this place." As Xiao Chan spoke, she pointed her heavy purple bow at the middle-aged man. A sharp killing intent pierced through the air. staring at the middle-aged man like a venomous snake in the dark. The middle-aged man felt a chill in his heart for some reason. He circulated his quintessence and negated this killing intent. He said coldly, "Little girl, do you really dare to make a move? Gumu and I are people in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking. When we came out, you were not even born yet." Gumu said indifferently, "It looks like after 10 odd years, the little fellows of the Qianwu domain have all forgotten about our past deeds." Hu Hai, Chan Xiao, and Jun Xi's palms turned sweaty. They felt somewhat nervous. Unexpectedly, they ran into such powerful loose cultivators the moment they arrived in the savage battlefield. 2 people in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking had appeared in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, they did not care about the 9 ranks of the great families, wanting to kill and snatch their treasures. Xiao Chen's gaze wandered around, but his emotions did not fluctuate much. Be it the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, the golden savage ox sculpture, or the 3 blue dragon images, he would be able to protect himself before a half-sage. Even if he could not defeat them and wanted to flee, he would still be able to do so easily. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the other entrance at the back of the cave. It was pitch black there. His spiritual sense could not penetrate it, let alone his vision. However, Xiao Chan could clearly hear the faint sound of footsteps coming from that direction. Chapter 700. Shui Lingling did not have the slightest bit of fear when facing 2 rogue cultivators who were ranked in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking. Under the illumination of the red light that occasionally flashed in the darkness, Shui Lingling's peerless face looked cold and fearless. Gumu and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. They could not figure out what was going on and did not dare to act rashly. This was especially so for the bow in Shui Lingling's hand. It seemed to be a holy weapon passed down from the immortal epoch. "Gumu, why are you hesitating? Riches come from danger. Such a fat sheep delivering itself to you is rare. If you take that purple bow to the black market, you will definitely be able to sell it for heaven ranked. It will be even more valuable than these blood crystals." The middle-aged man sent a voice projection to Gumu. Gumu stood upside down in the air and smiled coldly. "In that case, you can go first. After this, I will only get 40%. You can get 60%. This old fellow is still as crafty as ever," the middle-aged man muttered. Finally, he steeled himself and said, "I will count to 3. Everyone attack together." "No problem." The dark cave fell strangely silent. The air seemed to freeze. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Hu Hai and the others felt that something was wrong. They all raised their guard to the highest, tightly grasping their weapons. Dong! 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 Just as the 2 counted to 3 and were about to attack, clear footsteps came from the cave behind them. Gumu and the middle-aged man quickly stopped their attacks. They were old and cunning. They did not want others to take advantage of them. The moment this group of people appeared, Xiao Chan noticed them. The leader was a young man in blue robes. He had a handsome face and held a folding fan in his hand, looking very scholarly. Behind this young man were 4 beautiful maidservants, each with their own merits. These 4 girls looked like they had pretty good cultivations similar to Hu Hai and the others. Seeing this person's appearance, Chan Xiao and the others were somewhat astonished. Clearly, this person had a great background. Jun Xi said softly, "The passionate young master Murong Lingfeng. Unexpectedly, he is here as well." Murong Lingfeng was the scion of the rank 9 Murong clan. In the Qianwu domain, he was as famous as Shui Lingling, one of the 7 giants. Because Murong Lingfeng showed affection everywhere and managed to court several famous beauties of the Qianwu domain, he was given the title of the passionate young master. In the eyes of men, he was definitely the most unwelcome type of person. Not only had this guy managed to woo the goddess in other people's hearts, but he had also managed to woo her. Not only had he managed to court the goddesses of others, but he had also let them go. No one knew who his next target would be. Gumu and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. They were both shocked. To think that such a young half-sage had appeared. It looked like their plan of monopolizing the medial grey blood crystal raw, or was no longer feasible. Murong Lingfeng waved his hand, and the 4 maidservants behind him stopped in their tracks, not going near the red halo on the ground. "Ling," he said softly. "Murong Lingfeng Xiao Yun. Murong Mountain Sect Feng, demon behind." Demon Feng Not, Spirit Sun Demon Demon, Demon Ling Feng, Demon Chan Dragon. Otherwise, if more people come, we'll only get less and less. Naturally, Shui Lingling did not object. She was not like the loose cultivators who lacked resources and needed to use blood crystals to exchange. She only needed to give Xiao Chan and the others a few blood crystals each. Gu Mu and the middle-aged man thought for a long time before saying, "Deal. Good. In that case, let's kill these four-headed demonic blood wolves together." Xiao! 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 Suddenly, four beams of light lit up the dark cave, illuminating it. The strong energy fluctuations startled the sleeping demonic blood wolves awake. However, no matter how powerful the four-headed demonic blood wolves were, they would only be able to see this world for the last time when facing four half-sages. Gu Mu turned around and used his quintessence to imitate tree branches. Then, he instantly wrapped them around a wolf head and infused his strong wood-attributed quintessence into the wolf head. Bang! The wolf head burst open, and blood spurted out. The middle-aged man sent out a skull imprint, and a baleful aura spread out. Then another wolf head burst open. Murong Lingfeng waved his folding fan, and a sharp fan-shaped quintessence moved like a crescent moon, chopping off a wolf head at the neck. Shui Lingling was even more relaxed. She gently pulled the bowstring, and a red light flashed. Then a wolf head burst open. Scarlet light shone everywhere. With the four half-sages attacking at the same time, the four-headed demonic blood wolves did not have any chance to resist and died on the spot. When the group landed before the blood crystal Gu Mu said excitedly, "All right, it is time to split the blood crystals. As agreed, the four of us will split it equally. I'll go first." The middle-aged man also revealed a relaxed expression. He was just waiting to split the medial gray blood crystals. Boom! However, just at this moment, something unexpected happened. Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng did not hesitate to attack at the same time, launching sharp attacks at the other two. Murong Lingfeng gently waved his folding fan, and his figure flashed as he charged at the middle-aged man. Shui Lingling held her bow, and a sharp blade shot out from each end of the bow. Then she charged at Gu Mu. The expressions of Gu Mu and the middle-aged man changed drastically. They had not expected two juniors to abandon them after crossing the river, falling out with them on the spot. Bang! 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 In the spacious cave, there was a burst of intense energy fluctuations. Powerful true essence rippled outwards, causing the ground beneath their feet to constantly tremble. It was not convenient for the others to interfere in a battle between half-sages. They all retreated to the side. However, they all tightly grasped their weapons, prepared to help at any time. Gu Mu had a deep wood-attributed quintessence. With a wave of his hand, he could produce all sorts of trees. As the trees grew, many branches appeared. If one got careless and got caught by the branches, the wood-attributed quintessence would seep into one's body, making it very difficult to deal with. Shui Lingling held her bow and executed a strange martial technique. The purple bow was very nimble in her hands. The sharp blades on both ends of the bow easily chopped the branches flying at her. They could not get close to her at all. Gu Mu attacked several times, but he could not do anything to Shui Lingling. Instead, she pushed him forward, forcing him back step by step. Gu Mu said angrily, "Two little fellows, are you tired of living? Do you think that after not coming out for 10-odd years you can be so arrogant?" On the other side, the middle-aged man's situation was not much better than Gu Mu's. Murong Lingfeng's movement technique was ethereal. As he opened and closed his folding fan, he sent out crescent moon-shaped quintessence. He shattered all the skull seals that the middle-aged man sent out. The formless attacks, combined with Murong Lingfeng's movement technique that moved like the wind, forced the middle-aged man into a corner. "Two little brats, don't push us too far. When we came out, you were not even born yet." The middle-aged man scolded angrily. However, Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng just smiled and did not say anything, simply ignoring him. The two old men on the evil cultivator ranking did not understand the situation before them at all. After not coming out for several decades, they thought that the Tianwu domain was the same as before. They did not even think about it. After 10-odd years, who would still care about them? Now, the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain were in the limelight. Every one of them was an outstanding genius, a cultivator with great boldness and great accomplishments. They became famous at a young age. Then they stood on the proud Son of Heaven ranking, remaining there for 10 years, killing countless loose cultivators. Gumu ranked 49th on the evil cultivator ranking, and the middle-aged man ranked 50th. With such high rankings, killing them in Bushin Palace would be a great boon. Loose cultivators committed all sorts of evil. The people ranked so highly on the evil cultivator ranking could not be good people, so killing them was not a big deal. If one ran into these two loose cultivators alone, one might not make a move. After all, it would be difficult to fight one against two. However, in a one-on-one fight there was nothing to hesitate about. These were the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. Their strength already surpassed that of many of the older generation cultivators. There was nothing to fear. No matter how Gumu and the middle-aged man cursed, how dissatisfied they were, or how much they struggled, they did not care. Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng remained silent. They dealt with every move, suppressing the two, not giving them any opportunities. When Hu Hai and the others saw this scene, shock filled their eyes. Unexpectedly, the top 50 loose cultivators of the evil cultivator ranking were beaten into such a sorry state. Kasie, the middle-aged man, was slightly weaker than Gumu. He could not hold on any longer, and the passionate young master chopped off his left arm with his folding fan. His left arm was directly chopped off. Blood flowed like a fountain and he howled in pain. Gumu's expression changed slightly. If the middle-aged man died, he would not be able to survive the pincer attack of the two. Hence he thought of retreating. Withered tree reviving spring. The withered old man roared and used his trump card. His lethargic body suddenly bloomed with an extremely vigorous life force. His aura also rose steadily as the true energy in his body dispersed, causing ripples to erupt in the air, forming an earth-shaking whistling sound. It was like a withered tree coming back to life. His strength increased by about 30%. The withered old man already had the strength of a half-step sage. Suddenly, his strength increased by another 30%. One could well imagine his battle prowess. When he sent out a palm strike, Shui Lingling, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. Gumu took advantage of this opportunity and quickly dodged. Then his cursing voice resounded. "Little girl, this old man will repay today's grudge tenfold in the future." A heaven-defying martial technique like withered tree coming to life had strong side effects. If one did not immediately consume a 10,000-year-old spirit herb that could increase one's chi and blood, the cultivator would lose their life force. Gumu did not have much lifespan left in the first place. With such a loss, unless he had a fortuitous encounter, he would not have many years left. Gumu's hatred for Shui Lingling was easy to imagine. Scram! When Hu Hai and the others saw Gumu's strength soar in rage, their expressions changed, and they quickly moved to the side. A full-powered strike from a half-sage could severely injure them. Now that Gumu's strength had soared, how could they dare to block him? Gumu's figure flashed as he headed for the cave entrance at lightning speed. Once he got out, he would be able to escape. Gumu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, when he arrived at the cave entrance, he discovered that at some point in time, the white-robed Xiao Chan had blocked the entrance, looking at him expressionlessly. "You are seeking death." Seeing that a mere medial-grade martial monarch dared to block him, Gumu threw a palm strike. Pa! Pa! The palm wind gave off a thunderous explosion. The vast wood-attributed quintessence caused a strong wind to blow. It was like a majestic old tree furiously pulling out its branches, trying to tear Xiao Chan in half. Chapter 701. Seeing this palm wind, which could split a small mountain in half, about to strike him, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. All his vital qi surged like a surging river. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged and burned. Now that the firmament body tempering art had reached the 7th layer, Xiao Chen's physical body was already comparable to a sage body, giving off a strong life force. The acupoints on Xiao Chen's arms burst open. His left hand turned into a dragon and his right hand into a tiger. As he crossed his arms, the roars of a dragon and a tiger rang out endlessly, forming the stance of a crouching tiger-hidden dragon. Bang! A surging energy came from Xiao Chen's arms, causing his internal organs to churn. His qi and blood surged, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Qian's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, not moving at all, blocking Gumu's attack. When Gumu discovered that not only did his palm strike fail to kill Xiao Qian, but it also failed to push him back, he could not help but feel astonished. Xiao Qian was a medial-grade martial monarch. How could he be qualified to resist him? Damn it! After his first attack failed, Gumu immediately sent out another palm strike. This time, he used 120% of his quintessence. If Xiao Qian did not retreat, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Xiu! However, Gumu no longer had a chance to send out this palm strike. For the first time, Shui Lingling, who was in the depths of the cave, drew the purple bow in her hand into the shape of a full moon. A green profound sun true flame burned on the arrow. She gently released it, and the flaming arrow streaked across the dark cave like a meteor, disappearing in a flash. It was so fast that no one could catch it. They could only vaguely see a beam of light flash by before disappearing. Bang! Gumu's skinny head suddenly exploded into a clump of fire. Then, he turned into a headless corpse and fell heavily to the ground. Junci and the others rushed over. When they saw Xiao Qian bleeding from his lips, they asked out of concern, "Junior brother Xiao Qian, are you alright?" Xiao Qian's sage body was almost complete. As long as he was not severely injured, he would recover very quickly. At this moment he was already more than halfway healed. He smiled faintly, indicating that it was nothing serious. When the others saw this, they were all extremely shocked. They couldn't figure out why Xiao Qian only suffered such a minor injury after receiving Gumu's palm strike. Shui Lingling carried her purple bow on her back and leisurely walked over. She was not surprised that Xiao Qian was able to block Gumu. On the other side, the amorous young master waved his folding fan and beheaded the middle-aged man. Now that the two of them were dead, the blood crystal mine would be split in half. After Murong Lingfeng and Shui Lingling killed two experts ranked in the top 50 of the evil cultivator ranking, their expressions were calm. There was not the slightest hint of complacency. It was as if they had done something extremely ordinary. Shui Lingling, I haven't seen you for a year, and your skills have become even better. Gently fanning himself, Murong Lingfeng, dressed in blue, fully displayed his scholarly aura. Then he sized up Shui Lingling. Murong Lingfeng did not hide the desire in his heart, adding a sinister air to his scholarly aura, an aura that could bewitch young girls. Unfortunately, Shui Lingling was not interested in this. She did not purposely show any dislike or any intention of getting close to him. She said calmly, "Now that the problem is dealt with, Murong Lingfeng, how do you think we should split the medial grade blood crystal mine?" Murong Lingfeng was rather open-minded about this. In the Tianwu domain, there were only two women that could make him fail. Shui Lingling was one of them. Murong Lingfeng could not take down this girl, so he had long since lost interest in her. He only felt admiration for her. Let's split it according to the number of people. You and I do not need medial grade blood crystals. You have 5 people on your side and I have 4. How about a 9th each? Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." After the medial grade blood crystal mine was mined, the group obtained close to 500 medial grade blood crystals. Xiao Qian received more than 50. The people who obtained the medial grade blood crystals all revealed smiles. Each medial grade blood crystal was worth more than 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to obtaining 6 or 7 million superior grade spirit stones in just a short while. However, no one was foolish enough to exchange medial grade blood crystals for spirit stones. Using medial grade blood crystals to strengthen and stabilize one's mental energy was the right way to go. As for spirit stones, there were many other ways to obtain them. Before leaving, Murong Lingfeng invited Shui Lingling. I received news from my sect that another true dragon cave was exposed in the dragon burial mound. How about we work together to explore it? Ancient true dragons were buried in true dragon caves. Aside from the true dragon skeletons and other precious spirit treasures, there would normally be many rare spirit herbs and ores around the true dragon cave. These ores and spirit herbs were worth cities and held a fatal attraction to half-sages. Shui Lingling knew about this as well. The herbs that the inner sect's first elder wanted her to pick were all around the true dragon cave. Shui Lingling muttered to herself for a while before saying, "We'll talk about it when the time comes." I still have to help my junior brothers search for their fortuitous encounters. Murong Lingfeng performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Very well then. I'll take my leave first." As one of the 7 giants, Murong Lingfeng did not put on any airs. Before he left, aside from saying goodbye to Shui Lingling, he also nodded to Xiao Chan and the others. He could be considered a truly carefree person. After leaving this place, Shui Lingling intended to go to the superior grade blood crystal mine to try her luck. However, she found nothing. Superior grade blood crystals took too long to form. After they were all mined, it would take decades or even centuries to recover. As Xiao Chan followed behind the others, he was still pondering the palm strike he received from Gu Mu. Xiao Chan had taken the risk to receive that palm strike because he wanted to test how strong his physical body was. He wanted to know the consequences of receiving a full-powered strike from a half-sage expert. The answer he obtained did not satisfy Xiao Chan. Compared to a sage body, his physical body was still somewhat lacking. Xiao Chan needed to strengthen his defense, and his qi and blood were insufficient. He could not recover from his injuries quickly. Barely receiving a palm strike was not much of a problem. However, if the other party did not give him time to react and sent another palm strike, he would not have a good time. No, I have to be able to receive at least 3 moves from a half-sage's full-powered strike. Otherwise, with such a huge difference in cultivation, I can only run against a half-sage. I would not even have a 10% chance of victory. Xiao Chun thought to himself, setting a clear goal for himself. When Bai Wuxue saw Murong Lingfeng and Shui Lingling's true strength, the sense of danger he felt became even more intense. The strength of the 7 giants was not that far apart. Bai Wuxue's strength was definitely not weaker than these 2. They could even kill a famous half-sage loose cultivator without hesitation. It was easy to imagine how lowly Xiao Chan was in their eyes. The demonic barrier around the savage battlefield's periphery had already weakened. Several groups of sect cultivators could already be seen in the vast bloody ground wasteland. These people were filled with anticipation as they searched for blood crystal raw ores. Some people accidentally found some scattered inferior grade blood crystals and were wild with joy. When Xiao Chan and the others thought about the 50-odd medial grade blood crystals in their hands, they sighed. With someone like Shui Lingling leading them, they were much luckier than others. In the bloody ground wasteland, only blood crystals were valuable. The other natural treasures were inferior. Shui Lingling could not find any superior grade blood crystals, so she did not waste any more time here. After passing through the long bloody ground wasteland, the scene in front of the group finally changed. A pitch-black swamp appeared before them. Many cultivators gathered at the entrance of the swamp, hesitating to advance. They all cursed, not knowing what was going on. Shui Lingling said, "In front is the death swamp. The swamp is divided into the periphery and the inner area. Many demonic pythons reside in the periphery. The inner area is the true death swamp. When martial emperors died, their mental energy turned into departed spirits." Hu Hai thought for a while and said, "I heard that there are many strange fruits in Python Swamp. There is an earth essence fruit that can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation." An earth essence fruit that can directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. When he looked at the death swamp, which was filled with poisonous gas and dirty water, he could not help but feel excited. Although the group had not been to the savage battlefield before, they clearly had some understanding of some of the forbidden lands there. Chan Xiao continued, "After we pass Python Swamp and enter the true Death Swamp, we can exchange moves with the departed spirits of martial emperors. If we are lucky and do not die, our martial techniques will improve greatly." Shui Lingling revealed a faint smile on her elegant and refined face. Her red lips parted as she said, "You are right. However, the strange fruits all have strong venomous pythons guarding them. The death swamp is even more dangerous. If you meet the departed spirits of martial emperors above 3-star, you will not have any chance of surviving." Xiao Chun looked at the crowd and frowned. It seems like something is blocking the entrance. These people are not in a rush to enter. Any cultivator would be tempted by a strange fruit that could increase a cultivator's cultivation. They would not wait outside for no reason. "Let's go over and take a look." When the group got close, they finally understood what was going on. Surging black miasma spread outside Python Swamp. Not only did it contain a strong poison, but it also blocked the vision of cultivators, preventing them from seeing the dirty water under their feet. There was only a path in the middle that someone had opened. The miasma was thin, and it provided a wide field of vision. This was the only entrance. However, at this moment, for some reason, a 600-meter-long venomous black snake as thick as a bathtub coiled around this only entrance. Its body was covered in black scales. A 7-centimeter-long black horn protruded from the middle of its head. Its body coiled up like a small hill, completely blocking the group's path. That bastard. Shimin Bao is too much of a bastard. He lured over such a huge python and blocked us all here. That bastard snatched a 200-year-old earth essence fruit for himself and dumped all the trouble on us. The cultivators blocking the entrance all showed rage on their faces. However, no one dared to take the lead against this huge creature. They could only curse in their hearts. The Shimin clan was one of the rank 9 clans of the Tianwu domain. They had Emperor Wu as their protector. They had deep accumulations and strong strength, comparable to Murong Lingfeng's clan. However, Shimin Bao was slightly weaker than Murong Lingfeng. He was not ranked among the 7 giants, but he was an expert second only to them, on the same level as Feng Xingsheng. Chapter 702. When Hu Hai and the others heard that this 300-meter-long python was lured over by Shimin Bao, they did not reveal any surprised expressions. This person was arrogant and despotic. Relying on his clan's status, he acted fearless outside and often did things that harmed others to benefit himself. His great-grandfather was as strong as Emperor Wu. Even if he went overboard, the older generation experts would not dare to kill him. They could only teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if he angered Emperor Wu, the consequences would be dire. When Shui Lingling saw the 300-meter-long venomous snake, joy flashed in her eyes. She muttered, "A 300-year-old black-horned venomous snake. Its venomous horn is worth cities." Ha ha ha. A 300-year-old venomous horn. This old man is really lucky. I just arrived here, and I already obtained such a treasure. My poison attacks will improve further. Just as Shui Lingling prepared to kill the snake, loud laughter came from behind. A black figure streaked through the air, leaving behind a black beam of light. That beam of light crossed the distance of a few kilometers in a few breaths, heading straight for the black-horned venomous snake. Huang Qianren, the 31st ranked loose cultivator of the evil cultivator gang. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. When the others saw Huang Qianren's appearance, they all paled in fright and retreated, afraid that this person would target them and kill them. Huang Qianren was dressed in black, and his figure was scarily skinny. His eyes were sunken in, and black lines formed by poison circled them. This made his skinny face look exceptionally horrifying. This person was good at using poison and was infamous in the Tianwu domain. He had once poisoned 100,000 people to death in a city, not even sparing women or children. Huang Qianren's poison techniques were unfathomable. Several half-sages with stronger cultivations did not dare to make an enemy out of him. Even if they killed him, they would not be able to escape death after being poisoned. It would be easy for both sides to suffer. As a result, Huang Qianren was still active in the Tianwu domain, committing all sorts of crimes and inspiring fear in others. When such a ruthless person arrived, the cultivators stuck outside felt horrified. However, they all heaved a sigh of relief. With Huang Qianren here, the 300-meter-long venomous snake blocking the entrance could finally be eliminated. As Shui Lingling watched Huang Qianren make his move, she entered deep thought. However, in the end she gave up. She didn't practice poison techniques, and she didn't have any friends who did. There was no need to fight with Huang Qianren just to collect a poisonous horn, especially when there were so many people present. Poo-poo. Just as Huang Qianren was about to reach the entrance, a long whip made of lightning tore through the air and attacked him with a thunderous sound. The lightning whip was like a wriggling venomous snake. The electric light was dazzling, illuminating the dark space. The dust floating in the air was all blasted into smithereens by the static electricity, forming balls of powder that were blown away by the wind, causing the air in that area to be especially pure. As soon as the lightning whip appeared, Huang Qianren's hair stood on end. The black streak of light that had been rapidly streaking through the air was forced to come to a stop. It condensed quintessential essence to protect its body, and then shot out a palm to block the sharp whip. Bang! The palm wind formed by quintessential essence clashed with the lightning whip. A loud sound rang out in the air, and electricity exploded, giving off a dazzling light. As soon as the lightning whip dissipated, another lightning whip immediately formed and attacked. There were countless whip shadows, and they were continuous bursting with terrifying power. As the electric light exploded, it forced Huang Qianren, who was flying over, back. The cultivators outside all looked to the side curiously. They wanted to know who was so powerful that they could force Huang Qianren back. The newcomer was handsome and wore long robes with lightning patterns. He held a purple whip in his hand and flew across the ground, leaving behind afterimages. As he held the whip in his right hand, he brandished it in the air. As the whip lashed the air, it gave off thunderous sounds. Under the control of the whip, the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air took shape, allowing it to attack Huang Qianren from a kilometer away. The thunder and lightning palace is in Juanxi, so it's him. Seeing this person's appearance, the originally curious cultivators all revealed expressions that should have been expected. The Thunder and Lightning Palace was one of the 39 ranks of the great families in the 23 eastern provinces of the Tianwu domain. Its top true inheritor was in Juanxi, one of the 7 giants of the younger generation. Of the 7 giants, Juanxi was the first to become famous. He was also the oldest, already 30 years old. Rumor had it that he was the strongest of the 7 giants. 4 years ago, Juanxi fought with Feng Wuji, the first ranker of the proud son of heaven ranking. After exchanging 1,000 moves, he finally lost. Feng Wuji was the leader of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. He frequently occupied the first rank of the proud son of heaven ranking, glistening with golden light and resplendent starlight. Feng Wuji had already left to travel the various outer regions. However, no one could surpass the legend he left behind. Everyone could only look up to him. Even the other 2 holy scions were suppressed by him. Within the same generation, aside from the other 2 holy scions, Juanxi was the only outstanding talent who could exchange more than 1,000 moves with Feng Wuji. Juanxi's strength went without saying. Being able to knock back Huang Qianren from a distance was completely within reason. After all, in terms of quintessence, Huang Qianren was not particularly strong. As Juanxi flew, he did not stop moving. When he arrived at the entrance, he glanced at the black horn on the 300-meter-long venomous python's head and attacked at lightning speed. The long whip gave off countless sparks. Shoo! It wrapped around the venomous black horn. Juanxi's expression turned cold as he pulled with his right hand. An intense electric light burst out of the black horned venomous snake's head, and blood spurted out. Unexpectedly, Juanxi forcibly pulled that venomous black horn out of the 300-meter-long snake's body. The black horned venomous snake let out a low, miserable shriek. Juanxi's figure flashed. Not pausing for even a moment, he turned around and flew over the entrance. Then, he casually put away the venomous horn with his left hand. The mound-sized venomous snake soared into the air, shooting out like a sharp arrow. Compared to its huge body, it looked very uncoordinated. The terrifying mouth opened wide and bit at Juanxi. If he was bitten, he would die on the spot. There was no other ending. Who would have imagined that Juanxi would not even look at Xiao Chan? Instead, he lashed out with his whip. A dazzling electric light burst forth from the whip. Pa! When the whip struck the venomous snake, the huge body of the black-horned venomous snake immediately trembled violently in the air. He was whipped into the air and spun around before falling heavily onto the swamp. Mud splattered everywhere like raindrops. Everything happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Huang Qianren, who had just dispersed the 2 lightning whips, watched as the treasure he wanted was taken away. Roaring angrily, he charged forward in hot pursuit. The 300-meter-long venomous snake on the ground had just suffered a heavy blow. When it saw that someone else was about to charge forward, it immediately stopped. The huge tail swept through the air, carrying with it a million gene of force, wanting to smash Huang Qianren into a meat patty. Get lost! Huang Qianren's heart was burning with anxiety. He let out a furious roar and took off his glove. Then he swung his smoky palm forward and pressed it against the giant tail. Chi! The The scales on the 300-meter-long snake's skin quickly corroded away, revealing a bowl-sized bloody hole. The snake felt intense pain as it pulled back its tail and thrashed about on the ground. The lightning-fast battle happened in merely a few breaths of time. However, the various scenes were deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, unable to be erased. Be it in Juanqi's backhand whip, which overturned the 300-meter-long snake, or Huang Qianren's palm, which corroded a bowl-sized bloody hole, they left a deep impression on everyone. Both of them left a deep impression on everyone. Everyone was shocked by the two's terrifying strength. Xiao Chun entered deep thought as he looked in the direction that Juanqi left in. He felt extremely shocked in his heart as well. This was the first time Xiao Chun saw such horrifying lightning-attributed quintessence among those of the same generation. Furthermore, Juanqi executed it to perfection. The lightning-attributed quintessence in the air seemed to have become a part of his body. The Kunlun realm truly produced many geniuses, countless heroes. Just the Tianwu domain alone had so many outstanding talents. What kind of scenery did the other 4 outer domains have? Outside the Azure Sky Pavilion there was a mountain higher than the one before. After the 300-meter-long snake was injured, it no longer posed much of a threat. The remaining cultivators quickly beat it up while it was down. Soon they surrounded it and beat it to death. Then, at an even faster speed, Xiao Chun cleanly cut off all the valuable materials in the body of the 300-meter-long python. "Let's go. We should go in as well." After everyone left, Shui Lingling called out and led the 5 to the entrance. After a while, a vast swamp appeared before their eyes. Black poison gas lingered in the air, not scattering for a long time. Dirty water covered the ground. There was barely any flat land. Several places were even covered in water. When looking into the distance, they occasionally saw venomous snakes peeking out of the swamp. Shui Lingling took out 5 jade bottles and handed them to the group. She said, "These are rank 8 detoxification pills. Keep one in your mouth. When the poison gas accumulates in your body to a certain level, it will erupt with a terrifying toxicity." After that, Shui Lingling took out a bright red fruit with an overwhelming fragrance. She explained, "There are many kinds of strange fruits here, but most of them are poisonous. Do not casually consume them. This is the earth essence fruit you are looking for. Make sure you do not mistake it." The group held the earth essence fruit in their hands and checked it one by one before handing it to Shui Lingling. "In that case, let's split up for now. Go search for the earth essence fruit on your own. How much you can obtain will depend on your own abilities. If there is any danger, remember to sound the sex alarm, and I will rush over immediately." Shui Lingling explained the things they needed to take note of in Python Swamp before sending them off. After all, they were searching for fortuitous encounters. They could not always let Shui Lingling lead them. That way there would be no point in going on an adventure. Xiao Chun was the last to leave. However, Shui Lingling stopped him. She tossed him a spatial ring and said, "This is Gumu's treasure. It's for you." Seeing Xiao Chun hesitate, Shui Lingling smiled faintly and said, "Take it. I cannot let you suffer that palm strike for nothing. Furthermore, his corpse is even more valuable than this spatial ring." At that time, Xiao Chun had not thought too much about it. He had only wanted to test the resistance of his physical body. He had not expected to gain such a harvest. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and thanked Shui Lingling before leaving. Ao Jiao, who was anxiously nurturing the netherworld flower in the immortal spirit ring, smiled meaningfully and said, "Trashy Master, your first senior sister seems to be pretty good to you." Chapter 703. Flabbergasted, Xiao Chun said, "Stop talking nonsense. Is the netherworld flower about to ripen?" Having seen too many ruthless people, Xiao Chun felt that his trump cards were not enough. Now he was even more anxious to raise the combat prowess of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Ao Jiao's nimble fingers moved quickly in the rain of light. She said in a bad mood, "What's the rush? If you keep rushing me, I'll crush this broken flower." Naturally, Xiao Chun did not believe that Ao Jiao would really do that. He smiled and said, "All right, I won't rush you. Just tell me how much longer it will take." 3 days at most. Kasie. Saber lights flashed and blood splattered. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiao Chun killed a venomous python that was more than 70 centimeters long. After extracting the demonic core, Xiao Chan did not spend any more time on the venomous python's corpse. The corpse of a venomous python that was not more than 200 years old was not very valuable. Xiao Chan circulated his vital qi and kicked the venomous python's corpse aside. A red spirit fruit appeared before Xiao Chen. He bent down and gently picked the spirit fruit. When he looked at it carefully, he saw a few golden spots on the black leaves. Xiao Chen could not help but feel slightly disappointed. This fruit was called the metal essence fruit. It was a nice name, but unfortunately it was a poisonous fruit. To those who cultivated poison techniques or refined poisons, it was very valuable. An ordinary metal essence fruit could sell for 30,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, aside from that, Xiao Chen did not have any other use for it. The metal essence fruit looked very similar to the earth essence fruit. It was very hard to tell them apart. Unless it was an older earth essence fruit, which was overflowing with spiritual energy, there was no need to distinguish it. The rest had to be personally inspected. After leaving Shui Lingling, Xiao Chan used his spiritual sense to find 10 fruits. All of them were metal essence fruits. His luck was extremely bad. There is a similar fruit 5 kilometers to the north. I hope it is not a metal essence fruit this time. Using his spiritual sense, Xiao Chan was much more efficient than the other cultivators who relied on their perception and vision to find the earth essence fruit. Logically speaking, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, Xiao Chen's harvest should be far greater than the others. The tip of Xiao Chen's feet gently pushed off the wet water surface. His body moved like a leaf as he drifted forward. The pitfalls in the swamp did not affect him at all. After 10 minutes, Xiao Chen arrived before his destination. Only, the situation this time was slightly difficult. There were actually 2 black-horned venomous pythons that were almost 800 meters long here. Looks like there's a lot of hope. Xiao Chen smiled. He did not retreat because of the difficulty. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. Chi-Chi. The 2 black-horned venomous pythons discovered Xiao Chen from far away. Their huge bodies stuck to the swamp as they rapidly swam toward Xiao Chen, moving as if they were flying. In the blink of an eye, the black-horned venomous pythons arrived 500 meters away from Xiao Chen. They opened their huge mouths and spat out 2 streams of dense poison fog at Xiao Chen. Insignificant tricks. Xiao Chen circulated his vital qi, and his blood surged. He clenched his fists tightly, and when the force poured into his fists, they exploded. Bang! Bang! Out of nowhere, 2 strong gusts of wind formed and blew the poisonous fog away, diluting it to the point where it was no longer a threat. When the poison fog disappeared, the 2 venomous pythons charged over. They soared into the air and kicked up a large amount of mud. Then their huge tails intertwined and swept at Xiao Chen. The huge tail contained a tyrannical power. Everywhere it passed, the air would buzz and the void would tremble. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as a mirror. He drew the lunar shadow saber with his left hand and slowly circulated the energy for the second move of the dragon subduing slash, soaring dragon. Xiao Chen's figure did not move as he carefully observed. He simulated the trajectory of the 2 huge tails in his mind, as well as the subsequent changes and possible attacks. A strong wind blew, and his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, the 2 huge tails would strike Xiao Chen's body. Hidden dragon in the abyss, a gentleman plans before taking action. It is fine if he does not move, but when he does, the clouds in the 9 heavens will scatter, and he will soar into the sky. Dragon roars resounded endlessly. The might of the sound was vast and mighty. The blood in Xiao Chen's body surged. A dragon-shaped heat rose up from his dantian and rushed to the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then it quickly filled his entire body. Xiao Chen's eyes were like torches as he looked at the 2 snake tails flying over. In Xiao Chen's eyes, everything seemed to be in slow motion. He could clearly see all the tiny objects floating in the air. He could even feel the breathing and pulse of the world. With just one saber strike, he could merge with the world and easily chop the 200-meter-long venomous pythons into pieces. However, this wondrous feeling only lasted for an instant. Xiao Chen could not catch it. By the time he recovered his wits, he could no longer find it. I failed again. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and continued to circulate his energy. Then he took another step forward. Xiao Chen turned into a true dragon. When he took one step forward, a long thin crack immediately appeared in the swamp. Bang! Dirty water and silt formed a curtain above the crack and shot out. Cassie! Cassie! The instant the curtain soared into the sky, it was incomparably sharp. The instant it soared into the sky, it chopped off the two entwined snake tails, causing a large scarlet light to fall. A resplendent purple saber light lit up, and Xiao Chan soared into the air, looking like a true dragon soaring into the sky. A dragon image flickered on the saber, merging with the saber. Auspicious clouds covered the sky as he soared into the 9 heavens. Under the ferocious saber light, the 2 black-horned venomous pythons were chopped in half and fell heavily to the ground. Looking from a distance, Xiao Chen's earlier actions looked like a dormant true dragon suddenly taking off and rushing into the clouds. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and looked at the corpses of the 2 black-horned venomous pythons on the ground. Then he entered deep thought. Soaring Dragon was indeed very mighty. However, Xiao Chan could not grasp that wondrous feeling. At this moment, he had only brought out about 20% of Soaring Dragon's might. I'll take it slow. Perhaps only through experiential training between life and death can I truly find that feeling. Let's go and take a look at that mutated fruit first. He slowly drifted down, carrying a trace of anticipation as he headed for the mutated fruit with moving spiritual energy behind him. Strange, I clearly felt the energy fluctuation of a heaven-ranked martial technique earlier. Why did it suddenly disappear? 2 figures flew over from a distance. Their gazes quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for clues. Since Xiao Chan used a heaven-ranked martial technique, there had to have been an intense battle. This was the best opportunity to take advantage of the situation. These 2 usually did such things. When they felt the fluctuation, they immediately flew over. The 2 wore gorgeous embroidered robes. One was tall and the other was short. There was an eagle embroidered on their chests, the insignia of the Tianwu Domain Shimin clan. The tall youth looked around and discovered Xiao Chun. He quickly rushed over and asked sternly, "Brat, what happened here earlier? Tell us the truth." Xiao Chan was only a medial-grade martial monarch. The 2 did not think that he was the one who executed the heaven-ranked martial technique. Relying on their advantage in cultivation, the 2 spoke rudely, overbearingly, and extremely arrogant. The Shimin clan was one of the Tianwu domain's 4 great clans. They had Emperor Wu as their protector. Furthermore, the 2 had pretty good talent in cultivation, so they did have the capital to be arrogant. Xiao Chan was currently bending over to pick that mutated fruit. He ignored the questions of the 2 behind him and continued doing what he was doing. After picking the mutated fruit and inspecting it, Xiao Chan could not help but reveal a joyful smile. After failing 10 times, he finally obtained an earth essence fruit. Furthermore, this earth essence fruit was quite old. It was at least 100 years old. With Xiao Chen's cultivation, he could increase his cultivation by 10% after consuming it, saving him a few months. We are asking you a question. Are you mute? When the short youth saw that Xiao Chan ignored him, he immediately became angry. Unexpectedly, a medial-grade martial monarch dared to put on airs with them. Xiao Chan did not panic. He placed the earth essence fruit in his universe ring and turned around. He said, "Everything is normal here. Nothing major happened." The tall youth was standing to the side. When he saw the earth essence fruit from the corner of his eyes immediately lit up. He said excitedly, "Earth essence fruit. What did you put away earlier? Take it out and let us see." When the short youth heard the words earth essence fruit, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. He could not help but take a step forward. He said, "What is it? Take it out and let us see. We brothers will purchase all sorts of mutated fruits at a high price." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. The earth essence fruit appeared in his palm. An alluring spiritual energy spread out, and the turbid air became much fresher. An earth essence fruit with 100-year medicinal effect. The 2 Shimin clan cultivators did not bother to hide the greed in their eyes. They could not wait to snatch it from Xiao Chen's hands. So. Many figures flew over in the air. They looked around, doing the same thing as the 2 Shimin clan cultivators did earlier. They were cultivators in the vicinity. When they felt the fluctuations of a heaven-ranked martial technique, they quickly flew over. However, they were far behind the two Shiman clan cultivators. Soon someone noticed this scene. However, no one was surprised. They only gave Xiao Chun sympathetic gazes. The Shiman clan cultivators were like Shiman Bao. They were all arrogant and despotic, looking down on others. Now that they saw the earth essence fruit, Xiao Chun could only blame himself for being unlucky. TSK. 100-year-old earth essence fruit. That is good stuff. Unexpectedly, a medial-grade martial monarch managed to find it. So what? He ran into Shiman Yuan and Shiman Jian. He is just making things difficult for himself. Strange, how did this brat find the earth essence fruit? The venomous python guarding the earth essence fruit is not that easy to deal with. A peak expert probably passed by earlier and casually executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, killing the venomous python guarding the earth essence fruit, and allowing him to take advantage of it. When the cultivators did not find the intense battle that they had expected, they were somewhat disappointed. However, there was a commotion to watch. It added some fun to the boring treasure hunt. Everyone watched interestedly, anticipating the expression of the white-robed cultivator after he spat out the earth essence fruit. The short youth Shiman Jian suppressed the greed in his eyes. He took another step forward and said extremely gravely, "Brat, you are in luck. This is a poisonous fruit. It is not worth a single cent, however. I cultivate a poison technique and need it. I will buy it for 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Xiao Chun looked calmly at the other party and said indifferently, "Do you think I will believe you?" Shiman Jian did not mind. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Sometimes it is better to be stupid. If you are too serious, you will only suffer physical pain for nothing." Bang! A loud sound rang out. Right after Shiman Jian spoke, a blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, which had been storing up energy for a long time, and carried him into the air. Chapter 704. The acupoints under Xiao Chen's feet burst open, and his figure flashed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he lashed out with his leg. The strong wind was like a saber, roaring like thunder. Amid the howling of the wind, Xiao Chen's leg landed on Shiman Jian's face. Bang! Shiman Jian flew back to the side. A huge force burst forth from Xiao Chen's foot, and his jaw cracked. Then he vomited a mouthful of broken teeth and blood. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. He stood on the blue dragon image, and the acupoint under his left foot burst open again. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and the dragon acupoint under his left foot burst open again. Xiao Chen's figure flickered as he burst forth with power at close range. No one could even see his afterimage. In an instant he arrived at Shiman Jian's side. Xiao Chen stomped down again. His foot landed on Shiman Jian's chest, but it did not stop. Then he continued stomping downwards. 600 tons of force surged out. Kasie! Kasie! Several of Shiman Jian's internal organs were crushed under the pressure of the force. Shiman Jian cried out in pain as he sank deep into the mud. All sorts of dirty water and mud flowed into his mouth. In the time it took for a spark to fly, only 2 blinks of an eye had passed since Xiao Chen's attack. Shiman Jian, who was an early-stage superior-grade martial monarch, was beaten up by Xiao Chun to the point where he could not even be seen. From the moment Xiao Chun made up his mind to attack, he had not thought of giving his opponent a chance to react. Shiman Jian dared to get so close to him and neglected his defense. If he could not take him down after making the first move, Xiao Chun would not be able to forgive himself. The cultivators rushing over all felt their minds go blank, thinking that they were seeing things. On the other side, the tall youth Shiman Yuan showed a grave expression. He looked at Xiao Chun and said in a trembling voice, "Body tempering cultivator. You are actually a body tempering cultivator." The strength of a body tempering cultivator could no longer be measured by cultivation. A medial-grade martial monarch with a horrifying force of 600 tons. With Xiao Chen's strength when he made the first move, defeating a regular early-stage superior-grade martial monarch would be as easy as eating or drinking. To Xiao Chun, challenging someone of a higher cultivation realm would not pose any difficulty. These two people did not know what was good for them. Relying on the power of the Shiman clan, they wanted to target Xiao Chun. It could only be said that they kicked an iron plate. Just you wait. After you injure the Shiman clan's people, no one will be able to save you. The tall youth looked at Xiao Chun in horror. Then without saying anything he immediately ran. He fully displayed the Shiman clan style of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing this person flee, Xiao Chun too and did not give chase. Xiao Chun did Chun. Xiao Chun had no. And had to take for Shiman Yuan's chins. Xiao Chun too. Dong Chun to he. To Xiao to he too and had he to. And had. Chin. Was. Chin's Chun and. Was. He to. To Chun. If Xiao Chun fought with Shiman Yuan now, even if he used all his trump cards, his chances of victory would not exceed 50%. Ignore him for now. My only goal now is to find enough Earth Essence fruits. At the very least, I need to raise my cultivation to peak medial grade martial monarch. After scanning the area with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chun immediately discovered another Earth Essence fruit. Xiao Chun glanced at Shiman Jian, who was floating in the air again. Then he casually kicked him high into the air and ignored him. Who is this person? How dare he humiliate the Shiman clan's people like that? I don't know him. I've never heard of him before. With a strong physical body and a medial grade martial monarch cultivation, he should have appeared long ago. No matter how strong he is, it is useless. When Shiman Bao finds out, he will not have a good time. Indeed, if not for fear of Shiman Bao, he would not care about these Shiman clan cultivators, letting them do whatever they want. Xiao Chun dealt with Shiman Jian at lightning speed. Then he tossed him away like he was kicking a piece of trash. It seemed like Xiao Chun did not care about the Shiman clan at all. Such a scene shocked the others. They did not know where Xiao Chun came from. On the other side, the tall youth Shiman Yuan feared that Xiao Chun would chase after him. After he ran for 5 kilometers, he heaved a sigh of relief and activated the Shiman clan's alarms. Soon, the Shiman clan's exploration team rushed over. 10 minutes later, they all gathered here. There was a total of 8 people with vast auras. They were all superior-grade martial monarchs. Among them, a square-faced cultivator about 30 years old had the highest cultivation. He was a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, the same as the Haotian sex Hu Hai. This person's name was Shiman Yi. He was Shiman Bao's cousin and held a high position in the team. He glanced at Shiman Yuan and asked with a frown, "What's going on? Aren't you in the same team as Shiman Jian? Where is he?" Shiman Yuan did not feel very confident. After all, he had been scared off and had not cared about Shiman Jian's life or death. This did not seem right. Shiman Ye's expression turned slightly angry. He shouted, "Speak!" Shiman Yuan's cold shout contained a trace of might. Shiman Yuan's body trembled as he quickly explained everything in detail. Trash. After Shiman Yi heard everything, he immediately scolded angrily. "I told you long ago that it is fine to snatch treasures. However, you cannot underestimate anyone in this savage battlefield. Given your cultivations, as long as you pay attention, even if you cannot defeat that brat, it will be easy for you to leave with dignity." Shiman Yuan did not dare to retort. He asked in a soft voice, "What should we do now?" Shiman Yi muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Don't make a move for now. Cousin is currently practicing his martial technique in Death Swamp. I am not confident of stopping him alone. After you find him, just follow him from afar." Great! We obtained another Earth Essence fruit. After Xiao Chun checked the mutated fruit, he revealed a joyful expression. The corpses of 2 venomous pythons lay at his feet. Their blood flowed like fountains into the swamp. After finding the first Earth Essence fruit, Xiao Chun's luck started to improve. He obtained Earth Essence fruits a few times in a row. He only made one mistake, finding a Metal Essence fruit. Slowly, Xiao Chun discovered a pattern. If there were more than 2 venomous pythons guarding it, it was very likely to be an Earth Essence fruit. Following this pattern and with the help of his strong spiritual sense, Xiao Chun reaped a gratifying harvest. Up until now, he had already obtained 20 Earth Essence fruits. However, with the lesson from earlier, Xiao Chun did not dare to casually execute his heaven-ranked martial technique. It would be too troublesome to attract the attention of a group of cultivators. Unfortunately, the 20 Earth Essence fruits were all about 100 years old. They could barely raise Xiao Chun's cultivation to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. After consuming a quintessence-gathering pill, the exhaustion would be even greater. Xiao Qin needed to find earth essence fruits that were more than 100 years old, or even 200 or 300 years old. Only then could he truly push his cultivation to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Qin carefully put away the earth essence fruit in his hand and looked into the distance. He said, "It looks like I have to go to the depths of venomous snake swamp. While it is safe outside, it will only be a small area." The air in the depths of Python Swamp was even more turbid. Poisonous gas permeated the air, making it even more peaceful than in the periphery. The cultivators searching for earth essence fruits here were clearly stronger. They were more or less as strong as Hu-Hai. There were fewer venomous pythons as well. However, each of them was 300 meters long. Aside from the black horn on their heads being longer than the one at the entrance, they were about the same size. Xiao Qin looked around and discovered several loose cultivators here as well. The moment he arrived, he sensed several gazes filled with malicious intent. Where did this brat come from? How dare he barge into this place? The loose cultivator closest to Xiao Qin was in a bad mood. He had just killed a 300-meter-long venomous python and obtained only one venomous fruit. When this loose cultivator saw Xiao Qin, he wanted to vent his frustration. Without saying a word, he charged at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's expression did not fluster. Loose cultivators always did as they pleased. They were strange and cruel. Without great strength, one would not be able to suppress them. Xiao Qin could make an example of this loose cultivator to prevent them from bothering him endlessly. Xiao Qin drew the lunar shadow saber and executed burning to desolation with a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent and the immortal state of thunder. Chung! Chung! When the weapons clashed, sparks flew. A strong shock wave spread out into the surroundings. The loose cultivator who attacked had not expected Xiao Qin to be so strong. Although Xiao Qin's quintessence was not very vast, it was very dense. Furthermore, his saber intent had reached 60% comprehended, and his state of thunder had reached the limits. Furthermore, it contained the immortal attribute. Adding these two together with the tyrannical burning to desolation, the middle-stage superior-grade martial monarch loose cultivator flew back with blood leaking out of a corner of his mouth. After the loose cultivator landed, he looked at Xiao Qin in horror before turning to flee. How could Xiao Qin let the loose cultivator do as he wished? The blue dragon under his feet soared up and chased after the loose cultivator. Such a scene startled the surrounding loose cultivators. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin managed to force back a superior-grade martial monarch with one move. This fellow should be a genius cultivator. It is best not to offend him. The crowd's gazes scattered. No one cared about Xiao Qin anymore. As for that loose cultivator's life or death, it had nothing to do with them. The blue dragon image bared its fangs and brandished its claws, moving up and down as it carried Xiao Qin in hot pursuit. The black-robed loose cultivator in front complained bitterly in his heart. Originally, the loose cultivator had intended to kill someone to vent his anger. A medial-grade martial monarch should have been easy to deal with. In the end, he ended up kicking a steel plate. Blue dragon tail whip. The dragon raised its head and carried Xiao Qin in a long arc. A strong wind blew, and everywhere it passed, the dirty water and silt above the swamp shot out, forming a screen of water. The black-robed loose cultivator cursed angrily. His quintessence surged and shattered the dirty water and silt flying over into powder. Then he charged at Xiao Qin. "Brat, don't push things too far. A life-and-death struggle will not do you any good," the black-robed loose cultivator said sullenly. When the weapons clashed, the black-robed loose cultivator flew back 100 meters. He revealed a ferocious look as a baleful aura spread out. Xiao Qin pointed his weapon at the other party. He smiled coldly to himself and said, "Don't overestimate yourself. A life-and-death struggle is not something you can do." The other party was only as strong as Qian Xiao and the others. He was slightly weaker than Hu-Hai. Xiao Qin only used his 60% comprehended saber intent and immortal state of thunder to firmly suppress the other party. He did not even use his great perfection saber intent or peak state of massacre. "I will make you pay for this." When the black-robed loose cultivator saw that Xiao Qin wanted to kill him, he went all out. All his quintessence surged. and a boundless baleful aura formed a sea of blood around him. Profound ice ghost chop. The black-robed loose cultivator roared ferociously and froze the sea of blood around him into ice. Then he formed a sword light made of ice and blood and chopped at Xiao Chun. Chapter 705. Xiao Chun froze the blood into ice, infusing all the baleful aura into the sword qi. When he chopped down, the baleful aura in the air turned the poisonous gas into a white mist and scattered. The scarlet sword light in the white mist was bright and dazzling, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Indeed, as a loose cultivator, he had his own trump cards. This sword strike was able to raise the might of an earth-ranked martial technique to that of a heaven-ranked martial technique. This person was rather capable. However, in the end it was still an earth-ranked martial technique. It was slightly weaker than a genuine heaven-ranked martial technique. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. Bang! An intense explosion resounded, and a pitch-black crack appeared in the mud-filled swamp. Xiao Chun turned into a true dragon. His body merged with his saber, looking like a soaring true dragon. Auspicious clouds covered the sky, and a boundless aura burst forth. Xiao Chun could feel the true dragon filling his entire body, so he naturally soared into the sky. Kase! The true dragon roared ferociously, and the scarlet sword light the black-robed loose cultivator condensed shattered, turning into motes of scarlet light. Bang! 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 The scarlet motes of light landed on the swamp and blasted out deep pits. Dirty water and sludge filled the air. Die! Before the momentum of soaring dragon in the sky ended, Xiao Chun chopped down with his saber. It was like a true dragon swinging its claw in rage, unparalleled and unblockable. The protective quintessence of the black-robed loose cultivator shattered, and blood spurted out as he was chopped in half. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and checked the quintessence in his body. He discovered that only a little more than a third remained. Soaring dragon in the sky is indeed unparalleled, soaring into the sky in one go. However, this quintessence consumption is too high. Furthermore, this is an incomplete soaring dragon. In the future, the consumption will be even more horrifying. After killing the black-robed loose cultivator, Xiao Chun did not show much excitement. He continued to calmly analyze the gains and losses of this move. After seeing ruthless people like Shui Lingling, the passionate young master, and in Juanxi, no matter how proud Xiao Chun was, he would not show it. After retrieving the black-robed loose cultivator's interspatial ring, Xiao Chun continued searching for the earth essence fruit. In the depths of Python Swamp, there were very few earth essence fruits. There were less than 4 times as many as in the outskirts, but without exception, they were all mutant fruits that were over 100 years old. Even those that were 200 or 300 years old were not rare. Found it. There's a strange fruit 5,000 meters ahead with a venomous snake guarding it. I hope our luck isn't too bad. Xiao Chun withdrew his divine sense and quickly walked forward. In less than 10 minutes he found his target. If the other people who had been searching for him found out about his efficiency, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Gulp gulp. Bubbles appeared in the swamp in front of them, and steam rose up. When the bubbles burst, the poisonous gas in the air was corroded away. Perplexed, Xiao Chun halted his footsteps and stood to the side. He looked at a floating corpse in the swamp and found it somewhat familiar. Could it be him? With a vague answer in his heart, Xiao Chun sent out a palm wind with a flip of his palm. Water splashed everywhere, and the floating corpse flipped over. It was the infamous Huang Qianren. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked into the distance. The true death swamp was in front. There were the souls of the deceased martial emperors in there. The strength of Emperor Wu's soul had already reached an inconceivable level. After their physical bodies died, their souls would be hard to disperse. In that distant martial emperor war, countless martial emperors had fallen. The moment their souls left their bodies, they were shattered into tens of thousands of pieces. After a long time under the special environment of this place, those soul fragments turned into true departed spirits, retaining a trace of the martial techniques of the martial emperors back then. However, they lost their intelligence and became resentful spirits that only knew how to kill, cruel and violent. And Juanxi had already planned to enter Death Swamp and look for Emperor Wu to temper his martial techniques. However, Huang Qianren chased after him. In the end, he angered Huang Qianren and got killed here. This person's strength is really horrifying. He could even kill a ruthless person like Huang Qianren just like that. When Xiao Chun felt the huge gap between him and Injuanxi, the motivation in his heart grew stronger, and he increased his speed significantly. After a while, Xiao Chun arrived at his destination. When he saw the 300-meter-long python waiting there, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to charge over. There were many experts here. Many of them knew heaven-ranked martial techniques. There was no need for Xiao Chun to hide his strength. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to familiarize himself with Soaring Dragon. Then he would not have to worry about fighting. After exhausting a third of his quintessence, Xiao Chun paid the price of minor injuries and successfully killed this venomous python. Xiao Chun waved his right hand. Before the quintessence reached his hand, he felt spiritual energy assaulting his nose. Joy appeared on his face as he checked it. Indeed, it was an earth essence fruit. Furthermore, it was close to 200 years old. This would save Xiao Chun half a year. After putting away this earth essence fruit, Xiao Chun extravagantly took out a spirit gathering pearl and quickly replenished his quintessence. After that, he started searching for treasures without stopping. Time went by. Xiao Chun had already remained in the depths of this python swamp for 7 days. His figure could be seen everywhere. Xiao Chun's harvest was bountiful. He had already obtained 20 100-year-old earth essence fruits, 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old earth essence fruit. Furthermore, the reputation of the white-robed bladesman spread throughout this place. At first, when many people saw that he was only a medial-grade martial monarch, they all wanted to seek trouble for him. However, after a few bloody lessons, no one dared to target Xiao Chun anymore. When they saw that white figure, they all gave way. Xiao Chun had always been like this. In this cruel world, he maintained his principles. He would not snatch the treasures of others. However, if anyone dared to target him, he would not show mercy. He would chase them to the ends of the world and kill them no matter the price. This was how the reputation of the white-robed bladesman spread. On this particular day, as usual, Xiao Chun continued to search for earth essence fruits. As time went by, the earth essence fruits became increasingly difficult to find. However, Xiao Chun was not in a rush. He had already collected enough earth essence fruits. Even if he found more, he could save them for later or sell them for spirit stones. A group of cultivators wearing the Shiman clan's uniform watched Xiao Chun from a kilometer in the air behind him. Compared to the previous time, this group had an additional young cultivator with sharp eyebrows. Aside from Shiman Yi, the others maintained a significant distance from this person, acting very reserved. Cousin, Shiman Jian was crippled by someone, Shiman Yi said as he pointed to the distant Xiao Chun. This person was the arrogant Shiman Bao. His strength was unfathomable. As a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, it seemed like he could break through to half-sage at any time. A sharp light flickered in Shiman Bao's eyes. No one dared to look him in the eye. He smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I have already perfected my heaven-ranked martial technique to 70% comprehension. Let's go and see if this person is as powerful as you say, and if he can block a few moves from me." After killing a venomous python, Xiao Chun picked the mutated fruit behind him. After checking it, he discovered it to be a poisonous fruit. So he tossed it into his universe ring and prepared to continue on his way. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt a strand of killing qi. His spiritual sense quickly followed the killing qi, and a scene appeared in his mind. It was a strand of sharp sword qi. It looked like a crystalline jade as it flew through the air, tearing a clear path through the turbid space. Dang! The sword qi was sharp and swift. Without much time to think, Xiao Chun circulated his quintessence and turned around, holding his scabbard horizontally in front of his chest. A melodious clang resounded. The energy contained in the sword qi exploded, forcing Xiao Chun back 500 meters. A 50-meter-wide pit appeared where he had been standing. Xiao Chun's left hand, which was holding the scabbard, turned stiff and numb. When he looked up, he discovered the Shiman clan's people flying down from the sky. When Xiao Chun noticed Shiman Bao, who was clearly much stronger than the others, he raised his guard. "You are quite capable, to be able to block my sword qi and not suffer any light injuries." Shiman Bao landed on the swamp and looked at Xiao Chun. He smiled coldly and said, "However, You dare to injure my Shiman clanspeople with just this bit of ability? You are far from sufficient. Pussy. Shiman Bao flicked his wrist and did not say anything else. He swung his sword upwards and sent out a curtain-like sword chi at Xiao Chan. The curtain-like sword chi was as thin as a cicada's wings. It was more than 50 meters tall. As it flew, it easily split the swamp in half. It even seemed like it could cut the air apart. In the blink of an eye, the sword curtain arrived before Xiao Chan, trying to split him in half. A saber light flickered as Xiao Chan instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. He did not dare to be careless. He unleashed his great perfection saber intent without holding anything back, and his aura soared. Xiao Chen's saber became incredibly sharp, splitting the ground. Quintessence surged and gathered in the slender saber blade. At the same time, the immortal state of thunder condensed in the sky above, forming thunderclouds flickering with boundless electricity. Thunder roared ferociously like immortal divine thunder. Xiao Chan grasped his saber with both hands and blocked the sword curtain before it reached him. Bang! The saber and the sword curtain burst forth with resplendent quintessence shock waves. A horrifying energy surged out, and the surface of the swamp was shaved off by 4 or 5 meters. The might of the sword curtain did not diminish. It blocked the saber and forced Xiao Chen back step by step. Explosions came from both sides in an unending chain. Mud shot into the air like pillars of water. Shiman Bao was somewhat astonished. This seemingly casual sword strike was not that simple. Not only did Shiman Bao use 70% of his strength, but it also contained his 60% comprehended sword intent. Aside from not adding in the state, this was equivalent to using most of his strength. However, it still did not injure Xiao Chan, only forcing him back. Should we attack together? Shiman Yi suggested when he saw that Xiao Chan was not defeated immediately. Shiman Bao smiled proudly and said, "There's no need. Just surround him and don't let him run. If I cannot deal with such trash, I would not be called Shiman Bao." Xiu! The sword curtain stopped and Shiman Bao leaped up, moving like a sharp arrow as he tore through the air. Shiman Bao was extraordinarily fast, arriving before Xiao Chan in the blink of an eye. Then he thrust his sword at Xiao Chen's eyes. A sword light gathered and a cold light appeared. This sword strike took advantage of the fact that Xiao Chan could not withdraw quickly to attack Xiao Chen's eyes. It was extremely vicious. A scarlet light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he infused the state of massacre into his saber technique. Then he swung both his hands, and a scarlet light filled the sky, shattering the sword curtain. Xiao Chan managed to extricate himself and brandished his saber, parrying Shiman Bao's vicious sword strike. Shiman Bao took advantage of the situation and headed straight for Xiao Chen's midsection. His reaction was extremely fast, and his attack was so fast that it was hard for others to do anything else. The saber tilted, and Xiao Chan could only continue defending. The vast quintessence surging from the sword did not numb his arm. Instead, he retreated another 10 meters. Chapter 706. Shiman Bao followed closely behind Xiao Chan. His sword light moved like a shadow moving up and down. His attacks were fast and ruthless. Dang! 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 The two moved extremely fast. To others, they could only see two figures of light dancing around. The sound of sabers clashing resounded endlessly. Quintessence surged and shock waves swept out. The surrounding ground exploded inch by inch. Several venomous pythons hidden in the depths of the ground were riddled with holes by the shock waves of quintessence. They bled profusely as they howled in pain. Shiman Bao comprehended the state of wind. His sword was very fast. The moment he executed the first move, he immediately followed up. He had a firm grasp of the rhythm of the battlefield. Speed was not the most important thing. Xiao Chen's attack speed was not much slower than Shiman Bao's. The scary thing was that Shiman Bao's quintessence was too strong. With a difference in cultivation, even if Xiao Chen had the same attack speed as Shiman Bao, Xiao Chen would not have the upper hand. Every time Shiman Bao blocked, his quintessence would knock him back. If not for Shiman Bao's great perfection saber intent, which could amplify the might of his quintessence, the lunar shadow saber in his hand would have been knocked away in less than 10 moves. It's useless. You are not a match for me. Hand over the mutated fruit on you and the saber in your hand, and I can spare you from death. With everything under control, Shiman Bao verbally attacked Xiao Chan. This was the rhythm that he liked the most. When Shimin Bao met a strong opponent, he would not feel nothing when the opponent was too weak, nor would he be at a loss when the opponent was too strong. Verbal attacks gave Shimin Bao even greater pleasure. If Xiao Chan really agreed, Shimin Bao would immediately break his promise and enjoy the spectacular expression on Xiao Chen's face before he died. Xiao Chan remained silent, indifferent in his heart. He did not answer the other party. Be it the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram or the golden savage ox sculpture, he had at least 3 ways to escape. The intense battle spread increasingly wider. As the two fought, several venomous pythons went into a frenzy, fleeing in all directions, afraid of getting caught in the shock waves. The cultivators in the area all noticed this battle and stopped to watch from afar. Why is Shimin Bao here? His strength is second only to the 7 giants. The python swamp should not attract him this much. Wait, it looks like his opponent is Ruthless White Robe. They are actually fighting. During this period of time, Xiao Chan was well known in the depths of Python Swamp. He had practically become the overlord of this place, and no one dared to cause trouble for him. Seeing that Shimin Bao's opponent was Xiao Chan, the attractiveness of this battle immediately increased. I really did not expect Ruthless White Robe to be so strong. He did not immediately lose to Shimin Bao. Everyone was somewhat astonished. Young experts second only to the 7 giants were not common in the Tianwu domain. Even including the hidden clans, there would not be more than 20 of them. Moreover, every single one of them had already made a name for themselves a long time ago. Their backgrounds were illustrious, and they would not be unknown. Their future accomplishments would definitely not be low. Xiao Chun looked to be only 21 or 22 years old. With such a young age, could it be that he had the strength to fight against Shimin Bao without losing? This was too shocking. They had never heard of such a young expert using the saber in the Tianwu domain. This won't do. The difference in quintessence is too great. If I continue fighting, no matter how strong my physical body is, I will not be able to endure the accumulated damage. Xiao Chan wanted to retreat. He did not want to continue fighting with this person. The acupoints on his feet burst open at the same time, and a huge force shot out from under his feet. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, instantly widening the distance between him and Shimin Bao. 2 dragon roars came from his chest, and 2 blue dragon images appeared beside Xiao Chan. The 3 blue dragon images circled around each other, carrying Xiao Chan into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had risen more than 200 meters. This unexpected scene stunned Shimin Bao. Then he shouted, trying to run? How can it be that easy? If a nameless brat like Xiao Chan managed to escape in front of so many people, Shimin Bao would not be able to accept it. The sword light pointed at Xiao Chan, and the ferocious wind in the surroundings suddenly stopped. Time seemed to freeze and the world seemed to freeze. Sword-like strong wind. Under Shimin Bao's control, the frozen strong wind and the drifting wind-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly turned into swords. Out of nowhere, a huge, solid-looking sword instantly formed. Wind blades circled the sword, and a brilliant light flowed around it. Then it appeared 10 meters in front of Xiao Chan. Sword-like strong wind, sword-like strong wind. The 3 blue dragon images circling around Xiao Chan suddenly exploded into beams of azure light and disappeared. Pussy-eye! Pussy-eye! The fine sword wind tore holes in Xiao Chen's clothes and scratched his skin, covering him in wounds. 70% comprehension of a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, it is not enough to block me. Xiao Chan did not show any fear in the face of danger. He had comprehended 80% of the might of his blue dragon goes to sea, 10% more than his opponent. The sea behind Xiao Chen exploded into 999 pillars of water. The blue dragon leaped out of the sea and gathered on the saber, forming a 3-kilometer-long saber light. Under the restriction of the Great Perfection saber intent, the dragon-shaped saber light quickly shrank. Then Xiao Chan casually raised his hand and clashed with the sword formed by the strong wind. Boom! The 70% comprehended heaven-ranked martial technique strong wind-like sword clashed with the 80% comprehended heaven-ranked martial technique blue dragon goes to sea. The boundless saber chi and sword chi intertwined and soared into the sky. Dust flew everywhere, reaching a height of 1 kilometer. A horrifying shock wave swept out, and a huge bottomless hole appeared in the muddy swamp. The remnant might of the great perfection heaven-ranked martial technique lingered in the air for a long time. The humming of the sword and saber resounded endlessly in the wind. Xiao Qin's quintessence was not comparable to his opponent's. However, his understanding of the heaven-ranked martial technique was superior. In this move they were evenly matched. Xiao Qin flew back like a cannonball. While he was in the air, he took advantage of this opportunity to increase the distance between him and Shimin Bao. "Brat, where are you going?" The two Shimin clan cultivators guarding the periphery leaped into the air and blocked in front of Xiao Qin. They quickly made their moves, trying to force Xiao Qin back. Xiao Qin's expression turned cold. He had not expected anyone to block his way. He grasped his saber with his right hand and circulated his remaining quintessence, executing Soaring Dragon. Xiao Qin took one step in the air, and a surging energy spread out from his feet. Space trembled intensely like it was a solid object. The two cultivators in front of Xiao Qin felt like their bodies were stuck in the air. Their movements immediately paused. After transforming into a true dragon, Xiao Qin merged with his saber. Seizing this opportunity, he chopped down with his saber light. It was like a true dragon's claw tore through the sky. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Bang! Soaring Dragon's aura surged. The two Shimin clan cultivators in front of Xiao Qin were immediately knocked back, vomiting blood and severely injured. After his quintessence was completely exhausted, Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and quickly tore off the strip of cloth on his forehead. A scarlet light flickered on Xiao Qin's forehead, and the scarlet throne appeared. Then it carried Xiao Qin into the distance, turning into a beam of scarlet light. The shock waves from the swamp scattered. Shimin Bao looked into the distance and saw a strand of scarlet light growing fainter in the sky. There was no sign of Xiao Qin. Shimin Bao lowered his head and looked at the two Shimin clan cultivators vomiting blood. Shimin Bao's expression was frighteningly sullen. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin managed to escape unscathed from his hands. How could this be? When the cultivators here saw the distant Xiao Qin, they were all flabbergasted. They had not expected this. Earlier, Xiao Qin had managed to remain undefeated against Shimin Bao. That had already shocked them. Now he actually managed to retreat so calmly. Shimin Bao's rage soared. He glared at the surrounding people, scaring them into hiding, afraid that Shimin Bao would vent his anger on them. After flying far away, Xiao Qin extended his spiritual sense to its limits. After he verified that no one followed him, he heaved a sigh of relief on the throne. Xiao Qin's quintessence was already drained. If not for the Scarlet Throne, the consequences would have been dire. Damn it! If my cultivation were higher, I would not have to fear him. Xiao Qin clenched his right fist tightly as he sat on the throne. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. The throne flew close to the ground. After a long time, Xiao Qin stopped at a remote and safe place. Then, he took out spirit gathering pearls and started to recover his quintessence. After using 5 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, Xiao Qin completely recovered his exhausted quintessence. On the throne above the scarlet clouds, Xiao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he vomited out all the bruises from the earlier battle. Now he felt much better. I have enough earth essence fruits. However, now is not the time to consume them. I should go and meet up with first senior sister and the others first. Xiao Qin needed an absolutely safe and quiet place to use the earth essence fruits to raise his cultivation. This place was Python Swamp. Who knew when a venomous python would emerge from the ground? If Xiao Qin was disturbed while advancing, not only would he waste all the earth essence fruits he had worked so hard to collect, but he might even suffer a backlash. His cultivation might even regress. The risk was too great. Xiao Qin was not willing to take the risk. He returned the scarlet throne to his sea of consciousness. Then he tied the blue strip of cloth around his forehead again, covering up his demonic aura. Half a day later, Xiao Qin appeared at the periphery of Python Swamp. This was the place where he agreed to meet up with first senior sister and the others. There was no one here. The others were probably still working hard. After all, not everyone had the help of spiritual sense like Xiao Qin. Their efficiency in searching for the earth essence fruits was terrifying. Since there was nothing to do, Xiao Qin organized the earth essence fruits he obtained. There were 40 50-year-old earth essence fruits, 2,500-year-old earth essence fruits, 10 close to 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. Naturally, the most valuable one was the 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. If nothing else, the earth essence fruit only had a lifespan of 500 years. A peak-grade earth essence fruit that could live for 300 years was worthy of the word peak-grade. That was what Xiao Chan obtained after killing a 300-year-old venomous python with much difficulty. It was even more valuable than all the other earth essence fruits combined. It could save Xiao Chan 2 years of cultivation. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan took out Gumu's spatial ring. Ever since he received it from Shui Lingling, he had not taken the time to look at it. Although Gumu was a loose cultivator, the treasures of a half-sage should be a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chan sent in his spiritual sense and looked around. However, he could not help feeling disappointed. There were only a few superior-grade spirit stones in the spatial ring. There were only a few 100,000 of them. They were even poorer than Xiao Chan. However, Xiao Chan found about 100 inferior-grade spirit gathering pearls. As for medial-grade spirit gathering pearls, he did not see a single one. This made sense. If a loose cultivator did not come out for 10 or 20 years, all the resources he collected would have been exhausted long ago. Otherwise, he would not have to use medial-grade blood crystals to exchange for spirit stones. Furthermore, Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng, who were also half-sages, did not care about medial-grade blood crystals at all. Chapter 707. There were also some messy medicinal pills inside. Xiao Chan could not be bothered to look through them one by one. However, a secret manual caught his attention. Xiao Chan took it out and saw the words "Withered Wood Comes to Spring" clearly written on the cover. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, it was the heaven-defying martial technique. Withered Wood Comes to Spring. When Witheredwood Old Man used this martial technique, his cultivation increased by 20% and he instantly repelled Shui Lingling. The scene was still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind. He quickly flipped through the manual to see if he could cultivate it. Xiao Chen discovered that there were no special requirements. He did not have to cultivate wood-attributed quintessence. However, the side effects were rather terrifying. If one could not obtain a 5,000-year-old spirit herb to replenish qi and blood in time, it would overdraft the cultivator's life force. Furthermore, after using it, one would be weakened for a long time. Although the side effects of raising my cultivation by 20% are terrifying, it is still acceptable as a life-saving measure. After memorizing the contents of the secret manual, Xiao Chan stood where he was and started comprehending it. Only when Hu Hai and the other three arrived did Xiao Chan stop comprehending and start chatting with them. The four all had excited expressions on their faces. They had probably gained a lot. When Wang Chang saw that Xiao Chan had arrived long ago, he purposely smiled and asked, "Junior brother Xiao Chan, I see that you have been waiting for a long time already. You should not be satisfied with your harvest on this trip, right?" Xiao Chan did not want to speak too much with this person. He only replied politely, "It's all right." Wang Chang treated it as an excuse. He laughed loudly and said, "On this trip, I obtained a total of 10 50-year-old earth essence fruits, 3 100-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 200-year-old earth essence fruit by luck." 200-year-old earth essence fruit? A strange look flashed in the eyes of the other three. They were clearly astonished. Hu Hai said, "A 200-year-old earth essence fruit is extremely rare. It can save you half a year of cultivation time. This is indeed a bountiful harvest. Congratulations, junior brother Wang." Hu Hai wanted to find another kind of mutated fruit, so he did not go to the depths of Python Swamp. Hence, he did not obtain any 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Jun Si and Chan Xiao only wandered around the periphery. They did not have such good luck, so they could only reveal envious expressions. Wang Chang felt somewhat pleased with himself. He told Xiao Chan about how hard he worked and how he managed to obtain the 200-year-old earth essence fruit by chance. After that, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Chan. Then he asked, "Junior brother Xiao, how was your harvest? Tell us about it. If it is really not enough, I can give you an earth essence fruit." Xiao Chan felt helpless in his heart. Some people would never shut up in front of them if they didn't ruthlessly slap their faces. Back then, Xiao Chan tried to stop Xiao Chan from entering the savage battlefield. Now Xiao Chun was flaunting this trivial matter. Xiao Chun really did not know what Xiao Chun was thinking. Xiao Chun replied calmly, "Not many, just 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits. As for the 100-year-old ones and below, there should be about 60 or 70. Wang Cheng's expression turned serious. He immediately said unhappily, "Junior brother Xiao, what kind of attitude is this? I wanted to give you an earth essence fruit out of goodwill. To think that you are boasting to me, purposely trying to disgust me." Wang Cheng waved his left hand, and 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits appeared. Then, he waved his right hand, and another 5 200-year-old earth essence fruits appeared. Xiao Chun looked at Wang Cheng and said calmly, "Open your eyes and see what this is. Do I need you to give me an earth essence fruit?" The 200-year-old earth essence fruits contained overwhelming spiritual energy. They had a pleasant fragrance, especially when there were 10 of them together. They made one feel relaxed and happy, making one's gaze linger on them. Wang Cheng showed a horrified expression, not daring to believe this scene. His finger trembled as he said, "How can this be? These are 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Given your strength, how could you obtain so many?" Hu Hai and the other two were shocked as well, their eyes filled with astonishment. They could not figure it out either. 200-year-old earth essence fruits were worth cities. Obtaining one was already very lucky. Even if one went to the depths of Python Swamp, it would be impossible to find so many 200-year-old earth essence fruits. This was because that place was too big. An individual's strength was too insignificant there. Searching and fighting took time. More importantly, there were hundreds or thousands of cultivators like them searching for earth essence fruits. The competition was intense. How could Xiao Chun find so many 200-year-old earth essence fruits alone? This was too incredible. However, no matter what, the truth was right before their eyes. What they saw was not an illusion. Even though Xiao Chun had the lowest cultivation, his harvest was higher than the four of them combined. This made them feel disappointed. Hu Hai smiled bitterly and said, "These are indeed 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Junior brother Xiao Chun, congratulations." Jun Si and Chan Xiao recovered their wits and congratulated Xiao Chun as well. Only Wang Cheng blushed in embarrassment. Xiao Chun obtained 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits, but he did not show any complacent expression. Then, when Wang Cheng thought about himself, he bragged about obtaining a 200-year-old earth essence fruit. What was even more embarrassing was that Wang Cheng actually said that he would split the earth essence fruits with Wang Cheng. This was like slapping his own face. Seeing that Wang Cheng had shut up completely, Xiao Chun put away the earth essence fruits and ignored Wang Cheng, who had a strange expression on his face. Xiu! A petite purple figure descended from the air. Shui Lingling, who had come out of Death Swamp, had also returned to the group. At this moment, there were not many cultivators left in Python Swamp. All the earth essence fruits that could be found had already been collected. There was no point in remaining here. Shui Lingling must have gained something in the depths of Death Swamp. A smile appeared on her soft, pretty face. Hu Hai asked somewhat impatiently, "First senior sister, where are we going next?" Shui Lingling raised her head and looked into the distance. Then she said sullenly, "To the Dragon Burial Mound. Of the forbidden lands that were made public this time, the most valuable is the true dragon cave there." Xiao Chun looked in the direction of Death Swamp and asked, "We are not going in there?" Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "There are no natural treasures in Death Swamp. It is mainly for tempering one's martial techniques. Furthermore, it is very dangerous." Hu Hai and the others had clearly heard of Death Swamp before. They did not show any regret in their eyes, nor did they feel that it was a loss. Xiao Chun really wanted to give it a try, to find a departed spirit of Emperor Wu who practiced the saber and spar with him, improving his saber techniques. However, if he followed the group, he would have to follow the orders of the group. It would not be good to act independently. If there is an opportunity in the future, I must come to Death Swamp. It was much safer to travel with a group. However, one would lose their freedom. They would be restricted to a certain extent, unable to bring out their full potential. After taking one last look in the direction of Death Swamp, Xiao Chun silently followed the group, heading forward. Shui Lingling did not want to waste any more time. As she moved forward, she released her strong aura. The The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made the poisonous python, which sensed this aura, immediately flee far away. From time to time, bubbles and surging silt could be seen around the team. Those were the venomous pythons below. They were swimming around desperately, afraid that Shui Lingling would kill them. Without any obstructions, the group moved forward at full speed. They managed to catch up to several groups that had set off earlier. When they were about to cross the python swamp, Shui Lingling's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. She looked at the other team that she unexpectedly encountered, and her beautiful brows knitted together with a displeased expression. Along the way, Xiao Chan had been comprehending the mysteries of giving spring to withered wood. He had not extended his spiritual sense out, so he had not seen this group in advance. When Xiao Chan raised his head and saw the leader of the group, his expression could not help but turn grave. Unexpectedly, he ran into the extreme insects people here. When Bai Wuxue saw Shui Lingling's group, he felt it was strange as well. Then he noticed Xiao Chan behind him, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. First senior brother, is that the white-robed brat who challenged you? An extreme insect true inheritor behind Bai Wuxue asked. Bai Wuxue seemed to be smiling as he replied, "That's him. He told me to wait for him at the Extreme Insects Challenge platform." The person who spoke first mocked. "He overestimates himself. I thought he had something extraordinary about him. It turns out that he is just a medial-grade martial monarch. He is indeed crazy. To think that he is worthy of being first senior brother's opponent. He overestimates himself. I do not even need 10 moves to defeat this fellow," another person said with disdain as he looked at Xiao Chan. With Bai Wuxue and Shui Lingling here, it was impossible for the two groups to fight to the death. Xiao Chan withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes. He only remembered the appearance of the person who mocked him. Xiao Chan remained silent, not saying a word. He had never liked to use words to gain an advantage. He did not want to do useless things. When that person saw that Xiao Chan did not say anything, his expression turned even more chaotic. He took a step forward and shouted, "White-robed brat, are you that cowardly? If you cannot even receive 10 moves from me, what qualifications do you have to challenge our first senior brother? Do you dare to come out today and receive 10 moves from me? Let our Extreme Insects senior brother see how capable you are." Bai Wuxue smiled faintly and did not stop this person. He said indifferently, "Shui Lingling, what do you think? If he does not come out, then any random person in your Haotian sect can challenge me Bai Wuxue in the future." Shui Lingling was placed in a difficult position. That person was a true inheritor of the Extreme Yin sect. He was stronger than Chan Xiao and the others, just slightly weaker than Hu Hai. Xiao Chan was merely an inner disciple of the Haotian sect. Although he was very talented, he had not fully matured yet. In a battle, weapons were blind. It would be too unfortunate if Xiao Chan fell here. However, the other party was bullying him. If Xiao Chan did not agree, the reputation of the Haotian sect would be tarnished. "I agree." A voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the quiet place. His white robes fluttered and a cool breeze blew. Xiao Chan leaped over the group and walked out calmly. Bai Wuxue's eyelids twitched. He immediately rejoiced in his heart. If he wanted to kill Xiao Chan, Shui Lingling would definitely stop him. However, if it were someone else fighting Xiao Chan and killing him, Shui Lingling would have nothing to say. "Shun Tu, don't show any mercy. Kill him directly. After this, I will give you a 200-year-old earth essence fruit." Bai Wuxue sent a voice projection to Shun Tu, saying sinisterly. Shun Tu rejoiced in his heart. He quickly replied, "First senior brother, don't worry. I will not let you down. I will definitely take his life within 10 moves." As Wang Cheng watched the two about to fight, a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. Back then, when Xiao Chan sent him flying with a palm strike, it had left a knot in his heart. Chapter 708. In the future, as Wang Cheng watched Xiao Chan grow stronger, he would feel even more dissatisfied with him. This was especially so after he was humiliated by Xiao Chan earlier, which made his resentment even more intense. It would be best if he died at the other party's hands, ending all troubles. Wang Cheng cursed viciously. Shui Lingling asked worriedly, "Xiao Chan, have you thought it through?" Xiao Chan did not turn his head. He said indifferently, "Many thanks for first senior sister's concern. I know my limits. Shun Tu held a long sword in his hand and strode forward. He laughed and said, "You do have some courage. However, you are ultimately just a joke. Today, I will let you know that some words that you speak carelessly can lead to death." The others scattered, leaving a spacious area for Xiao Qian and Shun Tu to fight. The vast vital qi in Xiao Qian's body burned, and his blood surged like a gushing river. Xiao Qian's physical body, which was close to a sage body, started circulating quietly. Xiao Qian was like a flood dragon in hibernation, possessing boundless might, waiting for the moment to erupt. Shun Tu looked at his opponent with a relaxed expression. He had already comprehended 50% of the heaven-ranked martial technique that he grasped. Furthermore, his cultivation was one cultivation grade higher than his opponent's. The extreme Yin sect had abundant resources and many great teachers. Shun Tu had climbed to where he was today step by step. His strength was not exaggerated at all. With such a huge advantage, Shun Tu did not believe that there was a reason for him to lose. "I'll play with him first. Then, I'll use my heaven-ranked martial technique on the 10th move and destroy him, crushing all his hopes." Not wanting to defeat Xiao Qian immediately, Shun Tu decided to play with his opponent slowly. Perhaps his first senior brother could give him more benefits. After observing Xiao Qian's aura, Shun Tu could not see anything extraordinary about it. He lost his patience and used his movement technique to charge over. Shun Tu's figure slowly grew larger in Xiao Qian's eyes as he approached. Xiao Qian remained silent, not moving at all. He only continuously burned his vital qi, forming a fiery clump of energy in his dantian. That was the essence of energy formed after burning his vital qi. The clump of energy trembled continuously, trying to struggle free. Xiao Qian guarded his mind, not letting it struggle free. All he did was burn his vital qi and accumulate power. The blood in his body surged, becoming more and more intense. His qi and blood were exuberant to the extreme, and his body was like a high-temperature furnace that could explode at any moment. 100 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters. The distance between Shun Tu and Xiao Qian shrank rapidly. The tip of Shun Tu's sword rose and a gust of wind blew. It gently lifted the hair in front of Xiao Qian's forehead, revealing his delicate and handsome facial features. After Shun Tu imprinted Xiao Qian's face deeply in his mind, he smiled cruelly. With a turn of his sword, he arrived 20 meters in front of Xiao Qian. "That's enough," Xiao Qian called out softly in his heart. His calm eyes suddenly erupted with a frightening light. The trace of monarch bloodline hidden in his blood was instantly activated. That trace of the ancient sovereign's aura burst forth. It was like a vast mountain or a vast ocean, vast and boundless, heavy and distant. Shun Tu, who had not felt any pressure all this while, suddenly felt a heavy mountain pressing down on his shoulders. His expression changed slightly, and his movements immediately slowed. "Burning the heavens!" Xiao Qian seized this opportunity and shouted. The energy that he had been suppressing for a long time turned into azure smoke at the Tianmen acupoint on his head and rushed into the sky, burning away large patches of white clouds. The ancient sovereign's aura that suddenly appeared lasted less than a second before Shun Tu broke free. However, this 1 second was enough to change the situation. The azure dragon claw tore through the sky and clenched into a fist. Then it descended from the sky like a meteor. Shun Tu turned pale with fright. He quickly held his sword across his chest and circulated his quintessence to defend. However, in his haste, he did not even gather 50% of his quintessence. As for Xiao Qian's 1,800,000 kilograms of force, after accumulating it, he erupted with 120% of its might. When comparing the two at this moment, Xiao Qian held the absolute advantage in strength. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the sword in Shun Tu's hand broke with a kai sound. The dragon fist struck his protective quintessence. The force seeped in and broke Shun Tu's ribs, severely injuring his internal organs. Shun Tu flew back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The light of his protective quintessence faded. A murderous intent flashed in Shun Tu's eyes as a blue dragon image shot out from under his feet, carrying Xiao Qian into the air. A vast ocean appeared behind him, and 999 pillars of water shot into the sky. Dragon subduing / blue dragon goes to sea. Xiao Qian did not show any expression on his face. The dragon-shaped saber light covered in auspicious clouds swept out with a surging dragon might. Under the attack of the heaven-burning fist, Shun Tu's aura plummeted. He was severely injured. He could not block this heaven-ranked martial technique that followed closely behind. All this happened in an instant. There was not even a chance for anyone to save Shin Tuesday. Bai Wushua's expression changed drastically as he roared, "Stop!" Bai Wushua's voice was like thunder, inspiring fear in everyone. Clearly, he was already angered to the extreme. However, Xiao Chun ignored him. The blue dragon Goes to See continued to chop down ferociously. Blood spurted out, and Shun Tu's head separated from his body. The eyes of the head flying in the air widened. Even in death, it did not dare to believe what had happened. The others were all dumbfounded as well. They had not expected such a scene. There were some things that could lead to death if one spoke carelessly. This was what Shin Tu had said earlier. Now someone had indeed died. However, the one who died was Shin Tu himself and not Xiao Chan. The person that Shin Tu had thought was just a joke had killed him in 2 moves. No matter how you humiliate me, scold me, say 1,000 words or a sharp tongue. With the saber in hand, if I am unhappy, I will just kill you. Why would I bother speaking any nonsense with you? The faces of the extreme Yin sect disciples turned pale. They could not believe that Shin Tu had been killed just like that. When Bai Wuxue saw the flying head, he was slightly stunned. Then rage burned in his chest. He said coldly, "How dare you kill my extreme Yin sect's true inheritors? You must be tired of living." Great icy cold hand. In his rage, Bai Wuxue brought out the strength of a half-sage without holding anything back. A huge palm made of icy quintessence instantly formed in the air and appeared in front of Xiao Chan. This palm carried a force that could shatter mountains and tear the ground apart as it smashed towards Xiao Chan. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen's face sank and 2 beams of light, one purple and one white, flew out of his eyes. They continuously circled around in the air, forming a beautiful Taiji diagram. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, the innate 8 trigrams, and many other mysterious phenomena appeared. The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram glowed with a golden light, radiating a boundless radiance. The horrifying icy cold hand smashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. A loud explosion resounded, shaking space and the ground. Kase! Kase! Cracks appeared in the golden Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Then it shattered and turned back into 2 beams of fiery light that returned to Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and he felt somewhat dizzy. However, he managed to block Bai Wushue's full power strike without suffering any injuries. Xiao. When Bai Wuxue saw Xiao Chan block his palm strike, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to continue, he saw an arrow flying over like a meteor. The arrow tore through the air, leaving behind a long flaming tail. Bai Wuxue felt a dangerous aura, and his figure flashed, dodging this extremely fast arrow. Bang! The arrow exploded in the air, and a fiery shock wave surged out in all directions. The other extreme Yin sect disciples who could not dodge in time were all blasted into the air. Shui Lingling drew back the bowstring. She drew the purple bow until it looked like a full moon as she pointed it at Bai Wuxue. Bai Wuxue, what are you trying to do? Sabers and swords have no eyes. Since this is a competition, death is inevitable. If Xiao Chun loses, Shin Tu will not spare Xiao Chen's life. Bai Wuxue stood in the air with a cold expression. He looked at the bow in Shui Lingling's hand with some fear. Bai Wuxue had lost a true inheritor with a bright future for no reason. When he saw Xiao Chun land on the ground, he hated that he could not kill him on the spot. However, with Shui Lingling here, that was impossible. Bai Wuxue waved his sleeves heavily and gave Xiao Chun a deep look. Then he led the remaining extreme Yin sect disciples away with large strides. Shui Lingling heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Wuxue did not force his way through. Otherwise, both sides would end up injured, and no one would have a good ending. Junior brother Xiao, are you all right? Shui Lingling asked Xiao Chun as she placed the ancient purple bow on her back. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, I'm fine. I am not severely injured. Hu Hai asked out of curiosity, may I ask what martial technique that Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram was? How come I have never heard of it before? That Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram perfectly merged the 2 attributes of Yin and Yang, bringing out its might. It allowed Xiao Chun, a medial-grade martial monarch, to block Bai Wushue's full-powered strike unscathed. It was hard not to be curious. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "Yes, I created that myself." When the others heard this, doubt flashed in their eyes. They did not think that Xiao Chun could create such a profound martial technique. They just took it as an excuse. However, cultivators always had their own secrets. Hu Hai was purely curious and did not intend to pursue the matter. Wang Cheng looked at the ground at Shan Tu, who had been chopped in half at the waist. Then he looked at Xiao Chun again. A hard-to-detect fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chun had not expected this fellow to be so decisive, killing a true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect just like that. I stopped him from coming to the savage battlefield. If he holds a grudge and rises up, I will not have a good time in the future. Wang Cheng sized up Xiao Chun and lowered his head. A strange light flickered in his eyes, appearing extremely complicated. Bai Wushue's appearance was only a small interlude to the advancing group. It did not have much of an impact on them. Under Shui Lingling's lead, the group continued heading for the Dragon Burial Mound. They passed through deserts, desolate forests, and all sorts of dangers. The group experienced the vastness of the savage battlefield for themselves. When they heard Shui Lingling say that the place they had been to was just the tip of the iceberg, they felt a headache coming on. However, they also gained a lot. The rare spirit herbs and medicinal fruits that were hard to find in the outside world could be found everywhere here. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they might even find a spirit herb worth 1,000,000 spirit stones in a small crack that no one noticed. 3 days later, a desolate plain appeared before the group. 5 peaks stood in the middle of the plain. The peaks formed a ring around an azure palace. Compared to the other 5 peaks, the one in front of the group was clearly taller. It was like someone had chopped it in half. Chapter 709. The azure-colored palace in the middle of the 5 peaks was a kilometer tall. Dust covered the palace. From a distance, it looked ancient and somewhat dilapidated. When looking at the azure-colored palace, Xiao Chun felt a strange throbbing in his heart. He found it very familiar, like he had been here 10,000 years ago. This strange feeling made Xiao Chun ask hoarsely, "What is that place?" Hu Hai and the others gave Xiao Chun strange looks. Then Shui Lingling said, "Don't you know? That is the Blue Dragon Palace. 10,000 years ago, after the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, their main palace appeared here." Xiao Chun said in shock, "The Tianwu domain really has 4 holy lands? Aside from the White Emperor City, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, and the Profound Martial Gate, there is another holy land." Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That is natural. The Dragon's Gate was once the leader of the Holy Lands. 10,000 years ago, the last master of the Dragon's Gate, the Qing Emperor, was the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era. He was the strongest palace master of the Bushan Palace, ruling over the entire Kunlun realm. If he was that strong, then how did the Dragon's Gate get destroyed?" Xiao Chun muttered, his gaze never leaving that palace. Shui Lingling did not know much either. She answered vaguely, "It has something to do with your Sky Dome realm's Tianwu dynasty. As for the specifics, no one knows. Later generations only know that the Tianwu dynasty and the Blue Dragon Palace were destroyed at almost the same time." Xiao Chun felt a yearning for that palace. He asked, "Are we going in?" When the others heard this, they all smiled bitterly. Hu Hai explained, "Who does not want to enter the palace left behind by the sovereign martial emperor, the Qing Emperor? However, no one can enter. The Thunder King, who was known as the strongest offensive power 5,000 years ago, tried to barge in but failed. In the end, he even got injured." Xiao Chun was startled. He asked Ao Jiao, "Is what he said true?" Ao Jiao nodded her head and said, "Each of the 5 mountains represents a type of attribute. They form a 5 elements absolute sealing array and lock up the time and space of this world. Back then, the Thunder King chopped off half of the mountain, but he was also attacked by the 5 elements absolute sealing formation for 100 years. Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by attacking for 100 years? Ao Jiao had a deep memory of that. She pondered for a moment before saying, "It's like compressing 100 years into an instant. It's just one sword, but it's enough to hurt you for 100 years. One sword for 100 years, one sword for 100 years. After Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but sink into deep thought. There was actually such a martial technique. It was truly unimaginable. Let's go. There are no flying demonic beasts here. We can fly there directly. Shui Lingling waved her hand, and the profound sun bird on her shoulder chirped happily. Then it revealed its true form. The group gently pushed off the ground and landed on the profound sun bird's wide back. The group could see the other cultivators soaring into the air as well, either riding on flying spirit beasts or warships. They all headed in the same direction. Savage Battlefield, Dragon Burial Mound. There were many spirit beasts in the world with the word dragon in their names. For example, flood dragons, coiling dragons, earth dragons, flood dragons, and fire dragons. There were many kinds of them, and they were all very strong. However, these were not true dragons. Even in the immortal epoch, true dragons were legendary holy beasts. They possessed startling magic energy and vast magic abilities. Several strong immortal cultivators were no match for them. Since the birth of the martial epoch, no one had ever seen a true dragon. All they had seen were some remains. Even the dragon might contained in the remains was unbearable for regular martial monarchs. As the name suggested, the Dragon Burial Mound was a place where dragons were buried. Furthermore, they were all true dragons. The Dragon Burial Mound had already existed in the savage battlefield before the Emperor's War. Many people even believed that the Dragon Burial Mound had existed for a long time in the immortal epoch. No one knew for sure when the Dragon Burial Mound had existed. They only knew that a significant number of true dragons were buried here. Every true dragon grave had a huge treasure trove, spirit trees that grew with the true dragon's immortal chi, and rare fruits that grew with the dragon's blood. After 10,000 years of being contaminated by dragon chi, the special ores that appeared were all priceless treasures, tempting treasures. After a new true dragon cave was exposed, the other forbidden lands of the savage battlefield, and even the immortal sect remnant became less tempting. Shui Lingling's main goal in coming to the savage battlefield this time was the true dragon cave. Black spots of light appeared in the sky 50 kilometers in front. Xiao Chun focused his spiritual sense into a line and looked into the distance. He discovered that it was a black storm sweeping through the sky. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. The mountains and trees in the way of the storm were all torn to shreds. Several strong demonic beasts could not resist the storm at all. In an instant, they were sucked into the storm and turned into pools of blood. What is that? The cultivators flying in the air looked into the distance and discovered the strange scene in front as well. However, their mental energy was not as strong as Xiao Qin's. They could only see some blurry scenes and felt that something was wrong. However, they could not clearly see what was happening. Due to the distance, Hu Hai could not see clearly. However, the faint smell of blood in the air made him frown. He said, "It seems like it is in the direction of the Dragon Burial Mound. I wonder what it is." Shui Lingling's bright eyes observed for a while. Then she said calmly, "It is a true dragon storm. It looks like someone opened the door to the true dragon cave. Since there is a true dragon storm, it should not be an empty cave." Boom! 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 The speed of the true dragon storm was unparalleled. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, everyone could clearly see the scene in front. They were immediately shocked. That black storm connected the sky and the ground, stretching for a kilometer. Before it, even the tall mountains seemed as insignificant as ants. The cultivators were even more insignificant. "Run!" The other cultivators were startled. Without saying anything, they fled to the sides. No one dared to face this storm head-on. A storm that could even flatten a mountain peak. How strong exactly was it? No one dared to imagine it. Probably only martial sages could survive if they entered. Shui Lingling gently leaped up and hid under the profound sunbird's wings. She said, "Don't run around. All of you hide under the profound sunbird's wings. This is an opportunity for us to reach the true dragon cave before others." The storm was just 10 kilometers away. As the strong wind blew, clothes flapped noisily, making them feel like they would fly. The group did not dare to be careless. They leaped under the profound sunbird's wings with some difficulty and grabbed the green feathers on its wings with their right hands. Xiao Chun, Wang Cheng, and Jun Si hid behind the left wing. The other three hid under the right wing. A strong wind howled and a huge force blew. The profound sunbird's huge body trembled slightly. The wind was like a knife, making it hard for the group to keep their eyes open. They stuck close to the side of the profound sunbird's wings. No one dared to be careless. If they got pulled out by the wind, they would most likely die. Shui Lingling stared at the storm in front. Just as the storm was about to arrive, she quickly gave the profound sunbird a command. The profound sunbird's wide wings slowly closed. Its entire body was like a sharp sword piercing through the storm. However, just as the profound sunbird's wings were about to close completely, Wang Cheng ferociously sent a palm strike at Xiao Chan. When the storm arrived, it was already hard to block in the first place. There was the danger of getting pulled out at any moment. Wang Cheng's palm strike added fuel to the fire, immediately sending Xiao Chan flying. The suction force from the storm didn't even have time to let out a cry of surprise before he was sucked out and thrown high into the air along with the strong wind. Everything happened very quickly. The others did not notice it at all. Wang Cheng smiled cruelly. Then he said anxiously, "Junior sister June, junior brother Xiao Chan flew out." June Ci's expression froze. Indeed, she discovered that Xiao Chan had disappeared. She panicked and immediately shouted to inform Shui Lingling. "Don't move. I got it." The profound sunbird's wings were already completely closed. Shui Lingling gave the command before turning into a beam of purple light and flying towards Xiao Chan. The true dragon storm contained dragon force. The force it drew out was terrifyingly strong. Within the storm, Xiao Chan was like a piece of wood. He quickly floated up and down, bobbing up and down like a dead object. The veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body, and all his abilities were useless before such might. He had no chance to use them at all. The wind was like a knife, covering Xiao Chen's body in cuts and bruises. He tumbled up and down, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Xiao Chen suffered both physical and mental torture. He felt like he would die at any moment. The wind made Xiao Chen's vision blurry. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he vaguely heard a purple figure calling out his name. This figure risked its life in the true dragon storm, advancing ferociously, trying to get closer to Xiao Chen, trying to pull him out of the whirlpool of the storm. He himself seemed to have made some effort to get close to it, but every time at the last moment it was too late. However, every time the storm surged, it would pull Xiao Chen back. All his efforts would be for naught, unable to succeed. Xiao Chen did not know what happened after that. He simply fainted and lost consciousness. Xiao Chen had a splitting headache and his mouth was dry. He tried to open his eyes, but it was incredibly difficult. His eyelids felt like heavy mountains, unable to open. When Xiao Chen tried to move his arms, he felt intense pain. His lips twitched. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiao Chen finally opened his eyes. The dark sky appeared in his vision. He had not left the savage battlefield yet. Xiao Chen struggled to get up. Then, he sat up and checked his injuries. Wounds of varying depths covered his body, stained with blood. Every time he moved, he would feel extreme pain. Fortunately, these were just external wounds. The more serious ones were his internal injuries. While Xiao Chen was unconscious, the dragon force contained in the storm surged through his internal organs and meridians. Xiao Chen's heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, and lungs all suffered varying degrees of damage. If he were an ordinary person, his internal organs would have been crushed to smithereens long ago. Xiao Chen silently circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, and the circulation of his veritable essence energy did not experience much obstruction. However, his meridians were somewhat injured, so he did not dare to unleash his veritable essence energy without restraint. A faint bloody smell lingered in the air. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked around. The corpses of several demonic beasts littered the surroundings. This should be Ao Jiao's doing, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring. He discovered Ao Jiao lying quietly beside the netherworld flower. Her breathing was even as she fell asleep. Chapter 7:10. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and recovered some of his strength. Then he stood up and started to size up his surroundings. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw desolate plains with demonic beasts roaming in the distance. The dark space seemed somewhat dangerous. Not far behind him was a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Standing not far away, Xiao Chen looked extremely insignificant. Strange, I seem to have been here before. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and entered deep thought. Then his eyes lit up. He suddenly recalled that this was the Blue Dragon Palace that he had once seen from afar. However, at that time he had been very far away. The 5 peaks had looked very close to each other. However, when he got closer, he discovered that the peaks were a kilometer apart. Unexpectedly, I got blown here. Xiao Chen took a few steps and his vision widened. When he saw the Azure Palace surrounded by the 5 peaks, he revealed a bitter smile. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled Wang Cheng's name, and his expression turned sullen again. The storm containing dragon energy was startlingly mighty. If not for Xiao Chen's strong physical body, having refined his blood, skin and meridians, he would not have been able to survive the storm. The instant he was blown away, his body would have been torn to shreds, not even leaving a corpse behind. Although Xiao Chen knew that Wang Cheng did not like him and that there was a rift between them, he had never expected Wang Cheng to be so despicable as to plot against him while they were in the same team. However, this is fine as well. The strength of the team is not balanced, and there are many restrictions. With the help of the map, it might not be a bad thing for me to enter the savage battlefield alone. Xiao Chen thought to himself as he took out the brocade box containing the map of the savage battlefield. There were some detailed 3-dimensional images in the map, allowing Xiao Chen to familiarize himself with the various passages of the Forbidden Lands. Several small paths that no one knew of could allow him to reach the Forbidden Lands smoothly. Furthermore, there were red dots on the map for every Forbidden Land. Based on the depth of one's gaze, Xiao Chen could determine which Forbidden Lands he could enter, and which Forbidden Lands he could not. The most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, everything would have been for naught. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from behind. Xiao Chen turned around and saw a 10-meter-tall scarlet blood demonic ape charging at him. The scarlet blood demonic ape could tell that Xiao Chen was severely injured and found it difficult to move. This peak rank 7 demonic beast scarlet blood demonic ape did not hold back as it charged. Xiao Chen took a few steps back. Now that his internal organs were damaged, he could not move rashly. Otherwise, he would be even more injured, and it would be even harder to recuperate. However, it was only a pinnacle tier 7 demonic beast, so there was no need for him to make things difficult for it. With a wave of his hand, a sculpture appeared on his palm. Life bestowal spell. The mountain-like body of the golden savage bull suddenly appeared. Its golden hooves bent vertically before bouncing off, and landing a heavy kick on the scarlet blood demonic ape. Xiao Chen's vital qi exploded out with 1,000 tons of force. The kick sent him tumbling back, causing him to cry out in pain. He looked at the golden savage ox that suddenly appeared in horror. Up Xiao Chen up with qi. He up with the qi and up. And up. Chun. I can still use it 5 or 6 more times. However, that should be enough for me to recover completely. After checking the damage to the life bestowal spell, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to treat his internal injuries. Now that Xiao Chen's physical body was close to a rank 1 sage body, his recovery and defense were not something a regular martial monarch could compare to. It could be said that even the 7 giants' accomplishments in the physical body were far inferior to Xiao Chen's. If they were in Xiao Chen's shoes, they would not be able to recover as fast as Xiao Chen after suffering such severe injuries. Time passed. 3 days later, Xiao Chen's severe internal injuries were mostly healed, no longer affecting his combat prowess. No one would believe that Xiao Chen had recovered from the true dragon storm in 3 days. However, in reality, if not for the demonic beasts harassing Xiao Chen from time to time, forcing him to use the life bestowal spell to chase them away, the time would have been much shorter. Xiao Chen stretched his body and quintessence flowed freely in his body. When he felt the surging energy, a smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. A demonic beast flew past Xiao Chen. Originally, it was targeting Xiao Chen. However, the instant Xiao Chen stood up, the aura that he unintentionally released startled the demonic beast, prompting it to flee in a hurry. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. How could he let the demonic beast flee? He executed a blue dragon tail whip and chased after it. His figure flashed, and his fists moved like the wind. Bang! 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 The quintessence on Xiao Chen's fists exploded, giving off loud rumbles. In just a few punches he killed the demonic beast. Finally, Xiao Chan had relied on his own strength to kill a demonic beast. The haze that had clouded his heart for the past few days was swept away. Xiao Chan looked at the empty area between the peaks 2 kilometers in front and entered deep thought. Back then, even the Thunder King could not enter this place. He was blocked outside. However, when Xiao Chan looked at it from the outside, he did not find anything strange about it. Xiao Chan looked deeply at the dusty azure palace surrounded by the peaks. He could feel a mysterious connection between himself and this palace. Xiao Chan gently pushed off the ground, and a rock appeared in his hand. Then he took a deep breath and tossed it with all his might. With the support of force, the rock flew through the air. As it got closer to the 2 peaks, Xiao Chan opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. Something strange happened. As the rock got closer, the surface of the rock slowly weathered, giving off rustling sounds. Then it slowly vanished into the air. There was clearly nothing there. However, the rock looked like it had experienced 100 years of natural weathering. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. After thinking for a while, he grabbed a demonic beast and tossed it over. Shoo! There seemed to be a formless barrier in the empty space between the peaks. The moment the demonic beast touched it, a sharp sword light pierced its chest. The same action repeated itself in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was clearly only an instant. However, Xiao Chan saw the sword light pierce various parts of the demonic beast. When the sword light faded, the demonic beast's body exploded, turning into a clump of scarlet light and disappearing. 1 sword for 100 years. 1 sword for 100 years. Such a strange scene was an eye-opener for Xiao Chan. The shock in his heart was indescribable. The weathering of the rock earlier did not show the horrifying concept of the 5-element absolute sealing formation sealing time and space. However, the way the demonic beast died made Xiao Chan understand how horrifying this formation was. No one could break this sword. Unless one could control time and space, condensing 100 years into an instant, there was no other way. At the very least, Xiao Chan felt that there was no way to break this formation. In the future, when Xiao Chen's cultivation rose and his horizons widened, he might have a different view. However, at this moment, Xiao Chan could only think of so much. He could not see too far ahead. Xiao Chan glanced at the peak that the Thunder King chopped off. He felt rueful. This formation was so horrifying that it could even control time and space. However, the Thunder King still managed to chop off half of the peak with 1 sword strike and escape. It looks like there is no way to enter this place. As Xiao Chan looked at the dust-covered azure palace, he yearned for it. However, he still sighed helplessly. After hearing what Shui Lingling said, Xiao Chan was sure that the Qing Emperor was related to the Xiao clan's ancestor. 10,000 years ago, there must have been a huge battle between the Dragon's Gate's Holy Land and the Tianwu dynasty. According to what Shui Lingling said, the Qing Emperor was the Bushan Palace's palace master at that time. That was to say, the Tianwu dynasty did not just fight the Dragon's Gate. Instead, it fought the entire Tianwu domain of the Kunlun realm. It was hard to imagine that the Sky Dome realm's Tianwu dynasty had such horrifying strength. Xiao Chan really wanted to see what was in this sealed blue dragon palace. For the powerful sovereign martial emperor, the Qing Emperor, to lay a 5-element absolute sealing formation that could control time and space, even someone as strong as the Thunder King could not enter. There was no point in thinking too much. After giving the sealed blue dragon palace one last look, Xiao Chan prepared to leave this place and find an absolutely safe place to consume the earth essence fruit to raise his cultivation. You have been looking at it for so long. Do you really want to go in? Ao Jiao asked slowly from the immortal spirit ring, having woken up at some point. Xiao Chen nodded and did not hide anything. This blue dragon palace gives me a very familiar feeling. It feels like I have seen it many years ago. Ao Jiao said. I have a way to let you in. However, if you enter the 5-element absolute sealing formation, the doors to the blue dragon palace will probably not open. Back then, the Thunder King's full power strike could not even shake it at all. According to him, this blue dragon palace itself is a strong secret treasure. It is no weaker than the immortal equipment of the immortal epoch. Xiao Chan did not pay attention to the latter part. He only paid attention to the first part. Feeling joyful, he said, Little Ao Jiao, do you really have a way? Seeing Xiao Chan question her, expressing his clear distrust of her, Ao Jiao grumbled. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, your wings have hardened. There is a chance. Ao Jiao's attitude showed that she was very confident. After interacting with her for so long, Xiao Chun understood her temper very well. He quickly apologized. I was wrong. Little Ao Jiao, tell me how to enter. The 5-element absolute sealing formation was a formation that could even block Emperor Wu. If Xiao Chen, an insignificant medial-grade martial monarch, could enter, it would shake the entire Kunlun realm. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and revealed her true form. Then, she led Xiao Chen forward until they arrived before the half of the mountain. Come, let's fly up. Ao Jiao took the lead and leaped up. Her exquisite figure, coupled with her cold, girlish appearance, made Ao Jiao look as alluring as before. Seeing that Ao Jiao had leaped onto the platform without any danger, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. In a few breaths he landed beside Ao Jiao. When Xiao Chen stood there and looked to the front, he could see the Blue Dragon Palace even more clearly. The mysterious throbbing in Xiao Chen's heart intensified. He wished he could immediately jump down and push open the azure doors at the bottom of the palace. Hey, what are you doing? Don't go. Suddenly, Ao Jiao spoke up and grabbed Xiao Chen. Only then did Xiao Chen realize that he had unknowingly taken a half step into the air. This startled Xiao Chen, and he quickly pulled his foot back. He felt a lingering fear. If he had triggered the formation, he would not be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Xiao Chen said. Many thanks. Ao Jiao said seriously, pay attention and focus. Although the Thunder King destroyed some of the formations, the lines in the Tao are not damaged. Chapter 7:11. Suppressing the throbbing in the depths of his heart, Xiao Chen said calmly, I understand. You can tell me how to enter now, right? Ao Jiao did not say anything. She closed her clear eyes, revealing only her long eyelashes. Then she slowly formed hand seals with her hands, and a faint white light spread out from her body. The white light was like starlight, drifting and covering the entire space. As the white light spread out, interweaving lines appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. The lines were black and white, interweaving and flowing. Aside from the Blue Dragon Palace, they cut the space in this place into pieces. Xiao Chen was astonished. He could feel the most primitive truth and reason in the world from these 2 lines. It was like everything was born from them. Ao Jiao opened her eyes and said, White represents space, and black represents the world. As long as you do not touch these 2 lines, you will be able to pass through safely. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He discovered that if he could find the pattern in which the 2 lines combined, he could pass through them without touching them. How incredible! How did you do it? Xiao Chen praised sincerely. To be able to reveal space and time and find the weak points, it was truly incredible. Ao Jiao smiled and said, The Thunder King was only 1 step away from Sovereign Martial Emperor. Although he could not control space and time, he had touched the threshold. He suffered a great loss in this formation. After that, he spent a lot of time researching this formation. I am just using it. Remember, you only have 1 chance. If you fail, the sword chi will immediately tear you apart. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and started to observe carefully. The black and white lines crisscrossed before him like they were on a Go board. The dull lines became vivid in Xiao Chen's eyes. He also slowly understood the mysteries of space and time, gaining some comprehension in his heart. Xiao. Suddenly Xiao Chen moved. He did not hesitate to fly forward. Without any hesitation he flew straight ahead. The lines brushed past him. The white lines represented space and the black lines represented the world. As long as he touched any one of them, he would activate the 5-element absolute sealing formation. Xiao Chen landed firmly and arrived before the Blue Dragon Palace. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. If he remembered correctly, there were no lines around the palace. The white light from Ao Jiao vanished. The visible lines of time and space turned into nothingness once more. Aside from the occasional junk in the air, there was nothing else. The palace doors were tightly shut, and the steps were covered in a thick layer of dust. It had not been cleaned for a long time. This place looked like a desolate temple in the wilderness. Xiao Chen looked at the doors and said, There is no need to test the doors. Even with the strongest single target attack of the Thunder King, he could not move them. Of Xiao Chun of the steps. Xiao Chun left footprints on the steps. Ka-sie. Xiao Chun opened the doors of. The bronze doors were covered in dust. The instant the doors opened, the dust fell like snowflakes, landing on Xiao Chun. Behind him, Ao Jiao's pretty face was filled with shock. Her bright eyes widened as she stammered. "You, why did you push it open?" The doors were slightly ajar, not fully open. Xiao Chun peered through the crack and discovered that there were still lights flickering. It was not completely dark inside. As for Ao Jiao's question, Xiao Chun could not figure it out. When he saw these doors, Xiao Chun felt like he had returned to his own home. Xiao Chun very naturally pushed the doors open. He had never thought about not being able to enter. Could it be that he was not allowed to enter his own home? Xiao Chun pushed hard and the two bronze doors opened. The scenery of the first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace appeared before his eyes. There was an oil lamp on each of the 4 walls. It was unknown what the wick was made of. Unexpectedly, after burning for 10,000 years, they still did not extinguish. When the doors opened, wind blew in, causing the flames to flicker continuously. The flickering flames made this ancient palace look even more mysterious. The walls were dark yellow, and there were some murals carved on them. As he was far away, Xiao Chun could not make out what the murals were. On the wall facing him there was a painting. On the painting there was a stalwart man in green clothes, but there was nothing else on the painting. The azure-robed man had a saber hanging at his waist, and his right hand was on the saber hilt. However, his appearance was not clear. There was a wooden table below the painting with a brocade box on it. Xiao Chun did not know what it contained. Everything in the palace gave off a mysterious aura, deterring anyone from making a rash move. When Xiao Chun looked down, he saw an extremely complicated formation carved in golden blood on the floor. A faint emperor's might came from it, making one's breathing hasty. Xiao Chun quickly activated that trace of monarch bloodline. Only then did he feel better. As he continued looking, he saw a bright, transparent crystal embedded in the center of the formation. Everything here seemed familiar. The various scenes made Xiao Chun feel dazzled. Finally, his gaze fixed on the painting. He could not help but walk forward, wanting to take a closer look. Who exactly is the person in the painting? Don't go in yet. Just as Xiao Chun raised his foot and was about to enter, Ao Jiao stopped him. Xiao Chun became more clear-headed. This was the Blue Dragon Palace that even the Thunder King could block. How could he enter so casually? Ao Jiao pulled Xiao Chun back. Then she closed the 2 bronze doors with a pa sound again. Feeling strange, Xiao Chun asked, "What are you trying to do?" Ao Jiao looked somewhat depressed. She clenched her teeth and said, "I don't believe that this door can be opened so easily." Back then, the Thunder King's strength character formula did not fail. With one saber strike, he could even kill a rank 10 demonic beast. She pulled Xiao Chun back a few steps before leaping up. Her jade-like hands glowed with a bright light, and a strong quintessence gathered in her palm. Then she pressed her palm against the bronze doors. There was a loud sound, but the bronze doors did not budge at all. The huge force was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing any ripples. Bang! 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 Ao Jiao pressed her palm a few more times. However, the bronze doors did not budge at all. Only then did she withdraw her palm in satisfaction. A crafty look flashed in her eyes as she smiled and said, "Hey, that's more like it. Trashy master, go and try again." Xiao Chun gaped slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. What if I really cannot open it? So this is why Ao Jiao stopped him. However, Xiao Chun believed that this door would still open for him. There would not be any accidents. Stepping forward, Xiao Chun gently touched the bronze doors with his palm. There did not seem to be any changes. However, the core formation of the Blue Dragon Palace, which was connected to the underground, gave off a bright light as it quickly confirmed something. Xiao Chun gently pushed, and the doors of the Great Hall opened with a creak, easily opening again without any obstruction. After walking in with large strides, Xiao Chun turned his head to look at Ao Jiao, who had a strange expression on her face. He smiled and said, "Come in. I'll bring you to the scenery that the Thunder King did not bring you to see back then." Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she muttered, "Who cares?" Even though she said that, she still walked in quickly. Her bright and adorable eyes curiously looked around at everything around her. Clearly, Ao Jiao was very interested in this place. She did not care as much as she said. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and walked past the formation drawn in the Golden Emperor's blood. Then he arrived before the painting and focused on it. The long robes of the azure-robed man depicted 18 circling blue dragons. Each blue dragon looked very lifelike, like they were alive. Xiao Chan could even see them swimming on the robes. The blue dragon robes gave off a faint glow. When Xiao Chan looked carefully, he seemed to see a boundless mysterious phenomenon spanning 5,000 kilometers in his mind. This blue dragon robes was definitely a supreme secret treasure, surpassing superior grade secret treasures and peak grade secret treasures. As for what grade it was, Xiao Chan was not sure. However, what attracted Xiao Chen's attention was the posture of the azure-robed man holding the saber. As a bladesman, Xiao Chan immediately noticed that there was something strange about this simple posture of holding the saber. Hence, Xiao Chan quickly simulated the direction of the azure-robed man's saber in his mind. Where would the saber in the scabbard come from? How should Xiao Chan block? Whoosh! Just after Xiao Chan finished calculating, he felt a saber light flying at him. The person in the painting actually came to life. Furthermore, he attacked from an angle that Xiao Chan had not expected. The saber light flashed, and Xiao Chen's eyes widened in shock. Before he could cry out, he felt his head being chopped off and tossed high into the air. Bang! 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 Xiao Chan took 3 steps back, his face filled with horror as he touched his neck. There was no wound or blood. Xiao Chen's head was still there. He was not dead. Xiao Chen looked forward. The person in the painting was as graceful as an immortal, not moving at all. Could I be seeing things? However, that feeling was very real. Xiao Chen could not figure it out. In that instant earlier, he really thought that he had died. That horror was indescribable with words. In the instant before he died, he even thought of many things. Everything was still vivid in his mind. Ao Jiao, who was studying the formations on the ground, looked up and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Xiao Chan answered awkwardly. Naturally, he could not say that he was frightened by a painting. After thinking for a while, he quickly stepped forward and removed the painting without hesitation. Then, he rolled it up and placed it in the universe ring. There was definitely a universe within this painting, containing boundless mysteries. The person in the painting was very powerful and definitely had a great background. "Hey, why are you putting away a painting of a dead person like it is a treasure?" Ao Jiao could not help mocking Xiao Chan when she saw what he was doing. Martial emperors had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Sovereign martial emperors could live for more than 5,000 years. Xiao Chan did not think that this person was definitely dead. He felt a strange sense of closeness to this person. He replied, "Who said that he is dead? Perhaps this senior is undergoing experiential training in the starry heavens or the demonic world. That is the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor. He has been dead for more than 10,000 years. If it is not a painting of a dead person, what is it?" This person was the Qing Emperor. Xiao Chan was slightly stunned. He was somewhat speechless. He wanted to take out the painting and take a closer look. However, he was afraid of that strange scene. Ao Jiao smiled and said, Although the Qing Emperor was the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era, sweeping through the Kunlun realm and shaking the 18 demonic worlds with his might, he has been dead for 10,000 years. There is no need for him to scare you to this extent. Come and take a look at this. This is the truly scary thing. Ao Jiao called out to Xiao Chan. Then they went to the center of the hall, to the side of the formation carved in Golden Emperor's blood. Chapter 7:12. When Xiao Chan walked over to take a look, he felt incredibly shocked as well. The moment he entered, he discovered the extraordinariness of this formation. That golden blood was definitely Emperor Wu's blood. Otherwise, it would not have such might. The physical bodies of emperors already surpassed that of ordinary bodies. Their blood, bones, and every part of their bodies were supreme treasures. This was especially so for their blood, which already contained spiritual origin energy. As long as the emperor's blood did not run dry, they could revive from a single drop of blood, unkillable. Unexpectedly, this formation was drawn entirely with emperor's blood. One could easily imagine how mighty the formation was and how shocking the items it sealed were. Ao Jiao looked for a while before saying, "This is not an ordinary emperor's blood. It is the golden deity blood of the outer realm deity race's Emperor Wu. The spiritual energy it contains is even stronger. With this formation, the might of the seal will double." The outer realm deity race was one of the 5 great races of the Kunlun realm. The so-called deity race was only in their original world. No one in the Kunlun realm saw them as gods. This group of outer realm deity race came from another world. In that world, they held a high position. They were born to be superior people, possessing boundless magic abilities and boundless strength, possessing supreme strength. Their world suffered a calamity that they could not resolve. For the sake of survival, they migrated their entire race, using formations to traverse the boundless starry heavens, breaking through the barrier of the crystal wall, and arriving in the ancient Kunlun realm. The outer realm deity race was very strong, especially in the aspect of mental energy. They far surpassed the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. Unfortunately, they ran into the most glorious age of cultivators in the Kunlun realm, an age where emperors were as common as clouds and sages were everywhere. This group of deity race people, who originally held high positions, wanted to reunite the Kunlun realm and restore the deity race to its former glory. However, they were taught a ruthless lesson. Nearly all the peak experts were killed, and their race nearly went extinct. Fortunately, the various races of the Kunlun realm fought each other, giving them a chance to catch their breath and survive. After the Emperor War, the various races of the Kunlun realm suffered significant losses. The deity race, who felt that they were not qualified to participate in the Emperor War, managed to preserve the elites of their race. Things changed with the passage of time. 50,000 years after the Emperor War, many of the races that once bullied the deity race vanished in the boundless river of history. As for the outer realm god race, they developed bit by bit, cultivating and recuperating, concealing their strengths and biding their time. Now they were one of the 5 major races of the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, they were very strong, showing signs of surpassing the other races. Xiao Qin's understanding of the outer realm god race was limited to this. It was all official information. As for some of the deity race's experts, the characteristics of their martial techniques and their structure were not clear at all. Ao Jiao rubbed her head, revealing a reminiscing expression. "Let me think, 10,000 years ago, the celestial race was powerful and the human race was weak. The Bushin Palace's spirit veins near Kunlun Mountain are often harassed by the God clan and have suffered heavy losses. The situation only improved after the Qing Emperor took over the Bushin Palace. So it's not strange that he killed a few great emperors of the God clan. The golden formation had a diameter of 100 meters, and the golden blood on it gave off a faint radiance. Even after 10,000 years, the blood had not solidified. In the center of the formation eye, the transparent crystal was perfectly embedded with the ground, without any gaps." Ao Jiao entered deep thought. She could not understand it no matter how she thought about it. She said, "However, why did they go through so much trouble to seal a piece of white jade crystal? Furthermore, there is a 5-element absolute sealing formation outside. The doors of the Blue Dragon Palace are another formation. There are formations within formations and formations within formations. Furthermore, even Emperor Wu did not dare to barge into each of these formations." Xiao Chun looked at the resplendent, transparent white jade crystal in the center of the formation and said, "If you want to know, just take it out and take a look." Ao Jiao looked at the golden formation in front and said, "You'd best not have such thoughts. Given your physical body that barely counts as a rank 1 sage body, the golden blood will burn you into slag in less than a minute." Xiao Chun laughed disapprovingly. He had just said it casually and did not mean anything else. Just the might contained in the blood required Xiao Chun to circulate his sovereign bloodline at full power to resist. How could he barge into it? Xiao Chun was not as conflicted as Ao Jiao. He did not care what was being sealed. Since it was unrelated to him, there was no need to think too much about it, no matter how strange it was. Xiao Chun thought about the brocade box on the wooden table behind him. He turned around to see if there was anything good in it. Boom! At this moment, the dimly lit hall suddenly became bright, and the temperature continued to rise. Xiao Chun, who had already touched the brocade box, was startled by this scene. He quickly turned his head back to look. He saw every line of the golden formation giving off a faint glow. A boundless might suddenly soared. An irresistible force came over and sent Xiaochan flying back. Then he crashed into the wall and vomited a mouthful of blood in a sorry state. In that instant, the emperor's might contained in the golden blood was completely activated. Xiaochan only had a trace of sovereign bloodline. It was not enough to face this. The jade-white crystal in the center of the formation shot out a golden pillar of light. This was the source of the light in the hall. At the same time, unknown to Xiaochan and Ao Jiao, the ground 10 kilometers away from the Blue Dragon Palace trembled continuously. All sorts of demonic beasts fled in panic. On the surface, the Azure Dragon Palace appeared calm. However, the sealed item was currently resisting intensely. The light slowly scattered. When everything calmed down, Xiaochan and Ao Jiao saw a flame that looked like a golden spiritual spring swimming around in the transparent jade-white crystal. A wisp of flame that looked like a golden spirit fountain quickly swam one round inside the crystal before sinking into the interior of the crystal. This is the heavenly flame. Xiaochan was no stranger to this item. There were legends of the heavenly flame in the Sky Dome realm. He had also seen Chu Chaoyun's heavenly flame, which was only a tenth of its original size. The flames of the world were split into yin and yang. Only the heavenly flame stood outside yin and yang, transcending the world. It was the king of all flames. Its might was so great that it could even burn down the entire Tianwu continent, destroying a small realm. However, it was clear that Chu Chaoyun had not completely refined and absorbed a tenth of the heavenly flame back then. At best, he could bring out 20% of its strength. A strange look flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. She said, "I heard that the original Tianwu emperor split the complete heavenly flame into 10 portions. Unexpectedly, there is a portion sealed here as well. Furthermore, it is in the hands of the Qing emperor." Xiaochan's eyes also filled with shock. The Qing emperor had fought a great war with the Tianwu dynasty. It was understandable that he had snatched away the other party's heavenly flame. However, it was just a tenth of the heavenly flame. Using such a large formation to seal it felt like making a big fuss over a minor issue. When Ao Jiao heard Xiaochan's doubts, she explained, "It should not be that simple. This strand of heavenly flame contains the origin flame of the heavenly flame. If one cannot obtain the origin flame, even if one gathers 9 portions of the heavenly flame, they will not be able to bring out the might of the complete heavenly flame." Looking at the resplendent, transparent white jade-like crystal, Xiaochan entered deep thought. He said, "There should be a formation in this white jade-like crystal. Even if someone snatches away the crystal, they will have to put in a lot of effort to obtain the heavenly flame." Ao Jiao clapped her hands and stopped thinking about this. Then she turned her head and looked at Xiaochan. She smiled and said, "All right, I figured out the problem. Let's see what is in this brocade box." After coming to the Blue Dragon Palace, if we do not obtain anything, it would be too much of a loss. After Ao Jiao spoke, she rushed ahead of Xiaochan and opened the brocade box, catching Xiaochan somewhat unprepared. Gently opening the brocade box, Ao Jiao saw what was inside. She exclaimed in shock, "It is a jade strip." Martial techniques stored in jade strips are normally secret techniques of the Holy Lands that are not taught to outsiders. Xiaochan received the jade strip and fiddled with it. He discovered that he could not use his spiritual sense to enter it. He looked at Ao Jiao and asked, "How do I use this jade strip?" Ao Jiao had followed the Thunder King everywhere. Her horizons were much broader than Xiaochan's. Naturally, she knew this like the back of her hand. She replied casually, "Drip your blood on it and you will be able to sense it. However, after dripping your blood, you will have to make a blood oath to not teach this martial technique to outsiders." Xiaochan did as she said. Soon some information appeared in his mind. He quickly closed his eyes and tried to sense it carefully. Soon, the light from the jade strip faded and turned into powder. Xiaochan only opened his eyes after a long time. Ao Jiao asked in anticipation, "How is it? What martial technique is it? Heaven-ranked or a sage-ranked martial technique that surpasses heaven-ranked?" Xiaochan shook his head, indicating that it was neither. Ao Jiao's mouth gaped slightly as she exclaimed in shock, "Could it be a legendary divine-ranked martial technique or an immortal secret technique?" Xiaochan smiled faintly and said, "It is not that exaggerated. It is just a dragon tone art, a sound wave martial technique." It is able to infuse sound waves with dragon might and can be used to attack directly. It can also destroy the opponent's aura and intimidate them. Oh Jiao's eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. She said joyfully, "It is actually the dragon tone art. It has been lost for 10,000 years already. This is like picking up a treasure." Xiao Chun did not feel that there was anything special about this martial technique. He asked, "Why do you say so?" Ao Jiao explained, "This dragon tone art was comprehended by the Qing Emperor himself. Only the true inheritors of the Dragon's Gate are qualified to learn it. It is specifically used to counter the mental energy martial techniques of the deity race. The deity race cultivators use their mental energy martial techniques to move about unhindered. They are rather difficult to deal with. In the future, when you meet a deity race expert, there will be nothing to fear." Xiaochen thought for a while. In the future, he would not just cultivate in the Tianwu domain. He would definitely go to the outer realm like the disciples of the three holy masters. At that time, this dragon tone art would be of great use. Even if it was not used to deal with the deity race, it would have an unexpected effect on breaking the aura of an expert. The two continued searching, hoping to find more good things. However, they found nothing. Xiao Chun glanced at the entrance to the second floor and hesitated for a while. Then he said, "Come, let's go to the second floor." Dong! Just as the two were about to enter the second floor, a black energy seal fell down and completely blocked the entrance. This startled Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao. They stood at the entrance and turned their heads to look. To their surprise, they discovered a black-robed wandering spirit on the first floor at some point in time. The black-robed wandering spirit slowly lowered his right hand that was pointing at the two. Clearly, he was the one who had obtained the seal earlier. The black-robed wandering spirit was an old man. His body was a shadow of light, giving off an ethereal feeling. Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao were both startled at the same time. Earlier, the two had searched the first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace, but had not found anything suspicious. Ao Jiao looked at the old man and immediately thought of something. She pointed at him and said, "You are the item spirit. You are the item spirit of this Blue Dragon Palace." Chapter 713. A faint smile appeared on the black-robed spirit's aged face. He said, "You guessed right. However, this is not a place you can enter." After saying that, the black-robed spirit stretched out his finger, and a dazzling light appeared on his fingertip. Before Ao Jiao could react, her body turned into light and entered the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Qin's expression changed. He quickly summoned the lunar shadow saber and stared coldly at the black-robed spirit. "There is no need to be nervous. I just let her have a good sleep. When she wakes up, she might even thank me properly." The black-robed spirit smiled amicably as he asked Xiao Chun calmly. Xiao Chun sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring. Indeed, it was as the other party said. Ao Jiao lay peacefully beside the netherworld flower, asleep. "I have already waited for you for 10,000 years. The Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit looked at Xiao Chun with excitement in his eyes. Xiao Qin's heart did not fluctuate much. When he first saw the Blue Dragon Palace, he already had such a feeling. Long ago, when Xiao Xiong discovered that Xiao Chun possessed the Blue Dragon martial spirit and chased him out of the clan, Xiao Chun had already guessed that Xiao Qin's origins were extraordinary. However, was this black-robed spirit trustworthy? Xiao Chun gently leaped out of the corridor and looked at the other party. He asked calmly, "Who are you? Why have you waited for me for 10,000 years?" The Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit had an unfathomable expression in his deep eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Who am I? Why don't you ask who you are?" Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he stared at the black-robed spirit, trying to find some clues in the other party's eyes. Who was he? He was the Xiao clan's Xiao Chun. He was the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. However, this was what others thought of him. Only Xiao Chun knew that he was not. He came from another world. Although he was also called Xiao Chen, he was not the true Xiao Chun. However, the old man's eyes were deep and boundless, and no clues could be seen. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking, and there was no way to find out what he was thinking. When the black-clothed old man saw Xiao Chen's expression, he smiled in a friendly manner and said, "There is no need to be so wary. I will not harm you. In fact, if you did not go to the second level, I would not even appear in front of you. I can't go up? The artifact spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace smiled helplessly and said, Of course. The entire Blue Dragon Palace is yours. I won't stop you if you pass the 5-element absolute ceiling formation. But you're too weak. The second floor's test will take your life on the spot. I can't even figure out how you managed to pass through the 5 elements absolute ceiling array outside. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment and told him how he used the trick to pass through the 5 elements absolute ceiling formation. So that's how it is. That youth from 5,000 years ago was indeed startling. To think that he could think of such a method to break the formation. It looks like I have to make up for this weakness in the future. The black-clothed old man revealed an expression of understanding. Then he turned to Xiao Chun and asked, How is that youth now? He should be the strongest sovereign martial emperor of this era. The title of Thunder King will probably belong to him. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, No, he died many years ago. The black-clothed old man revealed an expression of shock. He said, How can that be? He has great luck. Emperor Wu, who was already a minor heavenly martial emperor 5,000 years ago, has already risen to prominence. How could he fall for no reason? The sovereign martial emperors of the Tianwu domain would not allow him to die. This person could have grown to the level of the Qing emperor. When the black-clothed old man heard this news, some panic appeared on his old face. He muttered non-stop, not daring to believe it. An absolute genius like the Thunder King, who survived many tribulations to become Emperor Wu, already possesses supreme luck. Even the martial emperors of the other races would not dare to make a move on him. Could it be that they did it? That must be the case. One Qing emperor is already troublesome enough for them. They will not allow another to appear. The black-clothed old man muttered to himself. Xiao Chun was confused. He could not understand what was going on. He did not understand why the death of the Thunder King affected this person so much. After a long time, the black-clothed old man calmed down. He looked at Xiao Chun and seemed to have made up his mind about something. He said, Your martial spirit is already scattered. Originally, I was planning to let you reunite it in the future. It looks like I do not have that much time. The old man walked around Xiao Chun and arrived behind him. He said, Turn around. Let me ask you, have you practiced the dragon subduing slash to the second slash? In the end, you have not been able to improve, unable to find the feeling of truly drawing your saber? Xiao Chun asked in shock. How did you know? The black-clothed old man smiled faintly and said, My martial spirit is already scattered. How can I learn the essence of soaring dragon? Quickly become Emperor Wu and pass the 5-element absolute ceiling formation. At that time, this old man will serve you. Ding! He pointed a finger at Xiao Chun's forehead. In an instant, a strong wind blew. Xiao Chun's body floated up uncontrollably. Azure light radiated from his body, and a berserk energy surged out. All 360 acupoints in Xiao Chun's body exploded. Dragon chi flowed through his body, scattering everywhere. The berserk energy battered every inch of Xiao Chun's skin and internal organs. It was extremely painful. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth, and his expression twisted. He was in extreme pain. The blue dragon martial spirit hidden in his acupoints was completely drawn out. The blue dragon tattoo on his left and right arms slowly dimmed. Under the control of the black-clothed old man's item spirit, more than 300 strands of dragon chi flowed into Xiao Chun's dantian. Boom! When all the strands of dragon chi clashed together, they formed and produced an intense explosion in Xiao Chun's body. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. When the light scattered, Xiao Chun sank his consciousness into his dantian. He discovered that the blue dragon martial spirit, which Song Ke had scattered, had actually reformed in his dantian. Golden patterns appeared on the surface of the originally ordinary dantian, making it look even more solid, dense, and mysterious. The veritable essence energy liquid around the dantian formed 100 white clouds floating around the dantian. After the Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit finished doing all this, his body became even fainter. He placed his finger on Xiao Chun's forehead and pushed. Xiao Chun's body flew back like a cannonball. Then, he landed on the mountain that the Thunder Emperor chopped off with a loud bang. Pa! The two bronze doors closed, and the black-clothed old man's voice came from inside. 10,000 years is not long, but it is not short either. Advance to Martial Emperor quickly, for the Dragon's Gate and for yourself. As Xiao Chun looked at the tightly shut bronze doors, his mind filled with doubts. He could not connect all these things together. Why was the heavenly flame's origin flame sealed in the palace? Why did the Thunder King's death make the old man so anxious? Why did he say that he had waited 10,000 years for me? The extraordinary secret treasure, the Blue Dragon Palace, the fallen Holy Land, the Dragon's Gate, and the unrivaled Qing Emperor. What did all this have to do with him? Everything was a mess. He could not make sense of it or make sense of it. Never mind. I'll just treat it as if I never came here. It will just add to my worries. Xiao Chun shook his head and sighed. If possible, he just wanted to be a pure bladesman, pursuing the great Tao of cultivation and standing at the peak of the world. However, all the clues and everything pointed to the fact that he did not come to this world by chance. His fate might have been decided from the start. No matter what, increasing his strength was the most important thing. Whether it was simply wanting to survive or to unravel all the mysteries, strength was always the most important. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and stopped looking at the dust-covered Blue Dragon Palace. He condensed his martial spirit again, and the blue dragon tattoo on his arm vanished. The most important thing now was to see what kind of changes this would bring to his strength. Song Ke had once shattered Xiao Chun's martial spirit, severely injuring him and leaving him on the verge of death. He had been in a sorry state in the underground river, narrowly escaping death. This was something that Xiao Chun would never forget. Since then, Xiao Chun had always thought that his martial spirit would never recover. Unexpectedly, it reunited today. This made Xiao Chun, who had not had a martial spirit for a long time, suddenly feel somewhat unaccustomed. So he circulated his quintessence slightly. Half of the white cloud outside his dantian immediately vanished, turning into surging quintessence that surged through his meridians like a gushing sea unobstructed. Xiao Chun flicked his finger, and a strand of dense purple saber chi whistled through the air. After a long time it vanished from Xiao Chun's sight. Hey, it seems like I can use my quintessence more smoothly than before, Xiao Chun said, feeling somewhat surprised. Then, he tested it a few more times and discovered that it was indeed so. The speed at which his quintessence flowed was even faster, about 20% faster. With a thought, his quintessence gathered at his fingertip and shot out. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and checked his cultivation. He was overjoyed. It seemed like all the dragon chi in his body flowed back and turned into his cultivation. Now Xiao Chun was a middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. He had already reached late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, not far from the peak. Xiao Chun brandished his fist and circulated pure vital chi. He punched the air, and a surging vital chi exploded in his fist. A deafening clap of thunder seemed to ring out from the flat ground. The wind howled and ripples appeared in the air, extending for 3,000 meters. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, "In the past, after I opened my dragon acupoints, my vital chi would increase by 30%. Now that the martial spirit in my acupoints is no longer there, I no longer have such explosive power. However, my strength has increased from 1,800,000 kilograms to 1 million kilograms. Now that I no longer have the 30% explosive power, my ordinary strength has increased by 20%. Overall, I have gained a little." The only thing that disappointed Xiao Chun was that the dragon acupoints in his feet were no longer there. He would not be able to continue using the technique of quickly changing his position within a short distance. The dragon acupoints in the soles of his feet had helped Xiao Chun many times in his battles. They could be used to attack or retreat. They were very practical. Let's not talk about this for now. I should raise my cultivation first. After I refine my cultivation twice and advance to late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, I should be able to defeat an opponent like Shiman Bao easily. With a flip of his hand, 50-year-old earth essence fruits appeared in his palm. Then Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and ate 3 in one go. 50-year-old earth essence fruits would only tickle Xiao Chun. Only by consuming a few at the same time could he achieve his goal of raising his cultivation quickly. After refining the medicinal energy of the earth essence fruits, Xiao Chun was not in a rush to consume them. Instead, he spent some time refining the quintessence that the medicinal energy had turned into. Chapter 7:14. Xiao Chun had refined the quintessence that he had obtained using the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls earlier. He would not give up on his hard work here. After Xiao Chun consumed all the earth essence fruits under 100 years of age, he was only a step away from peak late-stage martial monarch. Xiao Chun took out one of his remaining 3 medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Using the surging quintessence in the medial grade spirit gathering pearl, he easily broke through this small bottleneck. A medial grade spirit gathering pearl was worth 1 million superior grade spirit stones. Even if ordinary people had spirit stones, they would not be able to buy one. It could be used to break through the bottleneck from medial grade martial monarch to superior grade martial monarch. It was a waste for Xiao Chun to use it to break through this small bottleneck. However, time was tight. The true dragon cave had already opened, and most of the people had probably arrived already. If Xiao Chun did not want the treasures in there to be snatched away, he had to strengthen himself quickly. When Xiao Chun's cultivation reached peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch, he took out a superior grade quintessence gathering pill. However, he did not rush to consume it. When Xiao Chun thought about the pain of consuming the quintessence gathering pill the last time, he could not help but tremble. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun decisively placed the quintessence gathering pill in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it all. Soon the expected pain arrived. After experiencing it once, Xiao Chun experienced it once. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and did his best to endure as large beads of sweat rolled off his forehead. Time slowly went by. With every second that Xiao Chun endured, the pain intensified. Wave after wave of pain assaulted him. Even though he had experienced it once, Xiao Chun's willpower was put to a great test. If he was not careful, all his previous efforts would go to waste. All his efforts would be for naught. When the pain vanished, Xiao Chun did not feel relief. Instead, he felt numb. He lost all sensation. After a long time, Xiao Chun's lips curled up in a bitter smile. He said, "Such pain. Only someone like me would challenge it again and again." With the aid of the quintessence gathering pill, Xiao Chun's cultivation returned to early-stage medial grade martial monarch. However, the 100 white clouds around his dantian had all turned purple. Xiao Chun stood up and withdrew his aura, not letting any of it leak out. His pitch-black eyes were like black gems, filled with luster and spiritual energy. With a thought, Xiao Chun flicked his 10 fingers, and strands of purple saber chi circled around him, dancing around him. Saber chi flew everywhere. Lightning flickered and crackled incessantly. It was like a storm of sabers mixed with lightning. Xiao Chun's long hair fluttered in the air. Amidst the storm of blades, he looked like a peerless killing god, showing off his sharpness. Slash! Xiao Chun shouted, and the sabers in front of him shot forward like 10,000 arrows. Kase! Kase! They exploded in the air. If there was an enemy in front of him with a slightly weaker cultivation base, he would immediately be riddled with holes. Xiao Chun nodded in satisfaction. After his quintessence became denser, he could clearly feel his strength increasing. For this moment, all the pain was worth it. Xiao Chun sat back down on the top half of the mountain. Then he stretched out his hand, and rows of earth essence fruits appeared in front of him. Even the youngest one was 100 years old. 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old earth essence fruit. Such a horrifying harvest would cause others' eyes to go red with envy. Xiao Chun thought back to when Hu Hai and the others saw 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits. If they knew that Xiao Chun had another peak-grade earth essence fruit, their jaws would probably fall off in shock. As Xiao Chun looked at the earth essence fruits before him, he smiled faintly and said, "The savage battlefield is indeed a land of fortuitous encounters. If it were under normal circumstances, how could my cultivation grow so quickly?" Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought about the ferocious people he had seen since then. And Juanxi by Wu Xue, Xue Lingling, and the passionate young master. The excitement in Xiao Chun's heart could not help but fade. Compared to these people, what did Xiao Chun's current accomplishments count for? How could he be complacent with just a slight improvement? Xiao Chun's gaze was resolute as he said, "It is not enough, far from enough. After this savage battlefield ends, I need to be able to protect myself against the 7 giants. The extreme insect's true inheritors mocked Xiao Chun. Before Bai Wuxue left, he had a cold and sinister look in his eyes. If Xiao Chun stopped there, he would die for sure. And Juanqi's casual whip sent the 300-meter-long venomous python tumbling in the air. Murong Lingfeng's folding fan did not hesitate to kill a half-sage loose cultivator when he saw one. The 7 giants treated half-sages as nothing, casually killing them. However, Xiao Chun was still a medial-grade martial monarch. The mysterious son of the 3 holy masters had already killed his way out of the Kunlun realm. In the vast Kunlun realm, he was the leader of the human race's younger generation, traveling everywhere. His fame spread far and wide, shaking up the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun sighed and said, "This world is very big. For the sake of seeing all the sceneries, I have to work hard and never give up." There were more than 30 100-year-old earth essence fruits, 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old peak-grade earth essence fruit. This was an immeasurably vast fortune. Xiao Chun spent 3 days and 3 nights before he completely consumed it. After that, he spent another 2 days before he completely stabilized the medicinal liquid he refined. His cultivation rose to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch once more. Now, he was only 1 step away from superior-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun had already refined his quintessence twice. Long ago, he no longer feared regular superior-grade martial monarchs. Now that he had advanced to peak medial-grade martial monarch, the advantage of superior-grade martial monarchs in quintessence was gone. Xiao Chun would even be able to hold his own against a half-sage in terms of pure quintessence. He would no longer have to face Bai Wuxue's great icy cold palm, which was not a killing move. Xiao Chun would no longer have to use the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Purple clouds drifted around Xiao Chun's dantian, which was covered in golden patterns. The purple clouds crowded together and looked like a moon surrounding the mysterious dantian. Xiao Chun's vast quintessence was at least 3 or 4 times stronger than Xiao Chun's before he entered the Blue Dragon Palace. In the past, if Xiao Chun executed a heaven-rank martial technique, he could execute it 5 times in a row at most. After that, his quintessence would not be able to keep up. Now, Xiao Chun felt that if he executed the Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, he would have no problem executing it 10 times in a row. Furthermore, he would have more than enough quintessence. The many purple clouds around Xiao Chun's dantian flickered with electricity. They were all the purest and densest lightning-attributed quintessence. At this moment, Xiao Chun's eyes were purple. Occasionally, electricity flickered in the depths of his eyes. He probably would not be able to recover from this mysterious phenomenon anytime soon. Xiao Chun casually opened his hand, and a clump of lightning-attributed quintessence appeared in his palm. Then he tossed it out. The lightning-attributed quintessence landed on the ground and exploded, creating a bottomless pit. Just as the dust rose into the air, the remnant static exploded and turned it into powder. When the wind blew, it disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a 100-meter-wide pit in the ground. Furthermore, this was just a casual strike from Xiao Chun. His true strength was far greater than this. If he refined his quintessence and turned it into saber qi, it would be even more terrifying. Speaking of lightning-attributed quintessence, Xiao Chun could not help but compare it to Enjuanshi, the demonic genius rumored to be the strongest of the 7 giants. Back then, Enjuanshi had whipped the 300-meter-long venomous python into the air. The vast lightning-attributed quintessence had shocked Xiao Chun greatly. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He supported his chin with his right hand and said, "In terms of quintessence, I cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, which surpasses ordinary heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. I refined my quintessence twice in both inferior-grade martial monarch and medial-grade martial monarch. Even if he is a half-sage and his quintessence is very strong, it should not be much stronger than mine. However, even now, why do I feel that my lightning-attributed quintessence is on a completely different level from his?" A pretty figure appeared behind Xiao Chun. She said softly, "It is because his state of thunder has already touched the threshold of the will of thunder. Perhaps even more incredible, he has already grasped 10% of the will of thunder." Xiao Chun turned his head and discovered Ao Jiao yawning lazily as she spoke to him. This time when Ao Jiao woke up, Xiao Chun discovered that she seemed somewhat different. However, he could not tell what was different. He smiled warmly and said, You are awake. Ao Jiao rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and muttered, Nonsense. If you are not awake, who is talking to you? You really do not know how to find a topic to talk about. Xiao Chen had long since understood Ao Jiao's temper. She always retorted first, so he smiled faintly and changed the topic. Isn't Juanxi really as strong as you say? The will of thunder is not that easy to grasp. Ao Jiao replied seriously, That is natural. Furthermore, that is a conservative estimate. If he had grasped 20% of the will of thunder, I would not be surprised. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help feeling disappointed and frustrated. This was the first time he had been left so far behind by someone of the same generation in what he was best at. Right now, he had no idea what the will of thunder was. He had no idea where it came from. Lung Tianhe once said that aside from Tianwu, the comprehension of a will required opportunities and horizons. Now that he had come to the Kunlun realm and broadened his horizons, where was his opportunity? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen's expression, her heart tightened for some reason. She could feel the disappointment in Xiao Chen's heart. The lazy expression on Ao Jiao's cute face disappeared. She giggled and said, Don't overthink. You are pretty good yourself. You are not even 22 years old, and your state of thunder has already reached the limits. Furthermore, it contains the immortal attribute. As long as you comprehend a will, your will of thunder will become the immortal will of thunder. At that time, even if he has 30% of the will of thunder, you will not be afraid. The most important thing is that he is already 30 years old. He is 8 years older than you. Xiao Chen sat down and looked at the turbid sky. His gaze was resolute as he said, There is nothing wrong with overthinking. As long as I do not get frightened by this pressure, it will be fine. I never fear any challenge. Have a tiger in your heart, sniff the rose, have lofty aspirations, and do not fear the height of the sky. Just at this moment, a rank 8 demonic beast, soaring sky demonic leopard, flapped its scarlet wings. Demonic chi surged from its body as it soared into the sky. Its huge body cast a large shadow over Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes as he stared at the soaring sky demonic leopard in the sky. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his left hand, and a murderous intent slowly gathered in his eyes. Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the second move of the dragon subduing slash. His vast quintessence was like a calm river, gushing and flowing endlessly in his meridians. Hidden dragon in the depths, the gentleman plans before taking action. Soaring dragon in the sky, the dragon soars into the 9 heavens, shaking the world. As Xiao Chen's quintessence circulated, the little azure dragon in his dantian suddenly leaped out of his dantian. It pierced through the thick purple quintessence clouds and soared into the sky. Chapter 7:15. When Xiao Chen's feet landed on the ground, he soared up at the same time as the little azure dragon. The instant he soared up, a resonant dragon roar resounded. Xiao Chen turned into a true dragon and soared into the sky. He was like a bolt of lightning as he charged at the flying sky demonic leopard. Just as the little azure dragon in his dantian was about to follow his meridians and charge out of his body, Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber. Kasie! Purple electricity lit up. From the moment Xiao Chen turned into a true dragon to the moment he drew his saber, the entire process was completed in one breath. Today, Xiao Chen easily captured the feeling that he had been searching for so long. A saber light flashed like a true dragon opening its mouth in rage. An unparalleled might directly chop this rank 8 demonic beast in half. With just one saber strike, Xiao Chen easily chopped down a rank 8 demonic beast that was as strong as a superior grade martial monarch. Blood filled the air as the 2 halves of the flying sky demonic leopard's corpse quickly fell to the ground. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and revealed a faint expression of joy. He had never executed Soaring Dragon as smoothly as he did now. Xiao Chen executed it in one breath without any obstructions. He just had to follow the feeling in his heart and attack. As Xiao Chen landed on the demonic beast's corpse, he thought to himself, it looks like the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace was right. The problem lies with the martial spirit. The exquisite and pretty Ao Jiao, who was dressed in a silk dress, squinted her eyes as she stood on the top half of the mountain peak. As she looked at the confident Xiao Chen in the air, her lips curled up in a satisfied smile. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed beside Ao Jiao. After thinking for a while, he took out the brocade box containing the map of the savage battlefield. Originally, Xiao Chun intended to practice the dragon tone art first before going out to search for the forbidden lands. However, the surging and thick quintessence in his body and his small accomplishments in soaring dragon gave Xiao Chun great confidence. They had already wasted too much time, so they couldn't delay any longer. The experts of the Tianwu domain's younger generation had probably all appeared. The situation was changing, and the opportunity was fleeting. If he didn't make a move now, then when would he? Ao Jiao looked at the brocade box that Xiao Chun took out and asked curiously, "What is it that you are using a spirit sealing box to store it?" Xiao Chun opened the brocade box. Then, he took out an ancient beast skin map that emanated spiritual energy from the hidden compartment. As soon as the beast hide map was taken out from the box, a boundless desolate aura burst out from it. It quickly merged with the vast savage battlefield in reality, becoming indistinguishable from each other, forming a wondrous connection. Ao Jiao's eyelashes fluttered as her bright eyes widened. At first she was slightly stunned. After she reacted, the expression in her eyes clearly fluctuated. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Ao Jiao said joyfully, "This is the map of the savage region. Where did you get it?" Xiao Chun unfurled the map of the savage region and gave a simple explanation of how he obtained it from the loose cultivator lone wolf. After Ao Jiao heard that, she clicked her tongue and sighed. "You are really lucky." Back then, the Thunder King searched the entire Tianwu domain for this savage region map, but he could not find it. This savage region map has such a great origin. Back then, even the Thunder King had to put in a lot of effort to search for it. Ao Jiao nodded and said very naturally, "Of course. Before the War of the Emperors, the savage battlefield was one of the two centers of the Kunlun realm. It hides the secret of the immortal epic's destruction. What you are seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. To the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu, the savage battlefield is a land of great fortuitous encounters." Xiao Chun revealed a grave expression. He had not expected the savage battlefield to be so vast and vast. Didn't they say that martial sages and above are not allowed to come to the savage battlefield? Why would Emperor Wu come here? This is too much. Before coming here, Xiao Chun had heard that the various sects would not send any martial sages for this experiential training. Even loose cultivators would not dare to break this taboo. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said quickly, "The experiential training of sect disciples will only start once every 3 years, when the demonic barrier weakens. At other times there are not so many restrictions. Why would Emperor Wu care about that demonic barrier?" This answer answered one of Xiao Chun's doubts. The two did not say anything else and focused on studying the various forbidden lands on the map. Wherever Xiao Chun looked, a vast scene would appear in Xiao Chun's mind. Mountains and rivers from front to back, there was nothing missing. Even the demonic beasts in the surroundings of the forbidden lands could see everything clearly. It was like they were here in person, a wondrous feeling. Every forbidden land would be marked with a bright red dot. Xiao Chun knew his own limits. He did not look at the others, only at the forbidden lands with the weakest color. However, even so, he felt a headache when he looked at them. The forbidden lands with the lowest danger were probably not places that he could venture alone. The demonic beasts in the surroundings were mutated demonic beasts. They were much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. There were also extremely dangerous environments in the forbidden lands that made one's scalp go numb. For example, there were endless pools of lava, forests filled with 7-colored poison fog, and dangerous lands with ancient formations carved on them. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and sighed. "It looks like I thought too simply. It is too difficult to barge into these forbidden lands alone without advancing to martial sage." When Ao Jiao heard this, she smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, it will be difficult to barge into the entire forbidden land. However, you will be able to gain a lot from some of the forbidden lands that no one has discovered." Xiao Chun's eyes lit up and he asked, "What did you discover?" Ao Jiao pointed to a corner of the map and said, "Look here, here and here. Monarch bloodgrass." Xiao Chun cried out in pleasant surprise. Scarlet monarch bloodgrass lay quietly in the desolate corners of the forbidden lands that Ao Jiao pointed to. Furthermore, these forbidden lands were not far from where he was now. It would not take much time. Xiao Chun had experienced the wondrous uses of monarch bloodgrass long ago. It could refine blood and strengthen qi and blood. It also contained the aura of an ancient sovereign. Just one stalk would allow Xiao Chun to resist the aura of a martial sage. If he had a few more, the sovereign bloodline in his blood would increase significantly. Not only would he be able to resist the aura of a martial sage, he might even be able to resist it. However, these monarch bloodgrass do not seem that easy to obtain. Each stalk has a mutated rank 8 demonic beast guarding it. Xiao Chun calmed down and frowned slightly. Mutated demonic beasts were not easy to deal with. Even when Shui Lingling faced a group of mutated flying demonic beasts in the bloody ground wasteland, she did not dare to be careless. Ao Jiao withdrew her finger and said with a calm expression, "That is natural. There is no free lunch in this world. You are too naive to think that you can pick up treasures just by obtaining a map." Xiao Chun nodded to himself in agreement. After thinking for a while, he said, "Find the map of the dragon burial mound. I want to see how far the true dragon cave has been explored." After looking around the map of the Savage Plains, Xiao Chun already understood that it was impossible to explore the forbidden lands with one's own strength, even if it was the least dangerous. Currently, Xiao Chun placed his greatest hope on the true dragon cave, which the 7 giants led. Only by venturing deep into the forbidden lands could he obtain the truly good things. Ao Jiao gently swiped her finger and quickly found the dragon burial mound on the map. She looked around and found the place with the most people. That should be the true dragon cave that was exposed this time. Many people could be seen at the pitch-black entrance of the true dragon cave with excited expressions. Along the way to the true dragon cave, Xiao Chun saw the corpses of several cultivators. Based on the wounds, they were all saber wounds, sword wounds, and quintessence wounds. Clearly, the owners of these corpses did not die at the hands of demonic beasts. Instead, they died in the intense competition for the strange fruits, spirit herbs, and ores in the periphery. As Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao looked deeper, the interior of the true dragon cave appeared before their eyes. The obstacles in front of them had already been swept away. Xiao Chun saw many corpses of demonic beasts lying at the side with their stomachs cut open. The precious materials in their bodies had all been harvested. Xiao Chun could only take a look at the scattered ordinary sect disciples. They did not dare to go too deep into the true dragon cave. Instead, they tried their luck here. As Xiao Chun continued looking, he could feel the vastness and complexity of the true dragon cave. The caves were connected to each other, looking very complicated. Several cultivators walked around in circles but could not find the true path. As Xiao Chun watched the other party walk around in circles on the map, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that the other party was very stupid. With the map to guide him, Xiao Chun's vision smoothly passed through this huge and complicated cave. He even discovered a few rank 8 spirit herbs that no one had noticed. Boom! The scene on the map suddenly changed. A red fiery light assaulted Xiao Chun's face. The ground was covered in surging lava. Occasionally, golden flames leaped up from the lava. In the magma, one could see long snakes that were made of red flaming stones. Their hole-like eyes were spurting out red flames. Just by looking at the map from afar, Xiao Chun could feel the heat wave assaulting him, deterring him from getting too close. A large group of cultivators stood in front of the lava. They all frowned, not in a rush to barge in. Xiao Chun saw the figures of the Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi, the passionate young master Murong Lingfeng, the extreme insects by Wuxue, and the other giants. There were also the Battle Realm geniuses led by Niu Ding, the Shiman clan led by Shiman Bao, the Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingsheng, and the Thousand Mystery Sects Hua Dao. These were all young experts that Xiao Chun was familiar with or had met before. As for the other experts that he was not familiar with, it would be better. Without exception, this group of people was blocked in front of the fiery lava. They cautiously discussed countermeasures. As Xiao Chun looked around, he finally saw Shui Lingling. She had a calm expression, not showing any fear or dread on her icy face. However, she did not show the joy of reclaiming a desolate land. Instead, there was an indescribable longing in the depths of her eyes. Now that Xiao Chun thought about it, the person who risked the danger of the true dragon storm to bring him back was definitely Shui Lingling. She probably thinks that I'm dead, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then he shifted his gaze to Wang Cheng. who was behind Shui Lingling. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment Wang Cheng was glowing. He looked very happy. He must have gained a lot of benefits in this true dragon cave. Chapter 7:16. Ao Jiao withdrew her gaze. Her delicate face did not reveal much surprise. She smiled and said, "You can rest assured now. The true dragon cave is not a place that a group of youths can explore as they wish. They will need at least a week to reach the core region." Xiao Chun put away the map and tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The mark on his forehead flickered with a red light, and the scarlet throne appeared in a flash of red light. The instant the blue strip of cloth was removed, Xiao Chun could no longer hide his king's aura. No matter how much he withdrew his sharpness, no one dared to look at him directly. Xiao Chun leaped up gently and landed on the scarlet throne carried by the scarlet clouds. The scarlet clouds churned like a sovereign descending on the world, sweeping through the surroundings. Ao Jiao's exquisite figure drifted down from the sky like a falling leaf. Then she sat on the armrest of the scarlet throne. A scarlet light flashed, and the scarlet throne carried Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao to the nearest forbidden land. That place had the absolute treasure that he needed, the monarch bloodgrass. Hundreds of kilometers north of the Blue Dragon Palace, there was a huge skeleton. Half of it was buried in the ground, and the other half was exposed. The exposed skeleton was already 100 meters tall. If it was buried underground, it would be even larger. If the entire skeleton was dug out, who knew how big it would be and what kind of scene it would be? Not a single blade of grass grew within a kilometer of the skeleton, only sand. The skeleton was covered in dust, obscuring the original color of the bones. 1,000 meters away, it was a different scene. The vegetation was flourishing, and there were many tall plants growing, forming a vast forest. In the dense forest, tall and broad trees could be found everywhere. The branches of the towering trees were luxuriant, and the originally dim sunlight was completely covered. Several extremely horrifying demonic beasts hid in the dark forest. A mutated twin-armed demonic ape rested quietly under a large tree. The skin of this twin-armed demonic ape had already turned into bone. It did not have the fur of a regular demonic ape. Its skin was like metal, giving off a metallic texture. The twin-armed demonic ape's entire body was like a monster made of metal. It did not look like a living animal but more like a machine. The twin-armed demonic ape's eyes were cold and emotionless as it scanned its territory, not allowing any demonic beasts or cultivators to pass. In the distance, Xiao Chun stood on a large tree with lush foliage. He gently pushed aside the branches in front of him and narrowed his eyes into a line. At the limits of his vision was a scarlet herb with a golden line on its scarlet leaves. This was Xiao Chun's target, the monarch bloodgrass. This monarch bloodgrass was only 5 meters away from the mutated twin-armed demonic ape. If Xiao Chun wanted to pick it, he would have to anger this demonic beast. The twin-armed demonic ape was a rank 8 demonic beast. Its strength was equal to of Hu Hai's. Even if there were 2 Hu Hai's working together, they might not be a match for it. The defense of its metallic body alone was enough to give one a headache. If he did it and the fiend it not the fiend he of the Demoth the Wu the fiend of the Xiao of the Chan the fiend. If Xiao Chun ended up startling the fiend emperor remains in the desert in the center of the forest, it would be even harder to deal with. After thinking of countermeasures, Xiao Chun waved his hand, and a small exquisite, golden sculpture appeared in his right hand. This golden savage ox sculpture will probably have to go to waste. Xiao Chun sighed. The golden savage ox possessed the bloodline of a savage beast. If its true body came here, it would not be much weaker than the mutated twin-armed demonic ape. However, the life bestowal spell was much weaker. It was already very good that it could buy some time for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense and gained a clear understanding of his surroundings. Then he gently tossed out the golden sculpture. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun formed hand seals with both hands, and the golden sculpture quickly enlarged. Then it suddenly took form. The huge golden savage ox immediately landed on the ground. Ka! Before the golden savage ox landed, there was a crisp sound. The twin-armed demonic ape's feet bounced off the ground, creating a black line in the air. Then, its metallic palm smashed heavily on the golden savage ox. The golden savage ox was sent flying, and its small hill-like body crushed many trees, causing them to fall to the ground with a loud rumble. Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness surged, and he felt somewhat dizzy. He was flabbergasted at the twin-armed demonic ape's reaction speed. Xiao Qian calmed himself and controlled the golden savage ox to run forward. He did not care about anything else. All he needed to do was lure this twin-armed demonic ape away. Bang! 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 Loud sounds came from the quiet forest. The golden savage ox's huge body shook the ground, startling several demonic beasts out of their hiding places. When they saw the twin-armed demonic ape chasing its prey, they all gave way, scattering in all directions. There were no other demonic beasts within a kilometer of the monarch bloodgrass. It's about time. Xiao Qian gently pushed off a tree trunk and moved as nimbly as a bird, weaving through the dense forest, advancing continuously. After a while, Xiao Qian landed beside the monarch bloodgrass. He revealed an expression of joy as he carefully dug out the monarch bloodgrass and quickly placed it in his universe ring. The monarch bloodgrass, a treasure that even the 7 giants would be interested in, fell into Xiao Qian's hands just like that. Wait a moment. Don't go. Just as Xiao Qian was about to leave, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in the universe ring. Xiao Qian asked in confusion, "What's wrong? I have to go. The golden savage ox statue will not last for long." Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and pointed to a 10-meter-tall green tree in front. She said, "That is a sapling of the lunar cassia tree. When it matures, it will bloom with lunar cassia flowers. They are worth cities. Dig it out and transplant it into the immortal spirit ring. It will be very useful in the future." Xiao Qian frowned and said, "However, the golden savage ox can only last for 5 minutes at most. If the twin-armed demonic ape rushes back, it will be problematic. We cannot miss this opportunity. When this spirit tree matures, even Emperor Wu will be interested. Obtaining it after that will be as difficult as ascending to heaven," Ao Jiao said encouragingly. Xiao Qian's eyes wandered as he thought quickly. Then he made a decision. Let's be faster. The two arrived before the sapling of the lunar cassia tree and started to dig it out. For them to transplant it completely, the roots could not be damaged. The two dug very carefully, afraid of damaging the roots. Hence they could not move quickly. Buzz! Xiao Qian's churning sea of consciousness trembled. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, "The golden savage ox is crippled." Ao Jiao moved even faster. Her fingers moved nimbly as she sent out quintessence, digging out piles of soil. Without raising her head, she said, "Just be faster. It will be fine." Bang! The twin-armed demonic ape's footsteps rang out in Xiao Qian's ears as it drew closer. Xiao Qian could still clearly feel the twin-armed demonic ape's unique cold fiendish qi. When the final root was dug out, Ao Jiao happily flew into the immortal spirit ring with the sapling. She said, "All right. Congratulations on obtaining a future spirit tree." However, Xiao Qian found it hard to smile. The twin-armed demonic ape had already returned. A battle could not be avoided. Hu Qi! A sharp sonic boom came from behind. Xiao Qian clenched his fists tightly, and 1,000 tons of force quickly poured into his fist. Then he turned around and punched. Bang! This punch happened to catch the twin-armed demonic ape's palm strike. A surging energy surged out like a saber. Kase! Kase! The towering trees fell. Xiao Qian did not move at all. The twin-armed demonic ape flew back 100 meters, crying out in pain. Then it nimbly turned around in the air and turned into a black shadow charging at Xiao Qian again. Xiao Qian smiled coldly and executed the dragon claw fist. An azure-colored dragon head howled, and a ferocious force burst forth, knocking back the twin-armed demonic ape again. Xiao! Before the twin-armed demonic ape could get up, Xiao Qian took the initiative to charge over. A blue dragon image appeared under his feet, carrying him like a strong wind as he arrived before the twin-armed demonic ape. Xiao Qian sent out another berserk dragon claw. The azure-colored dragon claw left 5 clear marks on the twin-armed demonic ape's chest. Xiao Qian frowned slightly. The berserk dragon claw did not even leave a mark on the twin-armed demonic ape. The defense of this twin-armed demonic ape was too ridiculous. The twin-armed demonic ape roared and charged over again. The dragon head on the left hand and the dragon claw on the right joined together, forming a complete dragon image. Then Xiaochan pushed his hands forward. Berserk Dragon Break. The dragon image roared ferociously. It was made of pure vital qi. It quickly clashed with the twin-armed demonic ape and knocked it back again. Xiaochan did not even bother to look at it. He immediately turned around and retreated. The twin-armed demonic ape's defense was too strong. If he dragged this out, it would not end well for him. Boom! 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 Xiaochan blasted away all the trees in his way, turning them into wood shavings that filled the air. Then Xiaochan flew off in a straight line. With such a commotion, all the demonic beasts in the forest were startled. The demonic beasts chasing after him quickly formed a huge army. If they caught up to him, they would tear Xiaochan to shreds. Xiaochan executed his movement technique to its limits and dodged all the attacks, making his way through the forest with much difficulty. A scarlet light flickered on Xiaochan's forehead, and the scarlet throne appeared. Then he quickly leaped onto it and turned into a beam of scarlet light. After finally escaping, Xiaochan heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but ask Ao Jiao, who was currently planting the lunar cassia tree in the immortal spirit ring. You said that this lunar cassia tree is a seedling. In that case, how long will it take to mature? Ao Jiao smiled and replied, not long. Under normal circumstances, it will mature in 200 or 300 years. However, for it to truly bloom, it will probably take 500 years. 500 years. It turned out that the thing that he obtained after putting his life on the line could only be used after 500 years. Xiaochan nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. What can be used in the future? Originally, he could have easily obtained the monarch bloodgrass and left the situation easily. Now, after spending so much effort to escape, the thing that he obtained could indeed only be used after 500 years. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Xiaochan asked, even spirit trees have their wondrous uses. What can this lunar cassia tree do? Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao rejoiced as she carefully tended to the seedling of the lunar cassia tree. She smiled and said, the lunar cassia flower that the lunar cassia tree blooms can immediately recover from any serious internal injuries. The lunar cassia fruit that blooms after 1,000 years is even more effective. It can permanently increase the recovery ability of a cultivator's body. You should know that most cultivators do not focus on cultivating the physical body. Permanently increasing the recovery ability of the body was very attractive to cultivators who did not focus on cultivating the physical body. Chapter 7:17. Even if Xiaochan could not use it, he could sell it as a resource and not lack spirit stones in the future. However, it bloomed once every 500 years and bore fruit once every 500 years. If Xiaochan had to wait 1,000 years for this absolute treasure, he could only sleep. When Ao Jiao saw Xiaochan's appearance, she covered her mouth and smiled gently. Hee, don't look so dispirited. Since I told you to do this, how could I make you wait 1,000 years? A glimmer of hope appeared in Xiaochan's heart. He asked, could it be that there is another way to shorten the growth time of the lunar cassia tree? Naturally, there is. Don't forget that this immortal spirit ring of yours is a peak-grade immortal spirit ring. It has been passed down since the immortal epoch. It is much stronger than the replicas and fixes of later generations. Ao Jiao said unhurriedly, as long as you obtain a higher-ranked spirit vein's origin, you can make any spirit tree, including the lunar cassia tree, grow faster. It wasn't that easy to obtain a spiritual vein source. However, at least he didn't have to wait for 1,000 years to obtain one. Xiaochan stopped thinking about this problem. He took out the monarch bloodgrass that he obtained. His somewhat depressed face finally revealed a smile. No matter what, he still managed to obtain the precious monarch bloodgrass. After washing the monarch bloodgrass, Xiaochan placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. Then, he slowly refined the trace of the ancient sovereign's bloodline in it. His blood surged like lava. Xiaochan could clearly feel his qi and blood strengthening continuously. His aura became more solid and strong. Vast, ancient, distant, and noble. The ancient sovereign's bloodline subtly changed Xiaochan's mentality and aura. In the following days, relying on the map of the savage battlefield, Xiaochan went to a few other forbidden lands and obtained 9 stalks of monarch bloodgrass, one after another. After consuming 10 stalks of monarch bloodgrass, Xiao Chun felt his physical body undergo an internal transformation. Such a transformation did not mean that his bones, skin, and internal organs had become stronger, or that his strength had increased. Instead, it was a feeling of his mind. In the past, Xiao Chun's physical body was only close to a rank 1 sage body. Now, it was already at the level of a rank 1 sage body. In some aspects, it even surpassed it. As a result, the way Xiao Chun looked at problems changed without him realizing it. This was the wondrous feeling that came with the advancement of his physical body. As for the remaining monarch bloodgrass, it would be difficult to obtain them. This was because they were too far away from each other. Moving around would take a lot of effort and be even more dangerous. Hence, Xiao Chun gave up on this plan. Furthermore, he was already satisfied with the harvest of 10 monarch bloodgrass. Back when Wan Muyun obtained a stalk of monarch bloodgrass, she was somewhat reluctant to use it. However, Xiao Chun directly consumed 10 stalks of monarch bloodgrass like he was eating or drinking. If people knew about this, they would wonder how frightened they would be. Next, we should be going to the True Dragon Cave, right? They are probably in the core region already, Ao Jiao said softly from the world in the ring. At this moment, Xiao Chun was only a peak medial grade martial monarch. Among the sect disciples who came here for experiential training, he was not considered much. There were at least 800 people with higher cultivations than him. However, after consuming 10 stalks of monarch bloodgrass, no matter how much Xiao Chun withdrew his aura, it inspired fear from the depths of his heart. Xiao Chun's aura naturally suppressed everyone else's, gaining the initiative. Xiao Chun said calmly, "There is still one more thing. It is time to take out the netherworld flower in the immortal spirit ring." Since one was going to the True Dragon Cave, one would not be able to obtain any treasures without sufficient trump cards to intimidate others. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, was already prepared. She gently waved her right hand, and the white flame core of the netherworld flower slowly floated out of the ring. A white light flickered in Xiao Chun's left eye. He gently released the pearl-sized extreme flame origin flame and started to consume it. Among the attributed flames, the netherworld flower was one of the better ones. After consuming the netherworld flame, Xiao Chun's extreme flame would improve significantly. In the past, for the sake of maintaining a balance between yin and yang, Xiao Chun could not fully unleash the Purple Thunder True Fire's origin flame. This was because the extreme flame was too weak. As a result, Xiao Chun had not been able to bring out the might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. ZZ. The pearl-sized extreme flame continuously consumed the netherworld flame, giving off soft sizzling sounds. The white origin flame diagram grew larger at a visible pace. Knowing that this matter could not be rushed, Xiao Chun controlled the extreme flame diagram unhurriedly, not showing any anxiety or nervousness. Time passed slowly. When Xiao Chun finished consuming the netherworld flame, the pearl-sized origin flame diagram had already become the size of an infant's fist. The pale white flame floated in the air, giving off a sinister aura. Even though the temperature did not drop, it made one tremble in fear. After muttering to himself for a while, a beam of purple light quickly shot out from Xiao Chun's right eye. At this moment, Xiao Chun unleashed the Purple Thunder True Fire's origin flame without holding anything back. Hoo! The purple and white flames quickly swam around and chased each other. Soon, a Taiji diagram appeared on the surface. At this moment, Xiao Chun perfectly merged the strong yin and yang flames. The mental energy in his spiritual sense drained continuously. Yin-yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, all sorts of scenes appeared. The Taiji diagram gave birth to yin-yang, which gave birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams gave birth to all things. The Taiji diagram that merged the yin and yang flames contained the dazzling crystallization of the wisdom of ancient Chinese sages. It materialized the creation of the world, the great Tao of everything coming from nothing. Vaguely, Xiao Chun felt like he saw the primal chaos of the world coming from nothing. The various scenes of the world unfolded one by one. Everything appeared in that Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. After the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram reached the most perfect equilibrium, it rose to a whole new level, undergoing a qualitative leap. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and pushed forward. Time and space froze for an instant, and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram slowly advanced. The sky shook, the ground trembled and space trembled. The Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram seemed to push the entire space. At this moment, even a mountain in front would be uprooted by the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram. Boom! Suddenly, the flame diagram erupted with golden light, radiating a brilliant radiance. It illuminated the dark space, making it as bright as day. In the next moment, the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram exploded. A horrifying energy spread out in all directions, forming golden ripples. Ripples appeared in the air like water. The golden light was like paint, and space trembled intensely. After a long time, the horrifying energy shock waves slowly scattered. The golden light vanished, but transparent ripples could still be seen flickering in the air. When Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, saw this scene, she exclaimed in shock, "This move is becoming more and more divine. No wonder you are confident enough to challenge Bai Wuxue within half a year." Xiu! Purple and white lights flickered and returned to Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he said calmly, "Let's go. Right now, I can easily retreat from any one of the 7 giants. If I run into Bai Wuxue again, I will not need to rely on First Senior Sister. If he insists on fighting, I do not mind giving him a pleasant surprise." Dragon Burial Mound. Hidden beneath the boundless mountain peaks were countless true dragon graves. Time passed quickly. This place had existed for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years. The past could not be seen, but it was unknown what kind of grand feast it was. The indistinct voice of the true dragon sang ancient legends and solemn epics. How long was 10,000 years? Who knew how many days and nights passed by? No matter how glorious the race was, no matter how long the story was, in the end it was just a pile of dirt. As time passed, it would become a legend, only for later generations to reminisce about. The resting place of an ancient true dragon should have been solemn, dignified, and peaceful. However, at this moment it was a mess. Traces of destruction from cultivators could be seen everywhere. A red light flashed in the horizon, and the aura of a king spread out. It was long and drawn out, causing the clouds in front to scatter with the wind. Occasionally, a blind demonic beast roared at the red light, wanting to peck at the white-clad man on the throne and eat him. Before the demonic beast got close, thousands of purple lights flickered with electricity and turned into thousands of sharp saber chi, riddling it with thousands of holes. When the red light flashed, it crushed the demonic beast's body into a clump of blood mist, vanishing into the air. The scarlet clouds carried the throne in the sky, leaving behind a long fiery tail that lingered for a long time. From the ground it looked like a rainbow piercing through the sky, moving as fast as lightning. Whoosh! The red light paused and stopped in front of a mountain peak. Xiao Chun stood up from the throne. At this moment, he had not tied the blue strip of cloth around his head. The aura of a king spread throughout his body. Combined with the ancient sovereign's bloodline flowing in his veins, his aura was noble, distant, and vast. As Xiao Chun stared at a cave in the distance, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "That should be the true dragon cave that was exposed this time, right?" The true dragon cave buried deep underground would not have been exposed if not for a special phenomenon occurring in the world. Under the circumstances that it was not exposed, even if Emperor Wu came here, he would not dare to rashly open this place and find the true dragon cave. Ao Jiao once said that there was a deity race Emperor Wu, who disregarded some of the ancient taboos of the Kunlun realm. Emperor Wu forcefully used energy that surpassed the power of the world and lifted up the entire ground and mountain peak, trying to find all the true dragon caves. He looted all the true dragon remains and all the treasures that came with the true dragon caves. With his actions, the mountain peak crumbled, and the sky changed color. All the true dragon caves in the dragon burial mound were exposed. However, before Emperor Wu could do anything, this deity race Emperor Wu turned pale with fright. He fled in a sorry state. No one knew what horrifying thing he saw. In less than 3 months after he left the savage battlefield, the deity race Emperor Wu died mysteriously. Even the powerful deity race deity sovereign did not know the cause of his death. As time passed, the dragon burial mound's damaged terrain recovered to its original state under the influence of a mysterious energy. No other martial emperors dared to touch the dragon burial mound again. When Xiao Chun heard this rumor from Ao Jiao, he found it incredible. He really wanted to know what that deity race martial emperor saw when he flipped over the dragon burial mound. What was the reason for his strange death? How could Emperor Wu die in such a strange manner? The dragon burial mound was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. Chapter 7:18. Xiao Chan slowly collected his wandering thoughts. A scarlet light flickered as he placed the scarlet throne back into his forehead. Then, he took out a blue strip of cloth and tied it around his forehead. Xiao Chan withdrew his king's qi and circulated his blood. The ancient sovereign's bloodline was hidden, and his aura returned to normal, no different from that of a passerby. Standing on the azure dragon image, Xiao Chan descended quickly. As he rose and fell, he arrived at the entrance of the true dragon cave in an instant. Then, he flew in without hesitation. Xiao Chan had seen the interior of the true dragon cave on the map of the savage battlefield earlier. As Xiao Chan advanced, he did not stop at all as he faced the complicated caves and paths. Along the way, Xiao Chan met several cultivators who did not dare to go too deep, and could only try their luck in the periphery. Xiao Chan moved like the wind, passing by these people. When they looked back, Xiao Chan was no longer there, which astonished them. Another ferocious person came. It looks like this true dragon cave will not be peaceful. Indeed, the 7 giants are all gathered here. Several of the top loose cultivators on the evil cultivator ranking are here to join in the excitement. That is not all. I heard that some fiend race loose cultivators are here as well. They snatched the treasures of several of our human cultivators. Most of the sect disciples in the periphery were early-stage superior-grade martial monarchs. Because they feared danger, they only dared to loiter around. They hoped that they would be lucky. Perhaps they might be able to obtain some treasures that only the true dragon cave had. The cultivators who dared to barge into the inner area all showed envious expressions. Everyone knew that the true treasures could only be obtained in the depths. Even if one's luck was off the charts, they would not be able to obtain anything great. Senior brother, how about we try our luck as well? Who knows, we might be able to find something good. A young disciple could not help but suggest to the senior brother beside him when he saw someone else heading deeper into the cave. The slightly older senior brother smiled coldly and said, "Go by yourself. I don't want to die yet. Without being a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, you will die for sure. Not to mention the mutated beasts that already exist in the true dragon cave. Even if you obtain the treasures, you will not be able to protect them if others try to snatch them from you." When the young disciple heard this, the fervor in his eyes slowly extinguished. Indeed, no matter how good the treasures were, they were all empty if one didn't have the life to enjoy them. As he sped along, his feet never touching the ground, Xiao Chan finally arrived in front of the fiery magma. This was the place where the 7 giants and the others had been stopped. The 7 giants and the others were nowhere to be seen. They must have passed through the lava and gone to a deeper place. Perhaps they had already reached the place where the remains of the true dragon were buried. However, there were also some cultivators with ferocious gazes and overwhelming baleful auras. With one look, it was clear that they were loose cultivators. As they looked at the boundless lava before them, they frowned slightly. "Kaka, finally, there are people who don't want to live anymore. Old friends, I'll be leaving first." One of the gray-robed old men immediately looked over when Xiao Chan stopped. It was as if he had found his prey, and his eyes lit up. The gray-robed old man smiled sinisterly and soared into the air, charging at Xiao Chan. "Brat, don't blame me for being merciless. Just obediently be my stepping stone." The remaining old men revealed joy in their eyes. They all felt that it was a pity. They hated themselves for being too slow and letting someone snatch the initiative. About peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. He is even weaker than Shiman Bao. With one glance, Xiao Chan clearly saw this person's strength. He could not help but smile coldly to himself. This person dares to make a move against me with such little strength? He is truly reckless. The gray-robed old man's figure flashed, and he arrived before Xiao Chan in the blink of an eye. When he saw that Xiao Chan was only a medial-grade martial monarch, he did not care about him at all. The gray-robed old man's palm surged with quintessence, and his 5 fingers formed a claw. A strong wind blew as he clawed at Xiao Chen's head, trying to kill Xiao Chan in one strike. The gray-robed old man's 5 fingers gleamed with a cold light. They looked incredibly hard. It was clear that this old man had done a lot of research on claw attacks. Just by relying on these claws, he could easily counter the weapons of cultivators. If a regular medial-grade martial monarch were to face this fast and ruthless claw attack and the interference of the baleful aura, 5 holes would immediately appear in their heads, killing them on the spot. Unfortunately, the gray-robed old man ran into Xiao Qian. Even a half-sage would suffer if they treated Xiao Qian as an ordinary medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, the gray-robed old man was just a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch loose cultivator. Furthermore, his horrifying baleful aura had no effect on Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's expression remained calm. Just as the claw was about to touch his head, the blood flowing in his veins quickly activated the ancient sovereign's aura. Xiao Qian's clothes fluttered without any wind. Distant, heavy, dignified, noble, and all sorts of strong auras burst forth from his body like a flash flood. At such a close distance, the gray-robed old man received the vast sovereign's aura in Xiao Qian's body head-on. Space froze, and it felt like a mountain had appeared on the gray-robed old man's shoulder. His movements paused uncontrollably. Murderous intent radiated from Xiao Qian's eyes. He took advantage of the moment the gray-robed old man paused and attacked at lightning speed. Xiao Qian clenched his right hand into a fist, and a strong wind blew as he punched the gray-robed old man's head. Bang! The horrifying force of 1,000 tons of force exploded out like a clap of thunder. There was a burst of scarlet light, and the gray-robed old man's head vanished, turning him into a headless corpse. The gray-robed old man's sharp claws also drooped helplessly. He would never have a chance to touch Xiao Qian again. A look of disgust flashed in Xiao Qian's eyes. Then he raised his leg and kicked the headless corpse away. Then the headless corpse slowly fell towards the steaming red lava. The loose cultivators exchanged glances with each other, their jaws hanging open. Disbelief filled their eyes. The surroundings fell silent. From the moment the gray-robed old man stood up to the moment he died, only a few breaths of time had passed. The gray-robed old man, who had been radiating a baleful aura and feeling very pleased with himself a moment ago, died in the next. He did not even have time to turn around, he died just like that. The other loose cultivators paled slightly. Earlier, they had felt an aura that rivaled that of a martial sage erupt from Xiao Qian's body. However, when they looked at Xiao Qian now, they saw that his cultivation was dense and solid. He was definitely a bona fide peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. There was no other answer. All sorts of things appeared strange and complicated. As the loose cultivators looked at the white-robed bladesman, horror flashed in their eyes. Their cultivations were not much higher than the gray-robed old man's. If Xiao Qian wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. They would not be able to escape death. Xiao Qian glanced around and walked forward. The loose cultivators standing in front of the surging lava were like a god of death. Like a god of death, they all retreated in a hurry, afraid of angering him by blocking the way. A sinister sound came from where the gray-robed old man's headless corpse fell into the surging lava. A strange snake made of round flaming rocks slithered towards the gray-robed old man's corpse excitedly. Its body squirmed and gave off resplendent sparks. The sparks flickered in the air, causing the air to sizzle. It made everyone tremble in fear. If this person's body fell into the lava, he would definitely be burned until only his bones remained. Kasie, Kasie. The flaming rock snakes chewed on the gray-robed old man's bones, giving off crunching sounds. The flaming rock snakes chewed on the bones of the gray-robed old man, appearing very excited. They moved their bodies and splashed the surging lava everywhere. One of the loose cultivators recovered from the shock brought by Xiao Qian. Then, he flew towards the end of the lava, quickly disappearing into the darkness in front. The flaming rock snakes chewing on the bones did not care about the loose cultivator flying over them at all, immersing themselves in the deliciousness of the bones. Only then did the other loose cultivators come to their senses. As they watched the distant old man, they felt very depressed. At this moment, the flaming rock snakes had already finished chewing on the gray-robed old man's bones. If these loose cultivators continued charging forward, they would immediately be attacked by these strange snakes. Death would be hard to escape. Looking at these strange snakes moving about freely in the surging lava, one could tell that they would not be easy to deal with. From this, one could tell that they were definitely not easy to deal with. If they were to gang up on them, it would be hard for them to escape death. When Xiao Chan saw this, he finally understood why the gray-robed old man attacked him the moment he saw him. It turned out that the gray-robed old man wanted to feed Xiao Chan to these strange snakes to open a path for himself. Xiao Chan turned his head back and looked at the group of loose cultivators. Then he entered deep thought, wondering if he should use these loose cultivators to open a path. Loose cultivators were evil and unorthodox. They cultivated a baleful aura and needed to kill. Furthermore, they killed indiscriminately. Their minds were already twisted, and it could be said that everyone wanted to kill them. Back then, when Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng saw Gu Mu and the middle-aged man, they did not hesitate to kill them for no reason. The moment Xiao Chan entered this place, these loose cultivators immediately thought of using him to open a path. This showed how vicious they were. When the other loose cultivators saw the indistinct killing chi in Xiao Chen's eyes, they were all startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Ouch! Ouch! Right at this moment, in the deepest and darkest depths of the magma, an extremely tragic and shrill cry suddenly rang out. Xiao Chan looked back and saw a faint human-shaped flame burning in the darkness. It was the loose cultivator who dodged the strange snakes earlier. Bang! A clump of golden flame shot out from the lava below and struck that loose cultivator again. The miserable scream stopped, and the loose cultivator was burned to ashes in the air. That old Lu is too unlucky. He managed to get past the strange snakes with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, he got burned by the dragon flame. The dragon flame is the flame of a true dragon. Although it has already diluted significantly in the lava, once it touches him, he will die for sure. This lava is really difficult to deal with. If only we had come earlier. If we left with the Tianwu continent's 7 giants, we would have been much safer. He can only blame himself for this. Why was he so anxious? Now he is going to lose his life here. When the loose cultivators behind saw this scene, they discussed in low voices. They did not show any sorrow on their faces. On the contrary, they seemed to be rejoicing in old Lu's misfortune. Hearing the words of the loose cultivators behind him, Xiao Chan completely abandoned the thought of using these loose cultivators as stepping stones. He looked at the boiling lava silently. Oh Jiao, how strong is that strange snake? How confident are I of making it through? Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, thought for a moment before replying, this is a fire flame snake. Their bodies are made of fire flame rock, not flesh and blood. Ordinary quintessence would find it hard to enter their bodies. Chapter 719. Xiao Chen understood something. He raised his head and looked at the boiling lava. He said, that is to say, if I just use my vital qi, the effect will be much better. Oh Jiao nodded and said, yes, that is how it is. However, you need to be careful. If you fall into the lava, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to save yourself. You also need to be careful not to get sprayed by the dragon flame. The group of loose cultivators behind Xiao Chan communicated with each other with their gazes. They sized up Xiao Chan with malicious intent. Clearly, they had not given up on using him as a stepping stone. Xiu! Just as the loose cultivators were hesitating on whether they should charge forward and capture Xiao Chan, a loud whistling sound rang out. A whistling sound rang out. Xiao Chan rode on the azure dragon image and charged into the air above the lava. The loose cultivators all cried out in surprise. They all had strange expressions on their faces. This fellow is too bold. After advancing 500 meters, the fire flame snakes wandering in the lava felt the aura of a living person. They quickly moved and shot out, kicking up large amounts of boiling lava. Pooh! 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 In an instant, 10 fire flame snakes launched themselves at Xiao Chan from all directions. Flames flickered in their hole-like eyes before they shot out streams of bright red lava. The lava was so hot that it made the air crackle as steam spread out. Xiao Chan stood on the blue dragon image and calmly took out 2 shields. Then he placed one on the left and one on the right, wrapping himself up tightly. These were peak medial-grade defensive secret treasures. The lava did not burn through them immediately. However, they were incredibly hot. Xiao Chan felt some pain in his hands as he held them. After a while, Xiao Chan, who was hiding behind the shields, felt that the impact from the shields was gone. Xiao Chan waved his hands and his vital qi surged. Then he tossed out the 2 shields. Bang! Carrying a huge force, the 2 shields spun and flew forward. each knocking down a fire flame snake and causing it to fall to the ground. The remaining fire flame snakes coiled around Xiao Qian, trying to pull him into the lava. Xiao Qian's face sank and he clenched his right fist tightly. His vital qi surged in his body like a surging river. His qi and blood surged to the peak. Facing an incoming fire flame snake, Xiao Qian circulated his vital qi and executed the third move of the Dragon Claw Fist, breaking armor. A cone-shaped vital qi formed in front of his fist. Then Xiao Qian punched out 10 times at the 10 fire flame snake flying at him. Bang! The wind generated by the punch was like thunder, the sound reverberating in all directions. The loud sound caused the entire space to tremble. Rocks in the cavern above continued to fall, falling into the lava and being burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The fire flame snake's body was made up of round fire flame rocks. Xiao Qian's 10 punches landed on a fire flame rock each time. A huge force exploded and the fire flame stones, which were so hard that they could survive in the lava, were destroyed by Xiao Qian with a single punch. The 10 fire flame snakes tumbled in the air, and their bodies directly scattered into fire flame stones, falling into the lava. There were still 2 fire flame snakes left. Xiao Qian retracted his fist and stood upright. He stomped on the blue dragon's phantom and kicked out twice, bursting the heads of the 2 fire flame snakes. Taking advantage of the rebound, Xiao Qian recalled the shield that was still spinning in the air, and shot forward like an arrow. What a terrifying power! Fortunately, we didn't attack him, otherwise we would all die here. I wonder where this ruthless person came from. He has a horrifying physical body and is a peak medial grade martial monarch. Even a peak late-stage superior grade martial monarch would not be able to deal with him easily. Let me take a look at this white-robed cultivator. He is far more than that. Aside from a half-sage, no one can do anything to him. When the loose cultivators on the shore saw this scene, they exchanged glances with each other, feeling a lingering fear. Unexpectedly, the fire flame snakes that gave half-sages a headache actually died so easily at Xiao Qian's hands. Relying on the 2 shields and the horrifying 1,000 tons of force, Xiao Qian swept through the place, shattering all the fire flame snakes that pounced at him. Soon, Xiao Qian's figure vanished into the darkness. Once he dodged the attack of the dragon flame, he would be able to pass this stage. The rocks above him contained light-absorbing stones, which absorbed all the light from the lava. This resulted in darkness, preventing people from seeing the surging lava below. Medial-grade secret treasures were useless against the dragon flame. Xiao Qian put away the 2 shields and carefully flew forward, while standing on the blue dragon's phantom. Even though the lava had diluted it by 100 times, it was still a true dragon flame. Before this dragon flame, Xiao Qian's rank 1 sage body was no different from an ordinary body. He would die upon contact. Xiao Qian could not see anything in the darkness. The unforeseeable danger made him feel uneasy. Xiao Qian held his breath and focused. He did not panic or get flustered as he quickly flew forward. A golden light appeared, disappearing in a flash. The light was piercing. Xiao Qian could not help but close his eyes, leaving only a slit in them. However, he did not move blindly, as this dragon flame did not come from below. Boom! 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 The further Xiao Qian went, the more frequent the dragon flame erupted. Furthermore, there was no pattern to it. The cave flickered with light, making it hard to remain calm. If Xiao Qian panicked at this moment and dodged randomly, there was a high chance he would end up crashing into the dragon flame. Xiao Qian focused and guarded his qi, his heart calm. Along the way, the cultivation of his mental state was already much higher than that of his peers, and he would never be in a state of panic. Suddenly Xiao Qian thought of something. He gently pushed off the blue dragon's phantom and spun around, moving forward. Pu-ci. The golden dragon flame instantly pierced through the head of the blue dragon's phantom, which was where Xiao Qian stood earlier. ZZ. Z. Z. The azure dragon image formed by veritable essence energy burned into nothing in that instant. Whoosh! As Xiao Qian stood in the air, another stream of dragon flame spewed out from below. It brushed past his nose and brushed past his shoulder. Xiao Qian could clearly feel the scorching heat. If he had used a little more force when he dodged earlier, the dragon flame would have burned him to ashes. That was close. After brushing past death, Xiao Qian calmed himself down. Then he moved even more carefully. After 1 hour, Xiao Chun finally made it through the dark region and landed on the shore. When Xiao Chun turned his head back to look at the pitch-black danger zone, he felt a lingering fear. Strength, mental state, and luck were all necessary to make it through this place. No wonder Xiao Chun could block the 7 giants group of proud talents for so long. After passing this place, Xiao Chun looked ahead. His field of vision brightened, and a vast expanse appeared. Dense immortal qi surged over. Immortal qi even purer than spiritual energy. At the limits of Xiao Chun's vision, he could see the figures of several cultivators moving about, searching for spirit herbs and precious ores that grew in the true dragon cave. After walking for 1 kilometer, Xiao Chun saw the corpses of a few cultivators. Beside the corpses was a bare scarlet tree trunk. The spirit fruits on the tree trunk had already been picked clean. Only this tree trunk was left, devoid of any signs of life, looking like it had withered. Hey, it looks like a spirit tree that can bear blood flame fruits. It is not dead yet. Xiao Chun, bring it in. Your immortal spirit ring can support it. Ao Jiao, who was taking care of the lunar cassia tree in the ring's world, spoke up. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "It will probably take another few hundred years for it to mature." Even though Xiao Chun said that, he still followed Ao Jiao's instructions. This place was not dangerous. Digging out the blood flame tree would not take much time, so there was nothing to complain about. Ao Jiao giggled and said, "Let's see if we can find a few more spirit tree trunks later. Not everyone has a peak-grade immortal spirit ring. If we are lucky, we can collect some spirit trees here and turn them into a simple herb garden. It will probably take a few hundred years for it to take shape," Xiao Chun thought to himself. The true dragon cave was indeed a land of treasures. As Xiao Chun continued forward, he found several more spirit trees that could not be seen in the outside world. However, all the spirit fruits on them had already been picked clean, leaving only bare tree trunks. No one cared about them. So, Xiao Chun collected them all and moved them into the immortal spirit ring. The number of cultivators that Xiao Chun saw increased, gradually catching up with the main group. Glancing around, Xiao Chun discovered a familiar person far in front. It was Shimin Bao of the Shimin clan, one of the Tianwu domain's 4 great clans. Shimin Bao's appearance had not changed much. However, his arrogance was much more restrained than before. This was because none of the people around him were weak. Aside from Shimin Bao, Xiao Chun also saw the top genius of the battle realms, Niu Deng, and a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, a black-clad loose cultivator. The 3 stood in a triangle, separated by 500 meters. A glistening scarlet spirit fruit stood in the middle of the 3. It exuded overwhelming spiritual energy and looked very tempting. There were several cultivators around the 3. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the scarlet spirit fruit greedily. However, there were already 3 experts eyeing this spirit fruit. The others could only watch. They would not dare to snatch it, even if they had the courage. The dragon mark fruit contains dragon energy. It can increase a cultivator's strength by 150 tons of force. Among the treasures in this true dragon cave, it would definitely rank within the top 20. So what if it is valuable? Shimin Bao, Niu Deng, and Dan Tianyu, who is ranked in the top 70 of the evil cultivator ranking, have their eyes on it. We have no chance at all. The surrounding people discussed in soft voices as they stared at the dragon mark fruit. Their words were filled with regret. I wonder which of the 3 will obtain the dragon mark fruit? I feel that Shimin Bao has the highest chance. He is from a noble clan and has a high cultivation. His strength is second only to the 7 giants. It is hard to say. Niu Deng deserves his reputation as the top genius of the battle realms. Before he came, he was evenly matched with Feng Xingsheng. Dan Tianyu is the oldest and has the deepest cultivation. Furthermore, he cultivates a baleful aura. He should not be weaker than these 2. It is hard to say who will emerge victorious. Everyone was very interested in who would obtain the dragon mark fruit in the end. They could foresee that it wouldn't take long. They could foresee that soon, the 3 would start a huge battle for the dragon mark fruit, fighting to the death. Shimin Bao glanced at Niu Deng, then at Dan Tianyu. He said, I advise you not to fight with me. If you offend me and provoke my great-grandfather, none of you will have a good ending. When the tall Niu Deng heard this, he smiled coldly and said, Shimin Bao, who are you trying to scare? Not to mention whether your great-grandfather will make a move over such a trivial matter. Even if he does, do you think the seniors of our battle realms in the Bushin Palace are just decorations?